こは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners: Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakanuda, NESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 Minggu di Raja. Regular season kita sudah memasuki fasa pertengahan dan persaingan-persaingan yang akan berlaku pada minggu ini semakin intens. Now, minggu ini pasukan yang berada di atas liga kita kena make sure that dorang dapat tahankan kedudukan mereka. Manakala untuk pasukan yang berada di zon bahaya pula perlu mencari jalan untuk bangkit sebab mereka sudah tak ada room for comfortable. And of course, setiap mata yang mereka akan dapat itu adalah satu benda yang sangat-sangat penting untuk make sure mereka dapat masuk ke playoffs. Jadi perlawanan pertama hari ini adalah perlawanan di antara Selangor Red Giants OG Esports menentang AERO Esports. Now, SRG OG Esports tampil dengan aura yang cukup meyakinkan, reminding us of their incredibly dominating run pada musim 13. Adakah mereka akan terus mencatat kemenangan bersih 2-0? And of course, pada minggu diraja kita, AERO pun ada player baru. So, adakah kingdom baru ini menggegar takhta ataupun SRG OG Esports kekal sebagai penguasa Land of Dawn? And of course, before that, kepada semua orang yang tengah nonton live stream ini, di pentas kebanggaan inilah kita akan saksikan semua benda. Player nangis, happy, menang, kalah. So of course, scan QR code di skrin anda and masukkan kod ini di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan a special reward. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, let's show it to the casters to kickstart Minggu Diraja hari pertama. Casters, take it away.
The second half of MPL Malaysia Season 15 regular season kicks off with a week where we crown royalty. It is time for Minggu Diraja, aka the king-making week here in MPL Malaysia, where thrones are truly battled for and more than ever is on the line. Welcome once again to the English broadcast. My name is Stafa, joined on the desk by Gideon.
Time is running short. We come to the 4th week of play. Only 2 weeks left before we determine who's going to be making into the playoffs and who is going to be at the bottom of the standings to eventually get relegated to our MAL. To kick things off, we're having SRG OG facing up against AERO Esports. And I think, unfortunately for SRG OG Esports, this time, new guns are here all the way, and reinforcements solidified by RRQ's very own Hazel emerging as one of the members and the newest jungler acquired by AERO Esports.
This is going to be a very interesting move from the side of AERO, and definitely one that's necessary considering their performance thus far has not given us much reason to believe they could stand up to the absolute champs of MPL Malaysia. But with fresh blood coming into their ranks all the way from overseas, it's going to be very interesting to see just how well they'll perform.
Now, I'm super excited about this particular jungler here. Let's pull up the stats up on towards the screen in just a little bit. Before that, we need to introduce to you our smartphone sponsor, powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5G processor for smooth performance, equipped with 144 Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth game visuals. We say hello to the Infinix JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and more immersive experience, and also equipped with 100 watts fast charge and 5,200 mega amps of battery for less downtime and more playtime. Guys, if you haven't got yourselves a Infinix phone just yet, you might want to consider it if you are looking for all these perks.
Indeed, indeed. We got them right here. We're using them to have a look at you guys in chat. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are having a good day, and make sure you guys go check them out if you are looking for a brand new device to level up your MLBB gameplay and just general phone performance. But let's kick off the day by having a look at what the team standings are at week 4 of MPL MY Season 15.
Now, mentioned at the very beginning of this show, time is getting shorter. We're already on the 4th week. We're on the second half of the season, and unfortunately for Ocean Black and Team Ray, they are in the danger zone, being at the bottom 2 of the standings. Honestly, it's looking a little better for Team Ray overall compared to Ocean Black if they want to take over JP Niners, because they are neck and neck in terms of points. Afterwards, it's DX Seoul, and then Torak and AERO currently 6 and 6 with a very even scoreline, and then Monster Vicious, Team Vamos, finally Homeboys, and of course SRG OG Esports sitting right on top.
Still remaining undefeated up until now, the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports team is looking to recreate their success from their first ever champion season of going completely undefeated throughout the regular season. They have not dropped even a single game, and not series, a single game thus far. They're eager to keep it that way, and AERO Esports are going to be their next opponents on that path.
Now, let's look at today's schedule, because even after the SRG OG Esports matchup against AERO Esports, we have Homeboys versus Todak. Both teams looking to grab as many points as possible. Homeboys ideally looking for the top spot, and they can only do that if they can 2-0 Todak or hope that AERO steals away at least one game from SRG.
But that's going to be a tall order right now. Like we've already mentioned, SRG OG has not dropped a single game, and most of their matches have been one-sided sweeps, even against teams that we thought might stand a chance against them, like Vamos or Monster Vicious. They just seem to have reached a different level. So while AERO Esports has definitely bolstered their ranks with new additions, will it be enough?
I don't know, but Hazel is an exciting new prospect coming all the way from MPL Indonesia, playing under the banner of RRQ. And on the first half of their weeks, they were doing very, very well. Top of the standings, undefeated overall. That changed later down the line, but I think that, you know, Hazel as a general prospect in terms of raw jungling power and prowess, he is a pretty good find.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that there are quite a lot of fans of Hazel in MPL ID, right? And they've already mentioned that, all things considered, he is a pretty strong player. So I'm really, really excited to see what he will bring to AERO Esports. Will it switch up their gameplay style? We already saw last season with some imports how they kind of switched up to Ube gameplay style.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Winter Crown plays that we've seen here at MPL MY.
Vamos tries to catch up to the target. Zorn not able to find the toss, but Move Will with the knockout gets terrified. Crowd controls. Move Will go down. AOG use the Winter Truncheon Winter Crown very early. Gets taunted out. That was supposed to be safe for SkyZ, but he doesn't have the option. And now Nesfresco goes in.
SkyZ, you know, dealt damage. So everyone else dealt damage, but Siska, man.
Get the punish Zorn. Winter Crown delay it. Menace raised. Blows up Keeman. SkyZ gotta make it fast. Storm is gonna sacrifice his life. Rossi back in the base. Storm will buy time with the Winter Crown. Lord over the DXO. Storm will eventually go down. Storm into immortality just to delay his death. The Eternal God blocks the shot as Storm gets away, and they will find Zorn. Right under control. Eevee, he's gone. Right, Winter Crown even used Eevee guaranteed death. Ivan, Winter Crown again, bakes out the aggro from Team Ray. But MV have successfully defended the base. Roundel once more, but he has to be very careful.
Oh!
Crown fade, Zidane, spin it into a rough spot. Shadows for the Red Giants, 2-0 over Toda.
All right, everyone's gonna freeze. 1, 2, 3, freeze! Yeah. Now everyone follow the timing. I like that. I call 1, 2, 3.
Taking the phrase cool as a cucumber literally there, Winter Crown plays are some of the most impressive things players can do, and we saw some really good examples of that, of them just like canceling out momentum by popping it when their opponent least expects it.
Oh yeah, use the dodge ability, use as a way to delay a little bit of time, and most importantly, just swap your items with a reset. Honestly, with the current changes and with the amount of plays that we've seen thus far here in MPL MY, I feel like Winter Crown is one of those things you should start to expect now that we're getting into the latter half, because last week, so many teams got away with it. Week number 4 is where I think that stops.
Really? You think that that's going to stop?
I think it is. I think that teams are going to be more prepared for the Winter Crowns at the very least, because some of them are difference makers, don't get me wrong, right? Some of them are difference makers. Other times, I do think that it will be necessary for certain heroes, especially those who have channel times, the Yeebs. We've seen Franco's even utilize it. We've even seen a couple of Kalias utilize it, just to make sure they don't get disrupted when they are in the middle of their animation.
I can see where you're coming from, but I feel like Winter Crown is just such an effective item regardless, right? It's always going to permeate, and no matter how prepared you are for the item, it still is going to catch you off guard, right? Because you expect something to go a certain way when you play MLBB long enough, and then all of a sudden Winter Crown pops up, and you're like, oh, now I'm gonna have to change my plans like on the spot. I feel like it's always going to be a problem.
I think you can play around it. There are ways of playing around it, and I think it's just being in an overwhelming winning scenario. Other times it's just, let's just hold our abilities for half a second, wait for him to come out, and just blow him up after. I think that's what's gonna happen this week, right? But overall, Hazel coming in to this squadron, is it going to be enough is the real question, because unfortunately, when we're looking at SRG, they're looking for an almost perfect run here at MPL MY, unless AERO has something to say about it. Of course, you may know our MSC 2024 champions, Innocent, Yoom, Stormy, Sagai's, as well as Cram.
The roster that has remained unchanged for over a year now. The Selangor Red Giants OG Esports retain the strength that they displayed all the way back from their first ever champion title, and are eager to continue pushing forward with evolution and growth, looking even stronger this season after taking down Titans in the MPL Malaysia scene. For them, this next game is but another mark on their record. And all of these players still retain the consistency that we've always known them for.
Honestly, if we're talking about seeing this team snowball out of control to be winning in every single lane, this is the team you should expect them to do. But they're going to be facing up against AERO Esports with a new addition, with Kusei, Zequid, Kim, Aaron, and their new addition, Hazel, to the lineup. We'll see whether or not it's going to be the jungler that makes the difference in this match to at least steal 1 point to make sure that SRG OG Esports doesn't walk away scot-free.
I know that the main topic of conversation for AERO Esports is going to be Hazel, of course, brand new player coming in as an import all the way from MPL Indonesia. But I personally am more excited to see Aaron back on the roster. This is a Red Esports classic back before they were even AERO Esports, as the pillar, the foundation of the team in the EXP lane. I'm really happy to see him back.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're going to be swapping out for Aaron this time around to make sure that he plays alongside Hazel. Maybe they've had some experience previously building up, and maybe in terms of scrims, and that's why it's working out. It's a little tough to say.
It is hard to say, but what is not hard to say is that both teams are about to make a splash on the MPL stage for the very first match of the day. So let's go ahead and welcome both teams up on stage. Undefeated, dominating with back-to-back 2-0 victories this season, the strongest contender, Malaysia's brightest hope for the EWC stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the pride of red and yellow, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
Shocking the league with 2 major upsets this week, bringing in the Black Alien Hazel to wield the retribution. Give it up for AERO Esports.
We got the brains behind the bronze walking up on stage right now, the coaches and analysts of both teams, alongside head of league ops Franklin, to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. They will also send up their team leaders to grab the armbands worn by both team captains, who will lead the team's movements and strategies throughout the game. As they man up to their battle stations, we wish these 2 competitors good luck and try their best on the MPL MY stage.
and try their best. They shall. For SRG OG, this is yet another match on their unblemished record. But for AERO Esports, this will be their toughest battle of the season. Will they be the team to make a mark on the Giants, to finally blemish that stain? SRGOG going to be on blue side. Of course, their win rate going to be 100% on both sides, as they have so far been undefeated.
I mean, honestly, considering everything that has been happening in the meta so far, especially towards MPL MY, it feels like red side is just a wee bit stronger coming into this particular meta, right? This is very beneficial for AERO, of course, because again, they're going to be fielding AERO. I can't get enough about this kid because he has made splashes in MPL Indonesia, and the one time that we did get to see him during the Mobile Masters, he was also making it look good.
Hazel is a pretty aggressive player by all rights. We don't get the chance to see him play quite as much because Sutsujin obviously is holding the main roster for RRQ, but there is a reason why he is still standing back there. There's a reason why this player is someone we have to keep an eye on. Imports have always been able to find a certain degree of success coming over to MPL MY, and I imagine that AERO Hazel is interested in making just as big of a splash.
Apparently, he's got some crazy mechanics, and keep in mind that he is only loaned, not acquired by RRQ. By AERO Esports. Previously playing on RRQ, I think that there is reason to be hyped about it. And you can see that even some of the comments, these are from the Kingdom. And the Kingdom, I would say, in terms of all fan bases across the world, they're very loyal to whoever wears that jersey. So no surprises that since it is just a load and not an acquirement, that they are going to be looking at AERO and is like, make him good, make him even better, let him shine.
RRQ, definitely one of the fans of all time. And now we have a quote from Hazel himself. He said, "I joined AERO because I need more playtime and experience. I feel that with this team, I can compete even more with the goal of qualifying for the EWC."
Everybody's goals and eyes are set towards EWCs, and even Hazel himself has mentioned it. I think that joining AERO to try to make it EWC is a pretty bold claim. Generally, based on what we've seen from AERO, super passive. Hopefully, Hazel can turn things around with his personality and even his raw execution.
Well, AERO Esports definitely sees something in this player. They literally did get rid of Arindo quite recently, who was their only jungler up until now, to replace him with Hazel. So already some big shoes to fill. And his very first game after coming into Malaysia is against the top team of the region. So it's going to be quite the uphill battle. But now we can have a look at his statistics.
So far, he's played 5 matches in MPL Indonesia. 4 of those matches, an 80% win rate overall, 12 full games. And not to mention that even in terms of games win rate, 66.67%. Notably, his hero pool, 2 times picked on Fanny, 3 times on Hayabusa, and 3 times Suyo. I am seeing the standard checklist. He is capable of playing any assassin.
Yeah, this is definitely an assassin roster. And it does make you question, how flexible is he? Is he able to adjust into fighter or tank junglers if necessary? And that kind of thing is going to be tested against a team as accomplished as the Selangor Red Giants, especially in the draft. We've already seen games being determined throughout this season. Giving your players the correct tools is a very important step in making sure that they're actually able to go head-to-head with their opponents in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hazel is always going to be a little excited to be playing up against MSC 2024's MVP as well as champion Sakai's on the opposite end. Hopefully it's going to be a decent matchup. I wouldn't be too surprised if it ends up just being a traditional like Joy into Suyo sort of scenario, or maybe Hayabusa into Suyo. That would have been completely fine. But with the recent additions of like things like Lucas, we haven't seen him play it too hard, right? I mean, from Sakai's side, it could be a different perspective, but from Hazel's side, I would like to see him play this early game-centric composition with that Lucas at the forefront.
I actually think an early game-centric composition would be huge for AERO Esports, because that's literally the only phase of the game where you see some kind of cracks in SRG OG. That is probably their weakest phase, and it's hard to say that because they're still a very solid team regardless. But if you want a chance of being able to go up against them, getting that early lead, getting that early snowball is probably the best thing that you can hope for. So let's see what kind of play style AERO Esports will shift into with their brand new jungle and the return of Aaron in the EXP lane as we jump into the draft for game number 1.
All right, let's see how this is going to be played out, because I feel like SRG OG Esports, generally, the only reason why they're going for that first pick is they want to practice their line of trades in terms of the draft. Chip, Harith, alongside of getting rid of Matilda here. Couple of power picks, of course. Chip obviously being a bit of an issue, but Coach Baum decides to get rid of Zushin, Kalia, alongside with Fanny. Interesting.
The early bans going by very quickly here from Coach Arcadia and Coach Bam, so they clearly have some plans of going in, but I do not expect the instant Kimmy first pick. We saw it being played by Stormy in the mid lane last week to quite good success, but as a first pick, what do you think, Gideon?
I think this is interesting as a first pick, right? Because, again, technically it's a mid-flex, a mid-gold flex, one of the very few that we've actually had in a very, very long time. That used to be the Lunox role, but that was a triple flex, and even then, we still had a lot of questions about it. But as a first pick, I don't think it might be as necessary. I think that Coach Arcadian as well as Zorovecki are coming in with a plan. In terms of the raw trades, right, what is Coach Bam getting back? He's looking at that Kimmy, I'm thinking Hayabusa, I'm thinking Suyo are all possible. Hayabusa being particularly good, but that also means that they're giving over Moskov to the other end.
Like you are correct there. Hayabusa gonna be locked in alongside the safe opening pick of the Hylos. This is a hero that AERO Esports likes to rely on fairly often and definitely fits Aaron's playstyle of being more of a sandbag EXP laner to provide utility to his teammates. What this does mean though is that SRG has quite a few options open. You already pointed out the Suyo earlier, but the Lucas is also pretty scary. Looks like they'll go for the Joy though, alongside the Phoveus counter pick.
Interesting. All right, so now you have Joy Phoveus on your side. This could be a bit of a... Do they want to go for CC? No, they're just going to maintain with their double flex with Hylos and as well as Badang for the side of AERO. Very strange way of thinking about it, but I think that with the Hylos as a general flex, they could have gone for CC for a direct counter matchup into Phoveus to kind of keep that lane to itself and isolate it. But I feel like Coach Bam wants to play as 5. For now, it's going to be a Moskov ban from their side. He's making a hard read that this Kimmy is going to go mid, since that's the only other time we've actually seen it from SRG OG Esports.
If you ask me personally, I do feel like Kimmy is more effective in the mid lane position than the goal lane position. Like, she basically ticks all the boxes for a mid laner. Good poke, some utility. While the burst is definitely lower, the scaling kind of makes up for it. So I can see why Coach Bam would think that this is definitely Stormy's hero. I will also say I am not a fan of the Badang this early on, especially with the Hylos already locked in. You're basically showing your frontliners already, and this also gives up EXP lane priority to Phoveus no matter who goes there.
Yeah, I mean, the most you can do is try to keep it down. Technically, they can also go... Oh, no, it's a little tough if they do that. I think that Badang is just safe. Generally, it's good into the Joy. It's good if you happen to catch the Kimmy as well. It does force SRG OG Esports to think about Purify. But I think the big mistake here is coming and banning out that Moskov. I think they are legitimately worried that this Kimmy could go into the gold lane. It's one of the few matchups where Moskov is like, what am I supposed to do, right? Until I get items and continuously find my dashes, then I can kind of like kite the Kimmy. But generally, Kimmy kind of runs the Moskov down in the lane. But but Moskov also does really well into things like Joy, for an example, that kind of keeps it away as another insurance policy for AERO Esports to kind of maintain that distance of kiting, pulling back, and rinsing and repeating that process.
I suppose so. I still would have felt a bit nicer to have AERO lock in the Moskov for themselves, but since they do still have first pick in the second phase, they can still go for something like the Granger, for example. SRG are going to ban out the Farsa, so that lends more credence to the idea that Kimmy is mid. You don't want your opponent mid laner to outrange you, and yep, AERO will go for the Granger.
Yeah, and this is what Coach Arcadia and Zorovecki were kind of steering this draft into, right? They get rid of the Farsa. Farsa just generally good in most compositions, but more importantly, since there's no reason for them to actually go for that pick in the first place, this should be the signal that Kimmy is almost guaranteed to go into that mid lane. However, the gold lane pool generally is starting to dwindle. There is an argument for carry at this stage, but into the Granger matchup and alongside of countering both Badang as well as Hylos, the general short range is going to cause a lot of problems if Hayabusa doesn't want to play towards the EXP side of the map.
You can always go back to the classic Granger counter of Irritel, or you can fall back to Innocent's comfort pick on the Beatrix. I think those are the two most likely options for SRG OG at this point. They'll also go for the Cho, make sure that AERO doesn't have more. Wow, okay, something different. The Bruno for Innocent.
A lot of raw confidence in this matchup. I mean, yes, Granger has been nerfed to the point where the early game isn't as bad unless you're absorbing every single one of those shots, but generally Bruno is going to hit harder per auto attack in comparison. Although, I will say that SRG has played this very nicely. They've got the Phoveus in their side. They've got the Joy as well, the guaranteed scaling, even if Bruno doesn't do too well into the lane. They've got the Cho as well to make sure that Hayabusa can't just simply go in with the Quad Shadows and get free kills. But AERO now finishing off the composition with Eve as their mid laner. Again, as expected, with that Got Out ban coming in from Coach Bomb. Pretty straightforward draft all across the board.
Okay, I can see pros and cons to both sides here. Like you already mentioned, SRG has really good scaling options, good catch. Having both Bruno and Kimmy means that late game will be no issue for them, but they may have a little bit of trouble playing for team fights in the mid game, since Hylos even Badang just give you so much zone control for AERO.
Well, I think it's really going to boil down to not even the lane matchups, right? I think it's really going to come down to who controls that mid lane. I think it's going to be a 2v2 lane more than it is just like, you know, roam supports going into two opposite directions of the map. Because it's important that they cover Stormy on the Kimmy, especially for the early levels. As much as Kim will technically lose out in priority, once you start to get the roamers involved, then it becomes extremely dangerous because he, at level 1, can't really cover this Badang early.
That is true, that is true. Many things to consider, but very little time to consider them because AERO Esports is now thrust into their most difficult battle for Season 15 up against the giants of MPL Malaysia. Let's see who comes out on top in our very first game of the King-making week.
Let's see who's going to get first blood this early on into the game, right? And as expected, you can see that Yum's just trying to make sure that Zequeef gets chunked out as hard as possible. But an early Quad Shadow coming up from Hazel is going to force Yums to flicker. Again, two big wins coming in from AERO Esports. They don't force out any regenerates from that mid lane, except for Zequeef. They managed to get a flicker out of Yums, and most importantly, they also have information on where exactly Sakai's is going to end up.
So far, it's a pretty even trade. Yums is going to have more prio than Zequeef, but Kim is going to have more prio than Stormy in these first few levels. So that means no one is going to straight up win mid lane too early on. I don't think either side... Oh! Nice. The dash-in camp steal from Hazel.
Very, very nicely done. As expected, Kim's got to maintain as much health as possible in this lane. Looking at the emblems, we're seeing... we're seeing Common Emblem coming up from Innocent's side. I guess he just wants to stay in lane as long as possible, but he also has Master Assassin. Every one of these auto attacks is going to hurt, but here comes Hazel.
Innocent in trouble. Already uses the Purify early. Tries to share the damage with Wave. Going to just be enough to make sure Hazel doesn't get an early kill.
The gank should have been a little more obvious there. Innocent did not want to give up pressure. He wanted to get guaranteed damage onto Kusei's side. I'm pretty sure he also forced Kusei to use his Regenerate pretty early on, which is why he's calling in his support. Now, as we see Yums kind of pull away from that mid lane, AERO Esports needs to take the space back.
Yums looking for Zequeef. Nice dash. Make sure he doesn't get caught here. They already rotated Cram over, so they want to get control over Turtle as soon as possible.
They already have it. Now it's a matter of how much damage
He's gonna knock back Yums. Boris Pathway comes out into Traction Pulse. Real World Manipulation baited out as well. Cram baiting a lot of damage, dropping quite low now, but Turtle is still in control. Aaron will secure first blood. Sky's not quite able to get Turtle in range yet, so here comes Hazel. Steals the Turtle away. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out. It's a fist crack. It's a 4-man kill from AERO.
Bad call coming in from SRG OG Esports. AERO played it very nicely, right? Yes, the Phoveus is already up in your face, but with Hazel stealing at least a couple of camps and also securing Lethal Wander early on, the level lead was guaranteed. And Sakai's knew that, right? Which is why he needed a little bit more help. And without your marksman to help you on these neutral objectives, you can't really burst it down that fast, considering that both Yums and Stormy were trying to zone away their targets.
The SRG underestimated or overestimated in this case how long Cram could buy time, especially with all the level 4s on AERO already available. That is actually a pretty sizable lead in the early game. And we're seeing Hazel's impact, even the Litho, just being stolen away.
Yep, his tempo is really good right now. He's got a 2-level lead on Sakai's 3 minutes into the game. I think that SRG OG Esports, the only way they're going to recover from this is if they start getting EXP to proxy early. That way he can show up in the mid lane more often rather than having to like share the EXP 3 ways.
Another glorious pathway in the mid lane. Aaron zoning SRG OG out from their wave to make sure Hazel can get even more EXP. And see the snowball really getting started here, and SRG is gonna need to do something about it.
Yeah, they're gonna rotate towards the top side, right? Again, they're kind of leaving Innocent on this island. Aaron, again, as long as he's absorbing full waves, will maintain this EXP. Again, a slight EXP lead against Cram, but considering how much EXP he's lost just because he's rotating towards that mid, AERO, they've recognized the pattern. They're looking for a punish.
And I really like the direction they're going here right now. Already setting up for the next turtle, knowing that SRG puts a big priority over these neutral objectives. And it's coming up in another 5 seconds too. Right now, Hazel with a 2-level lead on Skies.
Yeah, but this is to be expected, right? SRG OG now looking for a pick.
They're going to be setting up for it. AERO Esports still in control of the turtle. Traction Pulse actually going to miss in the mid lane. Yums cannot quite find the kick. Aaron's just standing too far forward. Here comes Sky, sets it up, finds the way of the dragon, kicks Hazel away. Sky secures the turtle. Oh, Shadow Kill finishes things off though. Yums going to be picked up straight away alongside Sky. And AERO Esports is chasing down the Red Giants. Cram going to be left behind just to make sure Innocent and Stormy get out, but that is 3 for nothing.
Max value from Aaron's revitalized. 3 of his teammates standing next to him while you see the electrifying beast come out from Sakai's doing negative damage at this point. He doesn't have enough items, he doesn't have enough farm. Until we see the Holy Crystal is when we expect SRG OG Esports to maybe make something happen. However, I don't know why SRG OG Esports aren't just playing off of Yums' kick. They just need to find these big kicks, force AERO into a position where they have to give something up. If not, start split pushing across the map.
Well, so far, this is a very solid early game we're seeing from AERO Esports. And we already pointed out, this is probably the weakest point of the game for the Selangor Red Giants. So far, they're making sure to play for the weakness of their opponent. Sky is getting stunned repeatedly under his own tower by Zekim and Aaron. And he's just gone.
No surprises there. Again, this is why they wanted to prioritize getting that Badang and holding the double flex. They just wanted to make sure there's no bad matchups, and most importantly, we can make an impact on the map straight away. The raw peel in comparison to the high loss is significantly better. You can fight for longer periods of time. It's just maintaining your HP, which is the big issue with this hero. Now, as we see the rest of AERO Esports, they've cracked open the mid-tier 1, and now they're looking to start spilling their leads into the other lanes.
So far, this is one of the biggest early game net worth leads we have seen from any team against SRG this season. Now the question is if AERO Esports can keep it up, because they're looking good so far. SRG OG though, mid-game is where they're the scariest.
2K lead for Hazel.
Steal. Good disengage. Glorious pathway from Aaron. Just make sure they get out. Real One Millimeter comes out. It's a fist crack in the back line. And now comes the Ogi Shadow Kill. Cram buying time, but where is the time being bought? Because Hazel gets the killing spree on Yums.
The time and as well as the Pyro Spikes are not there for SRG OG Esports. And Hazel more than happy to take advantage of this slow tempo comp from SRG OG Esports. You want to play pickoff? You better have the resources to make those effective. And unfortunately, that's something that SRG OG Esports just don't have.
This is a very surprising result. 0-10 kill score in favor of AERO Esports in 7 minutes. The biggest deficit we have seen from the Red Giants in ages. The impact of Hazel becoming more and more clear. And the timing really starting to close. SRG may have late game potential, but is it enough? Wave the Dragon under the tower. The team is struggling to keep up. But Traction Pulse will finally lock him down. And that is the shutdown for Innocent.
At least we get to see a taste of what SRG OG Esports' interaction looks like when it comes down to finding these pickoffs. But at what cost, right? They've already lost T2 on top side. They're about to lose mid T2 as well. This jungle is basically not within their control. And AERO, if they just stick together, they can deny a lot of the space that SRG OG Esports wants to apply on the map.
And in the first place, even before Hazel's introduction, AERO Esports had one of the more solid team fighting positionings towards the mid and late game. They really like playing these front-to-back death balls once you reach this stage. And now, it looks like it's really working out with this early lead they have.
I think that it's honestly, if AERO Esports can maintain this type of pressure, it's pretty GG for SRG OG. I think there's not a lot of ways to get out of this unless the Yums can continuously find like 3 super plays in a row, especially on priority targets as well. I mean, considering that, oh, here comes the conceal, they want something.
Yep, AERO Esports are looking for it. Glorious pathway, Yums will avoid it. Innocent in trouble, he dances over, he's not confident about getting back, so he gets picked up inside the real one manipulation. Stormy doing a good amount of poke damage, but here comes the rest of SRG from the flank. They're looking for Kim. Electrifying Beast picks him off in the backline. Kosei gonna be melted away as well. Aaron picks up the double kill, and here comes Hazel. The 3-man fist break, but it's not quite enough. It's Graham picks up the shutdown. It's a triple kill for the SRG EXP laner as they look for the counter-attack.
Unbelievable. The RNG on the side of SRG OG Esports. We didn't see 3 continuous hits on the same target. It's split between 2 amongst 3 targets, which is very lucky for SRG OG, especially for people like Yums. AERO, their big problem is that when they wanted to go for these picks, they need to maintain battle lines, right? Because they've only identified 3 players on the top side of the map. So therefore, where are the other 2 coming from? Especially when we're talking about people like Sakai's. He's already got the Starlium Scythe, right? At this point, if anybody gets too low, they're free food for this assassin jungler.
It was definitely a bit of tunnel vision by AERO Esports. I think they thought that they could pick off the members of SRG there a little bit quicker and then reposition themselves, but it was not quite enough. Now they're looking for the Lord once again. Cram gonna reveal himself. Yums goes in from lockup, baited out both ultimates from Kim and ZK. Sky's in the back, electrifying beast, but the Yogi Shadow Kill melting down SRG as well. Stormy already got a 3-man knockup coming in from Cram. Gonna get locked in with the wall again. The kick goes on to the Eve, while Innocent breaks down Yums. That's gonna be 1 for 1 right now. Double kill going over to Hazel. But he gets locked down, stunned underneath the bush, just barely allowing Innocent to get out.
The crit not big enough to take out Hazel. He's already 5-1 and a 4. And if Stormy goes down, it looks like Innocent is looking to take that place as the raw damage dealer, which he's completely fine with and has been for a long time. But SRG OG Esports, I think that generally the positioning of Innocence compared to Kusei right now is a lot better, right? Innocent understands that not everybody has been shown, so therefore do not go over the battle lines just yet. Kusei, on the other hand, he's very eager to start making super plays of his own, but honestly doesn't need to do that. He needs to start trusting that Hazel will clean up these fights.
Oh, and speaking of Hazel, steals the purple buff and Skies at the same time.
Worth it, fast, and efficient. Information is power, and right now Hazel has not forgotten exactly when Skies' buffs come back up.
This gives AERO Esports great control over the Lord. Glorious pathway, cutting off SRG as well. Cram even can get locked up by the Lord. Traxon falls though, pulls in 2. Here comes Cram into the back. Hazel gonna start working on him again. Cram getting dragged into the front by Aaron. That's a shutdown for Kosei. Aaron still holding the front as long as possible. As Stormy's picked up Melton with the double kill. They finally find 1 in return, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Now, here's the problem. AERO Esports, they're doing everything correct. The only thing that they have to keep timings over is when Stormy is max charge on his auto attacks. Oh boy, it might be another solo kill on the Skies.
Oh, Hazel, he has got his eye on this man. The Skies cannot escape. Mega kill for the Hayabusa.
Is there no conceal from Yums? No, they could not capitalize on this at all. They have to just give this up, right? With death timers still very wide, and Stormy will not be getting back in time. This is a free Lord for AERO Esports. Very good calls coming in from Hazel.
I'm loving it. We really wanted to see this kind of initiative coming in from the players of AERO. And picking up Skies twice in a row just guarantees that Lord. While they did lose a lot of their initial net worth lead, AERO are still firmly in control.
And Hazel's not even using Sky Piercer, right? He's just raw damage, making sure that he has that BOD, his Hunter Strike as atypical, but most importantly, Malefic Roar to maintain his tempo, right? Now, so guys, he detects something.
There he is again. Ogi Shadow Kill goes on in. This time Skies can share the damage, but he has to go back and oh! Hazel! Unstoppable! The ninja of AERO Esports flies in! Red Giants didn't even know what hit them. The mid inhibitor will fall as the Lord crashes in up top. And SRG SRG have lost 2 towers in an instant traction pulse into 2 magic window. When the crowd comes out for him, keeping him alive, but ZK not quite as lucky, and Innocent picks up the killing spree. Red Giants will keep themselves in the game for now.
That's the Malefic Gun difference here. They need to respect the space. They have to readjust to it. They lose 2, but 2 inhibitors go down. At the end of the day, AERO Esports are in contention to maybe stealing the very first game from SRG OG Esports. They just have to play the next fight perfectly.
Man, we are seeing some incredible gameplay right now. Nighter giving an in to knock up. Hazel able to quad shadow away. This man is too good.
What?
Glorious Pathway comes out. SRG looking for the mid-tier 1 will eventually pick it up, but that's all they can find here.
Why didn't Cram just use the empowered auto attack? That would have been enough to guarantee the traction beam to connect, guarantee the initial knock-up afterwards. So many things. That could have been the pick that Slanger Red Giants OG Esports was looking for. However, it's lucky for Hazel for now. He's doing so well in terms of the raw damage dealt, keeping up with people like Innocent as well as Stormy. But at the same time, the 2 missing inhibitors, especially inhibitors on the long lane, SRG OG Esports have a lot more micro as well as macro to worry about.
And AERO Esports still not letting up, still making sure they're contesting every single buff to deny Skies as long as possible. He still has not hit level 15. Hazel is 8-1. It's his debut game in MPL Malaysia, and it's already the best Hayabusa I've seen the whole season.
Yep, he's making sure that one piece of the puzzle is missing, right? And that's the cleanup mechanics. It's clear in the past couple of fights, dealing with Stormy, maybe even Innocent, is very, very possible. It's Sakai's as the cleanup mechanic that's going to be really rough to deal with, so he has to take him out as early as possible. Now, in terms of raw power spikes, that 3rd item, Holy Crystal, is just completed by Sakai's. He can start cutting down big members. I don't see a lot of MR purchased by AERO Esports. Not like it's going to matter against the Joy.
Yeah, but with Joy and Stormy together, that's going to be a lot of magic damage that they'll have to deal with if SRG are able to delay this a little bit longer. Innocent actually still ahead of Jose in farm right now, so this Bruno really an important piece for the Red Giants.
I think that every piece is going to be so important here. The only problem is that they only have one initiation tool, and that is Yums. And AERO Esports knows this. If Cram walks up, he's just buying time for Yums or maybe even Skies to find that angle. So it's a game of information. They might have just found it.
Yums gets knocked against the wall, cancels his initiation. AERO Esports playing a great defensive positioning, and now walking back in to try and reclaim the Lord position once again.
No, they just take the space. This is exactly what AERO wants to do. There is no pressure of time. There is no pressure of the waves as well. So as much as SRG wants to sit on it, okay, do it for as long as you want. Oh, but they're rushing.
He's gonna rush it down. Glorious Pathway comes out. Hazel gonna rejoin the fight. Sky secures the Lord. The Way of the Dragon finds Hazel into the knockup from Cram, but he's still alive. Not enough damage to melt himself. Yikib will eventually fall. Mega kill going over to Bruno. And Kosei picks up the killing spree, but instant mice double and pops the Wind of Nature just in case Hazel decides to dive.
Holds on to his Purify. Would rather Winds of Nature in that scenario. Nice decision coming in from SRG OG. I think that even AERO wasn't expecting SRG to try and go for that big rush. I think that unfortunately they remembered that Hazel showed himself down by that mid lane, didn't take that push back after Yums rechecked it, and more importantly, knowing that Hazel is going to go for that side of the buff. That's why they made the call so quick.
I think it's very smart. This shows the experience of Slanger Red Giants OG Esports. They had a feeling that Hazel wouldn't be in position to contest it, and that's how they're able to get their first neutral objective of the game. The net worth difference now is actually 0, basically, which means that it is anyone's game. AERO Esports still holding on to the tower advantage, but with the amount of damage on the field right now, that actually does not matter much.
Yeah, I'm surprised that AERO didn't want to just hover around the Lord a little bit longer, especially if Hazel wanted to stay there, or more so, Kim can now get a little more aggressive this time around. Oh, but he didn't take the Purify, which is probably why. Again, these positions, it really comes down to whether SRG OG Esports finds that initial pick. And when they do find that pick, things will spiral out of control very, very fast. Now that Stormy's in a position where he does some legitimate damage as soon as his Starlium is ready to go. Oh.
Traction Pulse gonna do some serious DPS to Kosei all the way from the back. That's why SRG liked this Kimmy enough to pick it first.
Yeah, but it makes the comp work so strangely, right? Your power sparks are like early, and then you have an awkward amount of mid game, and then when you get to the late game, it's like, oh, finally, yes, I can actually do something now. I've got the damage to kind of just raw dog it.
Well, considering SRG OG's playstyle in the first place, that may actually be surprisingly suited to their approach.
I mean, I guess, but also his build, right? He does a good amount of magic damage. He wants to apply the anti-heal, the burn coming in from the glowing wand. But is the Sky Piercer necessary? Is that something that is like, yes, I will clean this up if given the opportunity. If I am not the target, at least the rest of my team members can guarantee that a majority of AERO Esports will be low.
It's a little bit of that Stormy influence, and also it kind of plays a similar role to Zeus in Sky Piercer just because of how consistent your DPS is as the mid laner. So a little bit of a why not if the situation allows it.
Oh, look at the game win rate percentage right now off of this very first match. 22 to 78 if we're talking about just raw objectives and numbers. AERO Esports, I mean, I have to agree, it's a pretty hard to lose position with 2 missing inhibitors from the side of SRG OG Esports' side.
If anyone can make it happen, it is going to be the Red Giants, but AERO Esports has really not made it easy for them. This is already a better performance than Vamos, than Monster, Vicious have put up against SRG OG thus far. Now this next Lord, gonna be a crucial one.
Gonna take their time with this. They know that Innocent can basically solo this Lord by himself, so they're gonna let him sit in the position first. He's got the Purify, so he can play pretty safe, but it's gonna be hard for AERO Esports to really counterattack Innocent unless they catch him sleeping or misclick. Either way.
Pulse. Scouts Hazel out. Very nicely played by Stormy there. Making sure there's no Hayabusa flank, but AERO is 5-man strong. They see Skies up top. They're gonna blitz the Lord. They're gonna try and go for it. Pram is here providing info. Glorious Pathway slowing down Innocent. Yume's on the side. A flicker from Kosei just to be sure that Yumes isn't hiding somewhere. But here comes the 4-man knockup into the Winter Crown from Crab. He's already zoning out AERO Esports. Innocent secures the Lord. And SRG OG catches them unaware. Zkip now left alone. RWM comes out just to make sure he doesn't get picked off. Hazel jumps back in with the Yogi Shadow kill, but he's not able to find Stormy. No deaths, but a beautiful initiation by Cram.
I don't understand why AERO Esports does not want to take this space. They don't want none of this smoke from SRG OG Esports' side. They rush it down. They wanted to blitz the Lord initially. They pull back. They give the position over to SRG OG Esports. And now all they have to do is slowly walk up, slowly look for positions. And more so, they should be playing through that mid lane rather than kiting back into the tightest corners of that southern brush.
And this is a little bit of a synergy problem from 2 new players coming into the roster after 3 weeks of MPL. Oh my goodness, Hazel loses half his HP before jumping into the Yogi Shadow kill. Just zones out. SRG tries to jump back in for Innocent, but he's left on a tiny sliver, and Skies gets the vengeance he's been looking for. That's a shutdown. He'll lose his own immortality in exchange. Will it be worth it? It is now a 4v4. Lord crashing in bottom. The flicker. Jikundo knocks up 2, gets cancelled by the fist break, but Aaron is still stuck in the front line. Yume's gonna take a lot from RWM. Sky Piercer finishes off his immortality, while AERO continues controlling the Lord. The game will not end just yet.
No, it won't, but again, you can see how much it is a bit of a struggle to actually deal with this Lord, even with Kusei and as well as Kim working on it side by side. Stormy, he does some very relevant damage now.
Conceal comes out once again. The mid inhibitor will fall. SRG wants to try and end here before Hazel comes back. Winter Crown denies the traction pull. A knockup onto ZK from Cram. Gets knocked back with the fist break once again. AERO doing an excellent job of just zoning SRG from their base.
Unbelievable. Now, both sides, this is advantage towards SRG OG Esports' side, right? With the long lane missing an inhibitor from AERO Esports, 32 seconds until the next Lord spawns, and I think that AERO need to take some initiative against SRG OG. They can push him out of position, they can force a Lord steal, but most importantly, they need to take out Sakai's, and they've got many people who can actually do that when it comes down to these Lord takes.
And their positioning needs to be cleaner. We need to see some of that early game initiative that we were observing from AERO that gave them the snowball in the first place. We can see they're reverting a little bit back to that defensive, reactive playstyle that AERO is known for in the later game stages. It's good for base defense, but can they win the game like this? Aaron gonna get kicked straight away. Revitalize comes out. Here comes Hazel from the side. Ogi Shadow kill. The 4-man stun. Gonna get locked down. Yumes is gone. Mega kill for Kosei. Cram loses immortality. Lord dropping low. Stormy has the flicker back all the way. And Cram gonna be finally picked up by Hazel. Skies trying to dive in, but it's a double kill. kill for Hazel, a shutdown on Innocent, unstoppable for Kosei, and they will catch Stormy as well. He's the only survivor standing for SRG OG. We are looking at history being made. AERO Esports, now the first team to threaten the Giants' throne. Aaron will fall, but so will Stormy. He'll only be able to prolong for a little bit longer. The first game taken from SRG OG in Season 15. Victory to AERO Esports!
Nicely done from AERO Esports. They finally found the initiation that they were looking for. They just needed to activate. I gotta give it to them. Hazel, a perfect pickup for their side, allowing that early game to go the way they wanted to. They made a couple of mistakes, and that's not on Hazel. That was on their EXP and as well as their support. Once they get the right mindset, that's when they turn on.
I did not see this coming. I was not prepared for this performance. My voice was not prepared for this performance. The first game taken from the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports in Season 15 by a team no one would have predicted. The addition of Hazel and Aaron into their ranks, bringing a brand new revolution to AERO Esports.
Honestly, not too surprised. Not too surprised that AERO took this game. Their composition was significantly better, easier to execute just in general, and honestly, with the way that SRG OG Esports was looking to try to set up for this Kimmy, again, if that early game did not go well, it's pretty much done for.
But it did go well. A lot of that thanks to Hazel himself. We knew this kid wanted to make an impact when he came to MPL Malaysia, and he did it in the best way possible.
Yep.
Wow.
Put the muzzle on the guy. Just like, nah, you don't get to play the game, sir. No, bark somewhere else, sir. Sit down. I've got this. This is my territory.
I can't believe it, honestly. Vamos failed. Monster Vicious failed. AERO Esports, they're middle of the board, but we wouldn't have expected this. And one player comes in and changes everything. I don't think any of us can deny the MVP of game number 1 is Hazel of AERO Esports.
That's what we call 100+ performance coming in. High grading Mr. Hazel. He's got the mechanics for sure. Great game sets. He's great at tracking his opponent's jungler. And I think that's a very good skill to have, especially since you know the big chunkers on the side are also the key players for SRG OG Esports. Not too surprised that once we saw that early, and especially how he was looking to, hey, Zequave, go into the enemy jungler, start leashing his next camp. I'm going to come in. I've got Retribution. We can give Litho Wanderer if necessary, but we fight for the space.
And they fought for the space every single time. SRG OG had to climb a mountain just to walk up a little bit further on the map, thanks to all the zone control that this draft offered to AERO Esports. When you combine that together with the aggression and just pure mechanical skill we are seeing from Hazel, and you can kind of see how the Giants were finally toppled.
Yep, again, just hit them in their weak spots. Hit them in a weak spot to have a composition that benefits your team. Zequave on this Badan, last week, I think that he was one of the better performing players of that side. Yes, Kusei made an initial mistake, but they were traded Bruno over the Bruno over into the Granger, which is totally okay at the end of the day because they both want to scale. Finally, coming in with a very couple last picks, Kim on his signature Eve, making it extremely difficult for SRG OG Esports to play the pick-off composition. Whoever they pick off, Kim can immediately follow up to set up a box of doom and then allow the rest of AERO Esports to guarantee, hey Kusei, here's your firing line, here is your gun range for all intents and purposes. Let's send in Hazel into the backline and Aaron just lay down the carpet. They've got all the ults working in synchronization.
They are literally setting up the target board for this Granger. Kosei definitely made some mistakes in positioning, but AERO Esports just made it look so simple with everything they brought through. Kosei even ended up going for the double BOD towards the end that we saw there as well. SRG OG literally banned out that Farsa as their last pick to try and deny artillery and range control from AERO Esports, and then Kim just pulls the Eve out and says, haha, now I have a box.
Exactly. But again, they had 2 artillery mages. They could have banned both of them, but they had other things in mind to get rid of. And that's why I think that right now, Kimmy, not exactly the best best way to set up unless you are looking to flex him down towards the bottom side of the map, which I was honestly hoping that Innocent was going to get his hands on, but I don't know. I got to give it to AERO Esports. Coach Bomb, he called it right. He made the hard read.
I think this was a great amalgamation of the new player coming in while still setting up a draft that the older players would be comfortable executing on. AERO Esports has always been good at holding these mid to late game positions. They like their falling. They love front to back. So a lot of this already sets up for that. Hazel sets up the initiation, looks for the flanks as well, and knows the timing that he can play around. And I really love Aaron's impact as well, just standing in the front, making sure that he is the first line of defense.
Yep. Again, it made Yums' job very, very difficult. It made Sakai's job very, very difficult. Cram, he generally doesn't care. He doesn't mind being in front. I would like him to actually take the vengeance in these types of scenarios. However, we did see the value of that flicker, making sure that if you're too close together, he will punish you.
He literally got a 4-man knockout with the flicker skill 2 around that Lord Pit. That's how SRG OG even got the counter attack in the first place. So I think Cram and Innocent were both still holding their positions, but there was definitely difficulty thanks to how much pressure Skies was being put through and how difficult it was for Humans to actually break through.
Yeah, I think this is it's a risky composition to play from SRG OG Esports, which is why I'm not too surprised that AERO played it and won this game at the end. But Hazel, I got to give it to him, right? He's really great at tracking his opponent's junglers. He likes coming in from side angles that you don't think about too very often, especially on off plays. So well done to him. As we look at the item graph, we can explain this a little bit more because that early game was beautiful coming in from Hazel, right? Again, 2 early items. He decided to go for the Malefic Roar first instead of straight away thinking, hey, I could maybe go for a Sky Piercer this time around. But he wants to make sure that if somebody is buying a Sky Piercer, there is one person who's looking for that cleanup, and that is Kusei. Anybody else, it's not as highly valued because it does start to fall off in the later stages, especially if we were talking about the mid game here, where we did see AERO try to kind of ramp up that pace after breaking mid tier 1.
Yeah, even though Sky Piercer probably has the best natural synergy with Hayabusa as a hero, Hazel's just avoiding diluting the Sky Piercer stacks because there already is a Granger there that wants to get those stacks as quickly as possible. Even when you look at the item draft and compare just how quickly the items were being purchased by AERO compared to SRG, you can see just how big of a deficit there was in the early stages, the biggest we have ever seen against this team.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is that they couldn't stop Innocent from farming up super fast, because if we're really starting to compare pace, by 12 minutes, holy cow, by 12 minutes, Innocent already had 4 items complete, and that's not even getting all the core items. This is purchasing situational items early to finally get that power spike in the Wind Talker coming in pre 14 minutes. So roughly around 13 minutes is when he got maximum amount of crit.
Yep. And the thing is, though, even with that maximum amount of crit, it's just very difficult to try and hold that front. You are playing kind of a pick-off comp versus a front to back. It's going to be very difficult to separate them if you don't have some way of creating more pressure on the map. And with Hazel just constantly being a question mark, SRG have to play safe.
I mean, Hazel was cutting off the trigger finger, right? Again, just look at the way that they play this out. I mean, they initially got the initially find these engages. Again, I think that Zqueef, one of the few better players on the side of AERO Esports, really has an eye for maximum value engagements. We've seen Cram try to kind of slow down that front line, but at the same time, this is where the fight gets messy. If either side start breaking down in terms of their battle lines, then the fight doesn't go too well for AERO Esports. Again, same can be applied to SRG OG. However, the hunting mechanics from Hazel is so very, very good. Just take away the trigger finger from SRG OG Esports to ruin our battle line, and this game becomes so much simpler.
That was so good from Hazel. You would never expect that. It was just such a great debut for this player in MPL Malaysia. And while SRG OG Esports were able to put up a strong fight and keep it even towards the mid to late game, which is where their power spike really starts locking in, AERO Esports looked composed. This is a team that did not falter in the face of our defending champions and really came in with a vendetta, something to prove. And now they are 1 game up.
Yep. I'm really hoping that Hazel was the one making the early game calls with Zqueef to initiate that lead. But I also think that SRG OG Esports weren't exactly playing the best in the world. We didn't see too many engages coming out from, not even failed engages, more so no engages until we saw the added power spikes from Stormy specifically, and as well as his boy in the jungle. So guys, without those items, there was no way for these pickoffs to actually work. So you got to make sure you've got the swag first before you initiate.
And you gotta also make sure that you have the timing correct. And I can think of one way of combining timing and swag together, and that is none other than the official Mobile Legends esports watch Fairy, made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. And it even comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue.
Check out the rest of their catalog at Fairy World. Follow them on TikTok if you can. Again, all the support means a lot to them. They are one of our close friends. They were with us during M6 as well. Oh boy. I think that generally where we've seen the big differences in their products has to be with some of the collaborations they've done. They've even, if I remember correctly, they've even done one with SRG
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
before they became SRG OG Esports.
Yeah, I believe they had like different accessories for specifically designed for every player in the SRG lineup as well. So that's really, really cool. Make sure you guys send them some love, show them some support. But that's not all that's going to be happening, because we want to remind all of you guys to tune in to the MLBB official live stream channel at 8 p.m. on May 17th and May 24th, because it'll be the MLBB X Naruto Ultimate Clan Showdown.
Top KOLs including XK Bajaha, Lithara, pro players like Sunfrost and Formaze and AJ, Yenete, and more will go head-to-head in an epic Naruto clan battle. So guys, if you checked out the event, 4 different clans that you could potentially join, only one of them going to be coming up on top. So watch the stream for a chance to win exclusive MLBB X Naruto limited edition figures, custom merch, in-game skin CDKs, and MLBB Diamond rewards. So mark your calendars, don't miss. And also, let us know, which clans did you join?
I like how you forgot to mention Sif as well.
And
like
Sif?
we literally promised him we would mention his name because they didn't put it in the script when he's right there in the center of the graphic, and you forgot.
I'm sorry. There was a
Like,
couple
how's he gonna feel?
I was thinking a lot, because I was staring at the script and I was just like, wait a minute, it's not collaborative skins, it's collaborative figures. What do they mean by figures? This is the first time even I've heard about that.
Yeah, same actually. Figures are really, really cool. We should ask something about that, because that would look pretty nice. But something else that looks pretty nice right now is AERO's 1-0 score. Let's ask Coach Bam what he thinks, because now that utility junglers are making a comeback, will we see Ube strats from AERO? And he said, whatever strats the players can play, I will bring 100%. I won't bring Ube if it's not compatible with my players, because I believe AERO has mechanically good players. We can pick assassins, utility, whatever meta is given to us, we can adapt.
All right. I mean, as expected from Coach Bam. Again, at least he's not giving a neutral answer. He's very, again, trustworthy, and more so leaning in towards the perspective of the players rather than, I say this, you must play.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's very, very necessary. Flexibility is important. And we already saw AERO Esports do this last season when they were still Red Esports as well, where when we had some other PH imports around, there was a switch up to Ube, and it worked really well for them towards the playoffs, allowed them to get a pretty nice finishing edge. Now that the player lineup is a little bit different though, we're seeing a shift again, right? Giving Hazel a comfort hero, setting up the rest of the team to go for a lineup that they prefer.
Now, we also asked Stormy thoughts on Kimmy. He said, I think Kimmy is a very versatile hero. She can run, poke, and burst. Her poke is stronger than any of the other heroes I use. I played over 800 games on Kimmy with an 82% win rate, and I've hit top 7 Kimmy in Malaysia twice before joining MPL MY.
Wow, that is quite a record right there.
I mean, that is also facts. I remember seeing a little fun fact previously when he first joined that he was a nasty Kimmy player.
I'm wondering who 1 to 6 are. Oh, like, where are they? Why aren't they here? Or maybe they are.
Hey, maybe they are, and we don't know, because these players have a huge hero pool. However, I will say that the composition did not work out for SRG OG Esports. Very, very risky in my eyes. I think they could have executed. They could have looked for a couple of counters, but they weren't 100% sure where it would come from. They were okay with the Hayabusa already going through. They didn't want to deal with Matilda. So again, in terms of the raw trades, I think being on that blue side could be a little tougher. But I suppose Coach in Arcadia's mind, he's thinking that Red Side has other priority bans that need to be axed before they get into the game.
I feel like it would have been better for Skies if he did end up locking in the Lucas instead of the Joy, because I think that's a better 1v1 matchup. But the reason they didn't go for it is because they were probably worried about the Valentina coming out later.
And yeah, then that's something else that they have to ban out during phase 2. No, I totally agree with you. I think that, again, it's like not exactly the greatest trades, but to start off with Kimmy that early on, I can see the idea, right? It's all about holding it as a potential flex pick. I would have liked to seen Innocent actually play it, but it gets a little tough once Granger hits level 4. Regardless, we now see Coach Arcadia. He's probably like not happy about game number 1 and is going to throw everything at the wall in game number 2.
And one thing to set up is that so far, SRG OG has not met a match here in MPL Malaysia Season 15. Every single game they played has been a cakewalk, even against teams that should have logically been better matchups, to the point where SRG were even getting sloppy. They were messing around. It almost felt like they weren't really taking the game seriously because they didn't need to. And maybe there's a chance they approach game 1 with that same sort of sentiment. Are they going to lock it in now?
I'm pretty sure that they want to win the series at the end of the day. I wouldn't be too surprised, but unless AERO is able to hard shut down SRG like they did with the Kimmy read in game number 1, it's going to be a little difficult, right? So it's really going to come down to the brains rather than the brawn, because the brawn have proven themselves. It's all about the brains now in the drafting phase.
Oh, there's the respect right there. Hayabusa going to be banned away, but once again, leaves a good amount open. Yeah, the Joy.
Leaves Joy, leaves Lucas, leaves Suyo. And right now, in terms of the raw matchups, Suyo will be the weakest amongst the two. Lucas generally better than both of them. Joy kind of in the middle of the pack. It looks like it's going to be an early Kalia pick. Again, no surprises here, right? But what is the trade back? We've seen teams have 2 answers to this, and usually it's a Zushin or a Gatot. I think that Coach Arcadia prefers the Gatot just a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like while Story plays Zushin perfectly fine, he prefers to be in a more aggressive position rather than a utility mage. So, if anything, I also agree. I feel like he'd prefer the Gatot, but there are questions that need to be asked, right? Do you go for the Suyo? Do you go for the Joy? If you lock in the Lucas, you need to pick Valentina alongside it. Wow.
They are adamant to making this
Really?
They're really adamant to making this comp work out. I think that's still fine because AERO at this point with the Kalia in hand, they're not too worried about the CC. Just in general, right? Cram plays a mean CC, don't get me wrong, but AERO could still flex it out by throwing in Badang amongst the mix.
That is true. The Badang worked pretty well previously, but it was also because it was paired up with the bulkiness of the Hylos in the front line. I feel like the Badang-Kalea combo hasn't quite been as successful so far this season. So not sure if AERO will want to go for that.
They also have to worry about maybe how exactly they're going to keep control over this mid lane, right? Kalia doesn't clear waves very quick, so they would rather the artillery early on. They also pair it up with the Harith down by the bot side of the map. Again, Harith, a much better laning phase in case Kimmy ends up in the gold lane. I think that's totally fine with me. Let's see how SRG OG plays this out. The final pick. Is there anything that they have to match them at this point unless they get pinched? Mid lane has pretty much been predetermined here. They could show their gold laner first.
If you really want to give Innocent a good matchup into the Harith, then you probably have to lock in like Moskov or something.
No,
right
they have to. Sorry, they have to definitely lock in the Gatot, right? Like.
But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you either go for the gold lane to get Innocent a good matchup, or you lock in the Gatot now because it's not gonna go into the later phase.
Oh, they go for Fove! They go for Fove instead. Huh. Okay, so Kalia goes for the pick. Barca pops the ult. Who cancels out or guarantees the disengage? Is there any other heroes that kind of fulfill that build? I mean, we might not even need to think about it. Let's see the second phases, right? Because in game 1, we saw the Gatot and Moscow ban coming out from SRG later down the line. Oh, wait, sorry. From AERO Esports later down the line. Coach Arcadia banned out the Farsan as well as the Wanwan. Now that the phase 2 has changed up, are there any other picks? Because Matilda wasn't thought of. They could go for Matilda and then get everybody else to take Purifies, I suppose.
Wow, the Ling ban. Really interesting. I think AERO either bans Moskov or Gatot again, or they can actually consider banning the Valentina, because SRG has no place to slot a Lucas in anymore.
You're right. Yeah, no Lucas spots. I don't know. I feel like Ling. All right, sure. I guess maybe, but I mean, Coach Bam already kind of ahead of the curve here, banning out the Moskov like relatively early on.
If you're gonna ban the Ling, I feel like you should ban the Lucas, just in case.
I think that might be necessary. I think that Suyo is gonna be the weaker amongst the two, and they've already got like Kimi on the side. Oh,
Making sure Cram has a good lane.
this is such a weird line of bans. I guess they're all right. I guess that indicates that they're okay with either. No, but then the Lucas would still be a problem. I guess Phoveus gets multiple charges off of it, and Joy could maybe escape. It's still some level degree of execution.
I don't like it.
I mean, Granger is already gone, so there's still a big question mark of like, is the Kimi going into the mid lane?
I think it's probably Beatrix, right? For Innocent, now that Moskov and Granger are gone. He could still go Bruno.
Beatrix Cho once again. I think that's okay, but I still think they need a secondary engager.
AERO is almost 100% gonna go Lucas.
Yeah, or just go Gatot. At the end of the day, Gatot would technically be like the safest amongst the picks.
Yeah, Gatot wasn't banned out. Just pick Gatot. Go for the safe Gatot pick. Or Hylos. I prefer Gatot, but Hylos works. Okay.
There we go. There we go. There we go. I mean, AERO again.
Lucas. Is Lucas,
I mean,
there's no risk of SRG last pick Valentina, I think.
I think it's still a possibility. I think they're just gonna be like, all right, Innocent, we got you could play carry, or you could play Kimi.
Kimi gold lane Valentina mid is still possible. Okay, AERO goes for Suyo instead. Kinda, I feel like Lucas is so strong here, but they'll go for Suyo, Hylos to finish off their draft.
I think, here's the thing, right? I think there's arguments that could be made for both Suyo or even Lucas. And I think that Lucas, unfortunately, might not do as well as I think he'll do, only because of the raw amount of heal of Phoveus as well as Gatot, right? Phoveus gets a lot of charges. However, if you build full damage, then you can maybe look to like one-shot Joy or maybe Kimi later down the line. However, the raw peel of, oh, I use my abilities. If I don't one-shot my target, I basically am dead, right? I could Bijou Beast Bomb. I could try to do as much damage as I can. Kimi, again, a lot of natural peel. Phoveus, natural peel. Gatot, natural peel. Joy, hard to catch. And now they're going to go with Bruno once again.
Interesting. I thought for sure it was going to be Beatrix. But I guess Innocent has been practicing Bruno?
I think they kind of fulfill the same roles. I think that there's not a lot of combo starters, maybe with just like the Kimi at least, but we saw how many traction beams didn't necessarily land on multiple targets, so
I don't know, I still feel like you shouldn't bring a football to a gunfight.
I guess he's comfortable with the matchup, I suppose.
I guess.
At the end of the day, as long as you can take Purify, that's fine. Your biggest issue is going to get picked up by Kalia. I think this is, again, very risky comp coming in from SRG OG's side. I think it really boils down to how they play the early game. No Hayabusa, so he's not as mobile, but Suyo, I would make an argument, maybe arguably even faster once he gets his first two items.
Yeah, comparatively, SRG has the same lineup as Game 1 with the switch up of Cho into Gatot. Let's see if this works out for them, because they are in a position they have not experienced this entire season. One game away from potentially losing their first ever series that AERO Esports wants to claim the title for.
Yep, and now let's see how they play it out as both junglers start off on their orange buff, mirrored sides of the map. So it looks like, let's keep an eye on how Hazel is going to position. Oh, okay, my God.
I'm gonna eat a lot of it. Still walking into Kim. You're playing with fire right now, so they're trying to get healing back from ZK. Forces out to revitalize.
No, does he miss out minion? He does. Winning scenario for SRG. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? That early game, it's really difficult to win out in this poking matchup against Stormy.
Compared to last time, the Kalea going to have a little less presence, and this time Skies will secure the Litho. So things are looking a little better for SRG comparatively.
Okay, all right. Crusade does win out on making sure that he secures the initial gold crab, getting some good trades against Innocent, but can only go on for so long.
Definitely, but SRG are totally fine with that. Again, this is a team that likes playing for the mid to late game instead. So if they can deny early game snowballing from AERO Esports, they'll feel pretty good, and they'll start it by getting an immediate stun into Tot on ZK. Yume secures first blood.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, sure. Probably should not have happened. Would have made sense as Zequip had the first position on towards that mid lane, but again, it's these small things that SRG OG Esports do to get under your skin that helps them get these small leads, which eventually turns into a snowball come mid to late game.
And we can immediately see that SRG OG are properly respecting their opponents after losing game 1. This is proper locked in, wanting to deny any early rotations.
Yeah, this is the same exact rotation. We saw Cram come down towards the towards that mid lane, making sure that everybody hits level 4 on time. Yums, however, does miss out on that top wave, but he still will eventually hit level 4.
Good zoning here. Zekim not level 4 yet. Looks like AERO will just choose to give this up. Cram actually goes back in. Does some damage to Aaron, but SRG with the first objective. Cram's still looking for it.
Yep, he's zoning out Aaron, right? Forcing that early recall. That's going to give him an EXP lead. Again, a lot of the mistakes that we saw from SRG OG was at the very beginning of the game. And now that Hazel can't be as quick, especially within his first 2 clears, that's when you can see that SRG OG has kind of adjusted to the pacing and the tempo.
That initial pickoff on Zekim was huge as well, because this Kalea is still not level 4. Traction pulls, pulls Zekim back into the Starlium Beam. Feathered Airstrike comes out. Yum's gonna eat all of it. Doesn't even have to use a Revitalize. As Zekim goes down again.
Yep, Zequip, he's got to be careful. He must respect it. Again, he must be very respectful of that space. He can't get in and out of these fights as much as he wants to. And just the natural synergy of Gatot and as well as Kimmy to make it... Oh!
Like Fang Beast comes out, Blade Surge does not connect. Glorious Halfway just basically ignored by SRG, as not much else will happen.
It was close. Hazel was very close to connecting with the Surge, but unfortunately just a little short here. Zequip, they'll do it. He's going to try, but at least he sees Yums in that mid lane coming up from that top rush before he lets it rip.
Very dangerous for any team playing against SRG OG to give them early advantage in terms of gold, because they're very good at slowly translating that into a game win. AERO still solid for now. Oh, they missed the stun. Feathered Airstrike just denied by Innocent.
Such fine movements coming out from Innocent, ever so slightly missing the stun there. That could have been huge, or forcing out at least a Purify from Innocent. But now the SRG OG have that tempo. They're making sure mid lane is always clear, then they start to rotate across the map. More importantly, now that Cram, he's not participating in the lane as often, more so wants to secure these neutral objectives, even at the cost of gold plating.
Oh, looks like they're gonna target that. Aaron gonna scout things out. Already seeing 2 members actually. Yums was not scouted, so he gets taunt in on Zekim. Jose coming jump in to join the fight. Glorious Halfway comes out to drag back Tsunami Slam, but the rest of the team is here. Jumps into the AERO Esports backline. Sky's melting 2, double kill for the Joy already. Aaron as well gonna be poked to death by Stormy, and Innocent not even letting up the pressure. SRG with a definitive win.
Definitive win, and more importantly, Cram and as well as Yums playing it very, very well. Yums knows Zequip is looking to Tsunami Slam him. However, they don't have enough damage guaranteed, so they need to wait for the Feathered Airstrike. As soon as we see the Feathered Airstrike, we see Tsunami Slam come out from Zequip, and then Cram flickering forward to deny as much follow-up as possible, allowing Skies to walk in from that mid lane for free.
I love that SRG OG was using ZQ's Tsunami Slam as their own initiation shot call. The moment Yums got picked up, it was, all right, go time, everyone into the back line. And AERO Esports just got all melted at once.
Yep, they did it so fast, so quick. Again, it's all about timings, it's all about tempo for SRG OG. And right now, AERO Esports needs a tempo breaker. However, with mid-tier 1 already fallen and Innocent now developing a lead for himself against Kusei, this is working out well in the favor of SRG OG Esports.
It's already a massive difference. 5 kills to 0 at the 6-minute mark. With a 4K lead means that SRG OG are firmly in the driver's seat. And I already pointed out that their scaling is pretty good.
It's very, very good, as a matter of fact. However, AERO Esports now kind of clumping up a little bit more. They're looking for any kinds of picks, and I think that SRG have kind of figured that out as well, right? Cram now as second roamer duty, making sure that they can protect the guys, knowing that Hazel previously was hunting down for him early on, but without much of a lead of his own and without 2 items secured just yet. It's going to be really difficult for Hazel to even consider these options.
Hazel's playing from behind this time. Aaron going to be scouted. Feathered Airstrike forces the anti-grab thrusters from Stormy. But SRG still keeping out the pressure. Oh man, Traction Pulse locks down Hazel. But here comes Glorious Pathway. Purify from Stormy. Make sure Aaron cannot stun him. And now SRG still continuing. ZK even gonna be walked away from.
Oh. Abilities landed, but no initiation. That could have been like an easy AOG coming out from Yums. They already forced out that flicker. They knew that Hazel technically can't get out of it. I mean, maybe they thought he could or still had a couple of abilities, which is why they hesitated. Regardless, they're still worried about Z-Creep. So again, if we see SRG OG look to fight, they're waiting on Z-Creep and that Tsunami Slam, especially with that Feathered Airstrike, which are the two abilities they're most afraid of. Everything else is on the table and is allowed to be traded for.
Maximum awareness on this Kalea specifically. SRG OG have actually been avoiding picking this hero a lot of the time. Probably precisely because of this reason. They know how to counterplay it, how predictable its approach can be if you don't have enough map control.
Now, topside already collapsing as well because AERO Esports was clumping up a little too hard. We're seeing that Innocent is now coming back into that real form, right? Oh boy.
Hazel gonna get taunted away. Does iframe out though. Very nicely played.
Okay. Stormy a little late on the follow-up. Could have let it launch sooner rather than later. However, the range probably wasn't there, which is why he had to charge it up for a little bit longer. Hazel, luckily, does not get punished for it. But at least we see the ideas coming in from SRG OG Esports. If somebody is able to connect their CC, there should be a fast follow-up coming in from Stormy's end halfway across the map.
It's a lot more difficult for AERO Esports. Oh, they found Kosei with the electrifying beats. He's in trouble. That's a 1v2. Aaron is here to try and save him with the Glorious Pathway. Zaman Force as well, but Cram is his natural enemy. AOG cuts off the Sky. Oh my goodness, where did he go? Killing free for Skies, and Aaron is just an extra bonus prize. Innocent gonna be wailed on in the mid lane, but they can't find it. Even ZK nearly dying to the bouncing football, and they will back it off.
Yeah, the worldie does not get...
Oh. Kim's just dead here.
Help!
He's not getting away. Gets smushed into a paste made of bird.
Oh man. Cram, just the Shield Hawks guy, just absolutely smashing that fortunate Mosquito this time. But SRG, this is the spot that they were looking for, right? Play a clean early game. The mid and as well as late should be a lot simpler, especially if they are on tempo. And with tempo on their side, we expect this to be like origami for SRG OG Esports. Just follow the next couple of steps and you should have your artwork already done.
Yeah, but this is the free lord, and Yums is even leashing the purple buff so that they can get a little bit extra. Sky is gonna steal it away from Hazel. They got their eye on him now.
Let's see how many inhibitors they're going to get off of this. If they only get one inhibitor, sure, that's not too bad considering that it's an 8k lead. Oh, wow, Innocent. Not having to buy situational items at all. Already finds the 3 cores. If he gets that 4th, he'll be at 100% crit rate, and that's when each one of those auto attacks are more reliable in terms of just raw damage.
Just look at the gold difference between every single player. Innocent is 1k ahead. Yums is 1.5k ahead. Stormy is notably ahead as well. Skies is so much more farmed than Hazel, considering how hard they've been pressuring him.
Can't do much about it, but we need to find Zeke a target. Unfortunately, finding Skies is hard because he doesn't reveal himself. Cram, not exactly the best person to try and pull, especially since his team isn't as farmed up. So there's no free target to Tsunami Slam.
Now we're 10 minutes into game 2. The kill score is already the complete opposite of game number 1. All the external towers are gonna fall now for AERO Esports. Even the top lane holy defense is gonna be eaten by the Lord. The Starly, oh my goodness, Innocent hurts a lot. Aaron losing half his HP. Conceal comes out. Feathered Airstrike and Glorious Pathway to zone away SRG OG. Dragon Pulse doesn't catch anyone, but deals with AERO Esports for now.
All right, there is an argument for a commit on the next Lord Empowered wave from SRG OG, right? All the big ultimates that they were worried about, the Glorious Pathway and as well as the Feather Airstrike is done. So all that's left is just Harrod and as well as the Tsunami Slam.
Oh, that's the Trial Strike. They find the joy. Tsunami Slam, but Skies does so much damage. Mega kill for Skies, and he just dashes out like nothing ever happened. Feathered Airstrike, Innocent just ignores it. Works on the tower instead. Traction Pulse again, zoning out AERO Esports. It is night and day from game number 1 as the first inhibitor falls.
They should guarantee this mid inhibitor. They've got the AOG to start zoning out targets.
Yum's already walking front, gets a taunt into the Starlium Beam. AOG doesn't manage to get back out though. He gets stunned under tower. Kim finds the shutdown. Zaman forced to chase down Innocent. He's a bit too far forward, but he gets the stun just in time. Somehow getting out alive. They'll trade Cram for it, but the big prize escapes.
Yeah. And this is why I was saying use the AOG to go in rather than to go out. I mean, most of the time, 90% of the time, some may say, it's actually better for the Gatot to actually use it as an escape mechanism. But look at the amount of micro CCs from the side of AERO Esports, right? They have so much disruption already. They have Blade Surge. They've already have Law and Order coming in from Eren. Kim naturally has an inbuilt stun. There are so many ways to disrupt it and have the raw damage to do so. Because again, Kim, this entire time has been looking to build up eventually towards some magic damage items. Yes, it's only the Blood Wings for now, but he's playing a more utility role than anything else.
Yeah, he's not really had the chance to build up magic penetration, so he's not able to do enough burst to threaten. And now Sky picks up the Lord instant turnaround, looking for Eren, forcing out Revitalize and Glorious Pathway.
Yep, it's all about tempo, and right now SRG OG Esports playing to their beat. They're having a really, really good time, and sure, regardless of the smaller mistakes that have been made, it doesn't really convert to anything for AERO Esports. It is a 9.8k lead, and if they win off of this, by the end of this game, it should be a 10k lead, and that is what we call the checkmate angle.
In fact, SRG OG are already looking at that checkmate angle. Lord is pushing up top, mid inhibitor is already gone. Sky is working on the bottom one. They got the two-man stun, pulled in with the traction pull. Stormy with the double kill. SRG OG looking for a Blaze Surge connect with 2, but he doesn't do enough damage. Hazel doesn't do anything. And Sky with the double streak chases down Harvey in the back line. Hazel not as lucky as well as SRG OG hit back as hard as they possibly can and tell them we are not going down without a fight. It is time for game number 3.
And this is why. I told you, man. That's why. They got to play on that red side instead of that blue. Really nicely done coming up from SRG, showing us why this comp actually works. However, mistakes in the draft coming in from AERO side. Gatot should have been banned in that second phase. They are not worried about that Bruno as much. And you can expect it even if you are banning 2 marksmen back to back. You have to trust that Gusei can win out in some of these other matchups.
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult to try and ban against Innocent. He's already shown that his pockets are vast. I thought for sure, like both of us thought for sure, Gatot Kacha was gonna get banned in that second phase. This hero has such a good record against Kalea. And AERO Esports just failed to see it, unfortunately. So the tiny adjustment that SRG made to their draft was just enough.
I mean, it's a 2-for-1 freebie, right? If you're tsunami slamming, you need somebody to burst them down. Who's gonna do it? It's gonna be the Farsa, and it's going to be, guess who? Oh, the Harith, both of which require ultimates that work within a zone. And those zones are roughly about the size of an AOG. He got a 2-for-1er there. It was so free for them. I don't know why they didn't ban it on that second phase, but hey, that's just me. That's just...
Yeah, it feels so overlooked, because yeah, Gatot doesn't just counter Kalea, it counters Harith,
yeah,
it counters Farsa.
Yep.
Like even Suyo will have a difficult time bursting this hero down. It feels like such an obvious hero to ban, and you had the perfect opportunity to do it. But since they didn't, they are going to be looking at a tough full series here.
A very tough full series. Let's look at the MVP in the backstage. Give it up for Yums, the ALG master, the front liner, where muscle meets iron.
Ooh, Yums likes playing on these frontliners. Gatot already sets him up for so much success with how well it counters the AERO Esports composition. A 92% kill participation showed that he could basically be anywhere he wanted on the map. There simply wasn't enough burst to ever threaten this man. And we combine it with heroes like Phoveus and then Akemi just constantly poking and prodding in the backline. AERO Esports could not do anything.
Exactly. See, this is why they wanted to have either these strong early game concussive blast style supports to work alongside the Kimi. Anything with early CC works with this Kimi very well because she does so much damage once she activates the Starlium.
You cannot afford to give Stormy mid lane prio in this sort of matchup, and unfortunately, right at the first second, AERO Esports already gave that up. So That was a bit difficult to recover from, especially with SRG upping the tempo. We have a 13-minute game here. The kill score being 13-2 shows how one-sided it was.
See, the thing about SRG OG Esports from last year coming into this year, one thing remains true, and that they are a tempo-based team. Yes, we've seen them being hyper-aggressive and gaining more on the conversions, but that really comes down to my gameplay is tempo-based, and I'm able to put in gas into the engine whenever necessary, right? They never want to play a super slow game. If they wanted to speed up, they always could, but they must follow the rules of the game style that they have chosen. If not, they are just missing key timings against AERO Esports. Again, mid lane control coming in for this composition is so very important, but at the same time, you can see that even neutral objectives, right? They're not looking to hard contest it against Hazel unless they are ahead. If not, they have first position.
And compared to game one, they don't have to be quite as aggro or to try and find space on the map, because it is going to come naturally to them as long as they can get that early prio. So SRG just sticks to the game plan that has always worked from them. Play it slow early, then really transition into a death ball that no one can deal with towards the mid to late. I do feel like the draft did SRG a lot of favors this time around. It's very difficult for anyone on AERO to really be able to set things up. The Kalea first pick has been dropping a lot in overall success rate the recent weeks.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to Gatot and as well as Zushin. Gatot being the major winner overall, especially in these types of fights, able to find these big counter engages to the Tsunami Slam, being a legitimate threat for anybody trying to capitalize on this pick. Let's look at the game stats, because this is what I'm most interested about, right? In terms of raw damage, Innocent still doing the most. He had a very steady game, but in close second is actually Stormy. So he was right. He does have a good amount of damage, especially if he's able to walk up for free to apply it.
I'm not surprised. Stormy has always had a tendency of getting the highest DPS on this team and in any other team that he has played on. Being able to consistently poke and even scale up to be a late game menace is exactly up his alley. And that's why this Kimmy gets prio picked in every single draft recently, right? When you combine as well with the fact that Skies and Cram almost did nearly as much damage as Kim and Kosei as well, SRG were dominating.
Yep, I think unfortunately in this game, what it boiled down to was Kim and as well as Zequeef making these mistakes. And to be fair, Hazel was in position to try and do something for that mid lane, to try and even up that score a little bit, but unfortunately Zequeef ended up dying before that even happened. You can see that Hazel, he was hiding on the top side River Brush, waiting to jump on in on the next wave.
Suyo is a really tough hero to play against this draft, honestly. I still think Lucas would have been better, but I think AERO Esports were a bit intimidated by the potential of Valentina, and they still didn't ban out the Gatot. So again, the draft really was an issue for them this game, and that allowed SRG to come out on top. And for Skies to get 947 GPM, wow.
That's how you know. That's how you know that Hazel was not going to make much of an impact. Because no matter what Hazel did, if he changed up his jungle pathing, that means that Sakai's is going to get a little bit more, right? If he shows up on bottom side, guess what? You didn't farm your top side, Sakai's is going to eat it all. So they were matching each other all throughout the matchup. Wherever Sakai's was, he's making sure that his pathway will always follow where Hazel is going to be. It's not, I'm hunting for you. It is more so, if you don't show up there, I'm going to take your farm for free, and thankfully Yums was able to relay the information that he gets off of that mid lane.
It definitely felt like there was a little bit of a vendetta going on after what they did to Skies in game number 1. This time Skies is saying, alright, how do you like it when the shoe is on the other foot instead? And the rest of the team was right behind him. This is a very supportive group of friends in destroying your enemies.
I mean, they were finding everything, right? I think it's sad for AERO, but what can you really do, right? Something to learn, especially when you're up against SRG OG Esports. I think at least for Cram, you had a much better time, right? Didn't have to sacrifice as much farm compared to the last time. Like, I think last time he was only a level down on Aaron, but by the end of the game, it was like an almost 2,000 gold lead from Aaron.
Sometimes small things can really make a big difference. And I think the experience of SRG OG shows that they are capable of adapting and figuring out exactly how their opponents tick so that they're able to come out on top. AERO Esports came out the door swinging with the biggest splash a team has made with a new addition in a very, very long time. But the experience won out. and SRG, as well as Coach Arcadia, were able to figure out how to switch up the draft to approach game number 2. Now the test is back on AERO's side. Can they do the same?
Yep, I think in terms of the raw bans, they should be obviously getting rid of power picks, but they need to start adjusting the bans to lead into, can we stop Yums, right? Rather than just Innocent. Because I think Yums, being the proprietor and more importantly, the face and frontline of SRG OG Esports, it's important to make sure that their initiation tools are on the weaker side, and forcing them to play things like Matilda might just be the way to go.
Could be interesting, right? To see a little bit of Matilda. It's always nice to have that support around, just like Head and Shoulders supports you in staying clean, as well as dandruff-free. Our official shampoo partner, Head and Shoulders, provides up to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection, and it is dermatologically tested to go 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch.
Look, itch is all due to dandruff. Any visible flakes with regular use, all right, it's not going to be there. And that's why it goes 5 layers deep. This Head and Shoulders is dermatology.
We get it.
Dermatologically.
Okay.
Dermatologically tested. I could not get the logically in there. I don't know why.
Logically, you should have been able to.
Logically, I should have been able to. But regardless, thank you, Head and Shoulders, for being our official shampoo partner. But coming back into this game, if we're going to start thinking 5 levels deep in terms of the draft, I sure hope we don't see these types of mistakes being made in the second half. Because I'm not going to lie, I think that AERO had a great first half. That second half is where I was like, no, why? Why?
That is the thing, unfortunately, about this team in particular as well, right? AERO Esports does have that tendency to, when they're playing in a even or even on the back foot situation towards the later stages, plays very defensively, kind of waiting for an opportunity to present itself instead of taking the initiative to make things happen. In this game, it's hard to blame them because the draft didn't really let them make things happen, but it is a trend that has happened before and something they need to break out of.
Yeah, I think in terms of mentality, in terms of AERO Esports, this isn't going to break them per se. Definitely something to think about to kind of take the initiative. The question is, how are they going to take the initiative, right? Because a lot of times when Z-Creep is activated and looking for proactive plays, he can find it and he profits big time, usually without follow-up based on what we've seen. But when it works out well. That's why, you guys, if you're looking for some MPL MY Season 15 exclusive merchandise, it is now on sale. Scan the QR code and check out the TikTok shop. Don't forget, more designs available at the MPL MY Arena merchandise booth that we have right up front. So come on down to Stadium Juara to check it all out.
Once again, we have the best Marshall models as well, showing you just how good these shirts look. The designs are excellent. So make sure you guys pick up yours right now. I'm certainly going to be having a look at those for myself later.
Well, come back into this game. Let's see whether or not the drafts are going to get adjusted here. I want to see whether Coach Arcadia is like, one more time.
One more time.
One more time. We're gonna set up. Run back. We're gonna set up this Kimmy. If you don't pick it up, we will lock it in. And I think that's something that AERO can punish. Dear God, please punish this.
I don't even think it's a question, actually. I 100% expect them to go Kimmy.
I'm sure they will. I agree Kimmy is strong, but I don't think it's impossible to beat.
Oh, it's gone.
80%.
100%.
It hurts.
It's gone.
It hurts. They only played blue side 5 times.
This is the pain you feel when you're spamming that one hero to grind win rate. and then you lose that one time.
No! Yeah, it's pretty significant. Stats ruined, but it looks like we're starting to begin the draft just a little bit here. Oh boy, how do they adjust? The chip has to go. Chip is too good. Chip is too good. The Loi, I think, is kind of up in the air. The Matilda, I'm like, give or take.
Yeah, Matilda, I think, works with certain compositions, but isn't quite as universal as a lot of people think now.
I agree with that. I think in terms of like you're dealing with a pickoff composition, yeah, sure, Matilda is kind of great to have.
How about the Florin?
The Florin, I think, is kind of bad.
Kind of bad?
Here's why. Because in both games, it's centered around mid lane control. She provides nothing to you. She's like, oh, you want to clear the wave? Nah.
I also played against my viewers recently, and they put up Florin Lucas.
Yeah.
Got bodied. And I'm like, oh, this is so unfair.
Florin is like an early game jungle or gold lane tunneler, right? You just funneler. You just here's the item, have a good time. It's just, here you go. It will get better over time, but until then, let's just chill out.
Here's your pocket money. Go play with the other kids while mom goes shopping.
I'm investing in you. Make that money back for me.
Very different impression.
Very, very different impression. However, coming into game number 2, interestingly enough, we are seeing the same couple of bans. The Zushin ban, the Kalia ban from Coach Bam. I want to see whether we do see the Fanny ban alongside of it. But first, let's look at Coach Arcadia, right? Because it's Matilda ban, Harith ban. Do we get a chip ban? Do we get a chip ban?
I think we should still get a chip ban.
I mean, I sure hope that we do, but at the same time, considering that we have Kimmy on the other opposite side, does chip work well for them?
Your team is
Blue side Fanny ban. Oh, okay. You know what? This makes sense because SRG is not going to first pick Fanny.
They aren't. Coach Bam will ban out the chip, which means
Kimmy
and Kimmy are in play.
That'll be Kimmy. Or will they pick Haya? Actually, like,
lock in the Hayabusa, baby.
Hazel's Haya was pretty scary.
They're like, I don't want to deal with that nonsense. Lock in that Hayabusa. We'll get the Kimmy down the road. I don't think Kim plays Kimmy right now.
Even though his name is Kim. That's kind of a missed. Okay, here we go. Like, we knew there was a good chance. SRG is now challenging. We know for sure the Hayabusa is gonna come out, right?
Yep. Are there any threats that we need to worry about? Ranger.
They started with Haya Hylos in game 1.
Haya Hylos. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that starter, but are there better starters? I guess, yeah. Haya plus flex pick is always good. That would be the safest bet. I'm trying to think if there are any other holes in the previous draft.
The Eve actually played a pretty important role in game 1.
Eve is okay.
And they went Barca pretty early in game 2.
Barca can fill the same role though. They're gonna go with the same opening.
Okay.
Hayabusa, Hylos. Alright. That's totally cool. I'm fine with that. Let's see if we're going to see something different for SRG, or they're just going to be like, let's run it back one more time. This time we're going to play our comp the way it should be played, and we should be fine.
Yeah, hopefully it should be fine. Because now that we've gone all the way, now that we are in game 3, we ideally don't want to see something too... Okay, alright. Wow. SRG is literally embodying, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I'm down for it. Question is, AERO, do they want to change anything? I think the most that they could change is like provide CC to deal with the phobias, but she's not that great at dealing with anybody else from the game 1 draft.
Yeah,
I think the most you can do is like kind of lock up the Joy with somebody who's less mobile, like Kimmy or maybe even Bruno in those cases, so that she can't dash far, but that's like the only reaction.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. For now, the teams are just repeating history. The Hylos Badang was very good at locking Skies down in game 1, so AERO are just gonna fall back to it. But if anything's gonna change, it's gonna start changing from now. Especially for SRG, they need a little bit more early presence to make sure that Skies is allowed to play the game.
That Skies at least gets to play. The Moskov, the follow-up ban. Do they want to get rid of... No. They can pick Ranger for themselves. They can also get rid of Harith afterwards if they're really trying to double down on making sure that Innocent doesn't have much to play, but it's not that big of a deal. Force him back on the Bruno. 4 items and he'll be a monster regardless. It's more punishable. The Wan, okay.
Still the same bans.
Still the exact same bans. No surprises?
Okay. That's good. That's good. I think that's very necessary.
Alright. Put Yums on something more volatile. Put it back on that show to get rid of the Eve.
Okay, there we go.
Alright. They go...
The Farsa can still come out, but already lost level 1 to Stormy previously. They can adjust. It's still a safe enough pick, but looks like they'll start with Granger.
Yeah, no doubt about it in my mind. Locking that Granger, that's totally alright. Because again, we know that Kimmy's going into the mid lane, so nothing for AERO to really contest here. I'm thinking if there are any other mid lanes that might cause a couple of problems. Loyi is alright, but sucks against that Joy. Joy blows her up so very fast. I guess you can kind of like slow down the phobias, but you're never really going to see SRG come in as a full 5 in a clump.
Yeah, that is true. Also, it looks like Cram has officially crossed his 500 total assists milestone since his MPL MY debut back in Season 13. Such a big milestone, we had to add an extra S in there.
Yeah, but big shout-outs to Ikram Mark here. Again, Ikram, just a nickname that MPL MY decided to give to the fans who love him. His real name is Mark.
Whoa!
Clint, I love it.
Clint!
So smart.
Yo!
So smart. Well done. Well done.
Wow! Okay, I love Clint.
Yeah.
Clint's so fun to watch.
He is fun to watch. I'm surprised they wanted to go for Hilda here in this particular matchup, especially when you're up against like the Badangs, the high losses, but mainly it's to get in front of the face of Hayabusa and Granger, not only to block shots, but to force Hayabusa to look for sneakier angles and not get punished even if he goes for Ogi Shadow Kill on you solo.
It also guarantees that whatever mid laner comes out here, Storm, the mid lane duo on SRG, will be able to clear wave pretty quickly and already start going around rotating. Does mean giving up a little bit of late game presence though.
Actually, I don't think so.
Don't think so?
I don't think so because in the early game, Hilda clears waves pretty quick with the Concussive Blast. We expect it to happen towards the mid game. Now, Loyi gets locked in here. Now, this is going to be a really difficult game for Kim. I'm not going to lie, right? Joy blows you up, Hilda can get in your face, and now you technically get a 2-for-1 in terms of a body that can block these types of shots. The only issue is that, unfortunately for Clint, it's very difficult for him to walk up to get space.
Yeah, Clint is actually incredibly immobile. So if Kim is able to avoid everything and just diversion behind Innocent, there's not really much he can do about it.
More so, Husei needs to somehow survive this lane. He's utilizing the Granger. Granger can't get free poke compared to the Clint, and Clint in the earlier stages will dumpster him unless he is absorbing more shots than he probably can take. I think that AERO now have multiple questions to answer in not only the mid lane, but also the gold. I'm expecting rotations towards early gold, but at the same time, we can't just have Zequeef hover around the mid lane anymore.
Absolutely. But I think the biggest question of them all, can AERO Esports finally take down the Giants? Or will their streak continue with just a small stain on their record? It is officially Game 3 in our first match of Minggu Diraja here. King-making week at MPL MY already kicking off with a bang.
God, Kim, you gotta stop getting out like this. Now, this is what I was talking about, right? That early level, the early levels just kind of rough as Stormy zones out Kim and slows down this lane even more. And with Kim kind of out of that picture, Litho Wanderer becomes the next question. Oh, fast clears. And even Sakai's, even without Retribution, it's like, you've got lane control, I can take this Litho for free.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, we talked about the import... Ouch. Well, there's the early game Clint right there. Kosei not gonna have a good time, but this immediately gives SRG Prio.
Wow! He didn't see Kusei walk out of the brush, and now...
He thought he was in there!
He thought he was in there. It's like, I'm a one-shot, watch this.
That's very embarrassing.
Oh, that's funny.
He must be thinking, I hope the camera wasn't on me there.
No, he's like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to have Flicker. I know for a fact that Hazel wants to take the very first turtle of the game, so we're just praying that the turtle doesn't spawn on the bottom side.
Yeah, it shouldn't, logically speaking.
It shouldn't.
But SRG have really good lane prio over the entire map, basically. I don't think they're really losing out in any particular lane, and that's allowed them to take control of neutral objectives quite easily.
Yeah, but for now, Yums as well as Zequeef. Again, Yums, he can take the damage. He literally does not care, right? All about mid lane control. And now calling in the EXP laner to find it. It's exactly what they want.
Also have to note, Yums does not have Revitalize actually. This is a Flicker Hilda, so he's going for a very greedy, aggressive position. He's already walking up for his pathway to zone out the rest. A nice fist crack, locks down Skies. So Hazel secures the turtle. Him finding first blood before ZK falls. It's a 1-for-1 trade, much more worth it for AERO right now. But SRG looking for more Cram. Gonna secure the double kill on the high lows, but Kim is right there once again, trading Yums for it.
Beautiful trades, beautiful trades. And now Innocent going to be taking some damage back against Kusei as soon as he hits that level 4. This amount of harassment is kind of illegal. Now, as they go back and forth here, again, it works out in AERO's favor just a little bit more. They secured the turtle on top of finding 2 trades back against 2 key targets, one of them being Sakai's. This allows Hazel to not only farm a little bit faster, but with the help of the EXP that he obtained from that turtle, start to make more aggressive plays.
Looks like he will actually still get that litho, even with Yumes and Stormy on top of it. OZK looking for the ambush, finds the fist crack combo! Picks up a kill on Innocent.
Very nicely done, very nicely done. As expected, Zquave cannot just sit around the mid lane for too long. I mean, he needs to start making plays around the map. He needs to force Yumes out of that position, allowing him to kind of work on his own and getting these free rotates for Kusei, or in this case, even Aaron, right? So it's not about just how do we control the mid lane. We're going to get the side lanes involved to start making their way and force the push out onto mid.
I think that's very smart coming in here from AERO Esports. And Stormy now in danger. Beautiful disjoint. Traction Pulse gonna be dodged though. Hazel still looking for it, but no more quad shadow. Stormy will survive. Now Sky's trying to go in 1v3. Uses there. Sky just barely gets out somehow. No Hazel? He's looking for it. Cooldown not up yet.
Can't do much about that. Kusei gonna double wave once again. Clears up that mid, goes back down. I mean, Kim tried, right? He tried to take out Sakai. He even flickered for it to try and guarantee that kill. Just doesn't have enough damage just yet.
Not quite yet, but already 2 kills, so looking pretty solid for this Lo Yi. Very good at dealing with team fight situations, which SRG does group up pretty hard.
I mean, I'm surprised that SRG groups up this hard, right? Technically, they shouldn't be in the first place. They kind of want like a string more than like a block.
Yumes is eating it, has to flicker away. Oh, but Glorious Pathway locked him in with the fist crack against the wall. Cram cannot save him. And that means their one-man down diversion comes in. They're sending Kosei down to the bot lane as well to catch the wave, make sure Innocent doesn't get more free gold while securing the turtle.
Yep, this is pretty free. Kusei is now coming into dangerous territory in terms of how strong he's actually scaling up into this matchup. More so,
This crack gonna be committed here on Cram. Flicker in, he gets the knockup though. Infernal Pursuit into the backline. Revitalize comes out on Aaron. Cram gonna be taken out. Killing spree for Kim. Traction Pulse pulls in 3, but Yume's not gonna survive either. Stormy only finds Aaron in exchange as Hazel wins the 1v1 against guys in the top lane. Innocent is deep here in the tri-brush. Almost picks off Kosei, but the fist crack locks him in. Stormy comes in though to back up the flank. They'll pick up the AERO goal laner.
no faith. No faith at all. He did not. I don't think I'm not sure. We have to see an instant replay of that because, again, Kusei did use one of his Death Sonatas in the opposite direction, noticing that Stormy was actually creeping onto his side. The question was whether he had enough items and more so enough damage to actually try to make something happen against Innocent.
Look at how much damage Aaron is taking. Traction Pulse locks him in under the tower. That is a tier 1 and Aaron gone.
Yep. Force can only take so much damage. Life's unfair, but let's look at the gold difference here. Honestly, it was not much of a difference. After that power take, Innocent now has a 200 gold lead over Kusei, which is still considerably small. Nothing to stop at just yet. Finally, we do see Sky Piercer purchase coming in from Kusei. Hazel, he backs up for quad shadow. He's not taking that.
Yeah, he's just scouting. He knows that there's too many people there. Traction Pulse pulls him back. Has to flicker away to make sure Stormy doesn't catch him out. Death Sonata as well, just adding on to that.
This is starting to get a little hard here as SRG are now looking for their second item power spike. AERO Esports probably looking to do the same because, again, SRG with this Hilda pickup and as well as Cram kind of leaving the lane extremely early on. They're making sure that they can clear these bushes up as quick as possible and then look at a
diversion. Very deep. They do scout out Skies, so they're not going to commit fully to it. Yume's already in a 1v1 with Aaron. Traction Pulse does some good damage to Hazel as well. Glorious Pathway used super early. That's a lot of resources gone.
Probably not necessary.
This break knocks back Yume. Skies is on top of the turtle. SRG OG have complete control over the turtle pit. Zkeep eating a lot of poke. Hazel gonna be found by Yumes as well. Yumes will eventually fall, but he's done his job. Hazel cannot approach with the contest, but 2-man fist crack, flicker in. Zkeep gets a nice setup. They just don't have enough burst though. So Stormy and Cram just walk away.
Yep. Not enough burst. Hazel already used the quad shadow. Husei, unfortunately, is only at 2 items. Oh!
Ooh, they find one! The lockdown! Shuts down from Stormy on Kim.
Yep, Stormy is now coming into his own, right? Getting plenty of plays, and more importantly so, big setups. And this is the problem, right? When I was talking about Loyi previously. There is interaction with Hazel on this Hayabusa. You send the shadow, you quad shadow, you TP, you go clear up a lane, and then quickly take one of the shadows back. Those are the macro plays that you can expect coming up between Kim as well as Hazel. But other than that, it really boils down to SRG's positioning. Oh,
ZK actually misses the fist break and fist crack, and now Sky is going in for the poke. Aaron down to 40%. SRG not gonna push the issue. They're gonna transition over the top lane, maybe to do some tower damage, maybe to find Hazel. They won't be able to find either though.
Again, won't be able to get much of a conversion here. No steals as well. It's a very tight rope that AERO Esports has to play right now. No early game, not enough of an early game lead to hold on. But SRG OG Esports now awakened, right? In the awakened state. Trying to make sure that they minimize as many mistakes as possible and really utilizing this Kimmy to kind of open up the map of free information alongside Yums, because Cram isn't exactly in the position where he can tank all 5 members of AERO Esports if he happens to open up a bush.
We can see the value that SRG OG and Stormy puts on this hero pick. It can scout the bush, offers CC and utility, consistent poke from the early game, and even scales up to do damage. Oh, diversion! The entire team getting sent down. They find Yums first. He survives for a while, but Skypiercer will pick him off, and now Innocent is left all by himself. Double kill for Kosei.
Action beam pulls, but again, won't follow up on this. This is why it's dangerous, right? It's dangerous to go by yourself.
Uh-oh, Cram, you're very deep, sir. Flicker out. Sky is also wisely choosing not to commit to that.
There's just so much reason to not separate and try to go for these side lane pushes. Whenever we saw Skies, he's already died once to Hazel because he was looking for a side lane push.
They're looking for it. Cram is just bursted. He explodes.
Oh, wait, no!
Direction both finds the backline. Now Yums is diving straight into the back. Kim gonna be dropped low, but the Yuki Shadow kill comes out, forces Skies away. Hazel secures the turtle. Kosei gets the double kill. Stormy will find Aaron in return. Diversion comes out. Kim can teleport back after shutting down Stormy. He stands his ground.
He thought that it was going to be the Skypiercer that takes him out. But Kim, 100% confidence. 4-1-7 now. Makes a beautiful fadeaway. Gets out of there just in time.
Wow, I have been waiting for Kim to find his mojo again, and man is looking good. AERO Esports finally creating some space for themselves on the map with that Lord. Nearly a 3K goal lead, 10 minutes in.
Yep, the micro disruptions are beautiful so far. Zequeefin as well as Kim feeling themselves. Hazel is in a good spot as well. Now it's time for the conversion, right? They want to be able to take out as many turrets as possible, but ideally, if Sakai's happens to... Oh,
ooh, Stormy's too far forward. Loses almost all his HP at once. Tier 2 tower will actually fall there, engaging on Aaron. Revitalize comes out, keeping him alive for a while, but 2-man knockout. Cram secures it. Infernal Pursuit off the ZK. The diversion is used to escape. Cram picks up the double kill.
Why? Why was it used to escape? Hazel was already on his way to look for this initial pick. They could have actually taken this fight if they wanted to. More so, they already spotted out the positions of both Innocent on top of Stormy's side, so they only had to deal with Cram and as well as Sakai's, and they could have dealt with them pretty quick.
Looks like AERO Esports just made an executive decision that we don't want to risk it here. If Kim or Kosei go down, they'll be really rough, and it's a bit too much of a 50-50 for them to risk.
I think that Kosei going down is bad. Kim dying, not that big of a deal. Overall, not that big of a deal, but here they go.
Well, they're gonna commit to it. 5-man diversion, Innocent, the first one they found, and he explodes! A beautiful play by Kim, finding the best target they could have asked for.
Really good target prioritization, and more so because Hazel was on the bottom side. He knew that that buff was going to spawn. Great call from AERO Esports as they're looking for now at least one inhibitor.
Hazel gonna jump in with Oak the Shadow Kill, gets stunned in place. He's gonna need to back it out, but he will survive there. Very important for AERO Esports to keep their jungler alive.
You can't let frustration get the better of them. SRG, they may have all missing outer turrets, but at the very least, they still have their inhibitors. can still pull this back against AERO Esports. This next Lord is going to determine everything. Right now, Husei at 558 stacks. That is a sizable amount of stacks, 12 minutes in the game. He's got plenty of energy, can go for 3 rounds. 3 full rounds. Goodness gracious me.
Kosei is starting to become pretty huge here, and unfortunately, Innocent on his Clint pickup wasn't able to create enough of a lead in the early game. Now is just really, really vulnerable, especially with diversion.
Yeah, they cannot get behind them. They have to open up the map.
Traction Pulse, gonna find Zkip in the bush. Not really what you're looking for. Conceal comes out, SRG is trying to force it. Hazel looking for Stormy. Oh, he shadow kill, denied with the Wind of Nature. Meanwhile, in the front line, Cram buying a lot of space. Kosei picks up the monster kill though. Hazel gonna jump back. Does get crushed by Cram for the killing spree, but it is still 4v4. AERO Esports chasing them now. Cram doing so much work right now. Is Yume still forming the front line. Kosei gonna be jumped on. He gets the flicker out, but Cram is still chasing him down. Godlike for Kosei, but Cram will eventually shut him down. That's a mega kill for the Phobius, but Innocent and Stormy are still chasing them down. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but SRG come out on top.
Finally, the mistake being forced out of Kusei's hand, and Cram did not miss the opportunity to jump right onto him. Kusei has to be careful to not give Cram an extra mark. If he goes down, this whole composition starts to crumble.
Kim's gonna try and steal it. There's no jungler here yet. Diversion coming in. They're gonna send Hazel into the Lord Pit. Who's gonna get it? Hazel!
Oh!
Hazel steals the Lord and kills off Skies at the same time! But Innocent is given the double kill in return!
Oh my goodness. Kim lands the stun onto Skies just before, especially in a retry contest that mattered so much. Hazel wins in out, and AERO Esports just bought themselves an extra 4 minutes to this game.
This game is insane, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are on your edge of your seats, because we never could have seen how close this would end up being. AERO Esports trying to defend the Lord. They painstakingly stole, but SRG has enough damage by now. The goal difference is basically 0. It is anyone's game.
It's very, very tight here. Again, this Loyi, as much as it doesn't provide too much damage overall in the grand scheme of things, the macro aspect is so much more important. At least it has disruption. I may not be killing all my targets, but that's totally fine as long as it buys space for the real damage dealers.
Oh man, looking at damage dealt ranking, Stormy, Kosei, and Innocent all at the very top. But that does mean SRG OG has a little bit more access to overall DPS consistency compared to AERO. That's why it's so important for Hazel to somehow burst one of them down before the fight even starts.
I mean, they did get the Wind of Nature out of Stormy, right? Now, it's going to be a little tough because at this point, even Cram has made sure to purchase a Winter Crown for himself in case he is caught out, which means that he's going to be more aggressive when it comes down to just face-checking bushes. Other than that, when we look at the full builds as well, Husei, full build, he's not going for any defensive items. The most is going to be the Rose Gold, but even then, doesn't really matter. As long as he doesn't get touched by Cram, he should be fine.
Yeah, definitely. That's a tall order right now. Honestly speaking, AERO Esports are playing out of their minds. Mistakes, yes, but the fact that they're pushing SRG into a corner like this is something no one could have expected going into this series. I really don't know how this is going to end.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. It's a very, I would say it's a pretty experimental comp coming in from SRG OG side, but rather now in the regular season than the playoffs itself. It is interesting to see how Stormy is going to be like the center of this entire composition. However, I feel that unfortunately without the added bit of mobility, it's very hard to follow up on, especially since Innocent is going to be the main anchor.
And he is so vulnerable, all things considered. Now that we've reached this stage of the game as well, Yume's overall utility is gonna really drop off a cliff, and his score was already not looking pretty good on this Hilda. He can only really be a large body to try and defend his backline, but AERO Esports has a lot of ways of just bypassing that body.
Yeah. It's really, really tough. Especially when you're trying to scout out where Hayabusa is, but also have to worry about the projectiles and skill shots being thrown out by Kim and Kusei. Both of the Ks, making sure that is... Oh?
Eren commits the Glorious Pathway. They're gonna try and go on Cram. Meanwhile, Skies comes into the Lord Pit. He's gonna look for Hazel, but he's stuck inside the pit. Gets pulled in though. Oh, that's gonna be an initiation from SRG OG. Doesn't quite work out. Hazel secures the Lord. Now in the backline, SRG OG is diving them. Hazel gonna be picked up by Cram. He'll survive with immortality. Kosei gonna snipe Stormy in return. But Cram is popping off, man, with the double kill.
I don't understand. Why was that the engagement? Why was that the engagement angle? Why was Tri-Brush the problem here? They only have 2 angles. You already had a very good position over the Lord. All you needed to do is make sure that Tri-Brush is safe, and if you see Cram, not the biggest of deals, just don't let him go around, but ensure that they can't go through the main pathway.
Yoon's gonna be stuck inside the wall. Oh my goodness, Innocent nearly picks off Kosei in exchange, but they will still lose Yoon. Sky's looking for it, a beautiful flicker, but the electrifying beast will still chase him down. No more gold laner for AERO Esports, no more roam as Innocent picks up the killing spree.
Yeah, but they still won't be able to take off an inhibitor, right? They still need to get rid of the Lord-empowered minions coming from every single angle, and Hazel is still alive and still at large, something that SRG OG cannot afford. It's safer to take the recall and go for a full reset.
This has to be an exhausting series at this point. It has actually been back and forth over and over again. AERO Esports have made some mistakes though. We can see that inexperience really starting to kick in. Like you mentioned, Gideon, the approach of the angle in the Lord fight was not really good. Too many resources were spent too early. And Kosei getting caught out there is even worse for them because the longer this Granger remains, the more dangerous he is with those Sky Piercer stacks.
I think that Zqueep as well as Aaron have to make sure that they work in tandem with each other, right? If one person is covering one angle, Zqueep has to be in the secondary angle. As much as Aaron is making first contact, Zqueep is going to be the main initiator, right? But he can still peel. I think they have to remember that Zqueep isn't completely helpless in these types of fights. He has the items technically to deal with specifically just the guys, but when Innocent starts walking up, that's when AERO Esports must also show the borders to make sure that Slango Red Giants respect that space, and then they will back off from Zqueef.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at the items as well, there actually isn't an antique cuirass yet on the side of AERO. Only Aaron has completed that Dreadnought, so that also contributes to Innocent doing a lot of damage overall, since so far the itemization has been focused around Skies and Stormy.
Yeah, he's just cutting through them, cutting through these tanks like butter right now. And any armor that they purchased, the more armor they have, the better it is, technically, especially with the Malefic Gun. So Antique Cuirass probably the only way to minimize damage other than the Twilight armor. But even then, I would say that you're probably getting more value out of the Antique for now.
Yeah, both teams, though, showing a lot of respect. Even SRG OG are playing it safe, kind of positioning themselves around the top side to make sure no diversion comes out to randomly catch Innocent. But that means AERO Esports are the first ones on the Lord.
And that's totally fine, right? We've seen how many times that AERO Esports have kind of messed up these initial engages. Now, we see that Aaron wanting to make that initial first contact at Zqueef, he's got Flicker ready, right? So this is where the push and pull starts to begin.
Doom's gonna see Hazel on the Lord as well. Hasn't quite scouted the rest of AERO, but you can probably make an educated guess of where they're going to be. Kosei also gonna show himself now.
Get the initial mid push. All right, yep. Send the quad shadows down, clear that top wave, force SRG to OG to move back, take the shadow back. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted to see.
SRG right now in control of the Lord, but Hazel has already returned to rejoin the fight as well. SRG OG not willing to risk it. The Lord's gonna get reset slightly. Yums will finally start trying to scout the bush. Conceal comes out. Hazel jumps in. Stormy melted. Wind of Nature popped instantly, but Innocent has found the mega kill on Kosei. 1 core 4-1. Right now, SRG OG gonna be chasing down the rest of AERO Esports. Kim dropping real low. Diversion gonna be used defensively to send Kim back to the base. Hazel still around the Lord, and SRG have scouted him out. But the retry has been used to try and slow down Skies, and there's no way to avoid it. Skies even using the minions to get the beat in. Hazel down for the count. SRG OG should get a free Lord right here.
Beautifully done by SRG OG. They were willing to trade in this arms race against AERO Esports. We thought these nukes were going to get launched and mutually ensured destruction was soon to follow, but no. Stormy takes the hit for the team, uses everything to buy time, and once Hazel had nothing left, it allows Skies to catch back up just as quick. Keep in mind, with Temporal Rain, so guys' electrifying beats will come up significantly faster than the Yogi Shadow kill.
And there's a lot of faith coming in here from SRG OG that Stormy can throw his body to buy time, because the instant dive meant that Kosei could no longer do poke damage. He was picked off instantly by Innocent in that last fight, and that's how SRG OG came out on top.
Yep. Again, they have to respect Innocent, right? He is a strong anchor, but his power comes through his lethality, how dangerous he is, the amount of damage he's able to provide sitting in that one spot, and it needs to be disrupted. One of the few ways that they're going to have to do that is with that glorious pathway, and even afterwards, right? Kosei needs to be in an off angle to apply damage.
Another conceal from Ewan's, baits out the glorious pathway, traction pulls him in. ZK in the back, two-man fist break and the fist crack. Here comes Hazel with the Yogi Shadow kill. It's a shutdown on top of Innocent. Kosei still alive. Sky's not able to jump on top of him. AERO Esports have cut off SRG OG. Double kill for Hazel. Winter Crown comes out. He's still alive. He dances away. AERO Esports keeps themselves in the game.
Telling you, Zequee, he's that guy. You're looking for those big shots. You're looking for those big engages. He's got you covered. He doesn't miss very often, and he's one of the better players, one of the better initiators we've seen here in the league. Well done, as AERO is able to punch out the ankles and kneecaps of Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. They bought themselves some time, a lot of time in a matter of fact. They might even consider going for an inhibitor turret against them.
Actually, can they end right now?
I don't
There's still a
think they can
20-second timer on Stormy and Yumes. Innocent will be back a little bit sooner. Not quite enough minions though. The diversion to scout things out.
He's gotta die for
Not
it.
a lot of minions, so they will lose that mid inhibitor. With more waves coming through though, AERO Esports will not find the end angle just yet, but they've broken through the base.
Yeah, I mean, SRG OG could have just looked and just dived to clear up that wave, right? But sacrificing a mid inhibitor is probably a lot better, especially now that we're getting into the 24th minute of the game. Death timers are extremely long. Every single one of these kills is going to count in the long term, as it is 20 to 24, and they're looking to rush this Lord fast, make AERO Esports make a quick decision.
They want to try and blitz it. They know Kosei's not around, but he will eventually leave the lane, and the Lord did get reset in exchange for some of Aaron's HP. Right now, though, the waves are still pushing in favor of SRG OG, so they're still comfortable baiting the Lord over to their side. We see Innocent even buying the potion for tanks there, just for a little bit of that extra defense to stay alive in these teamfights.
Potion of toughness already purchased. Every time we see Kosei, we get right back on this Lord. However, Hazel, he can't afford to show himself. Could look to make a quad shadow play with the diversion, but where to go? Where to go?
Looks like it was used for scouting. Not too sure where exactly that went, but AERO don't have that now.
Top wave. It's gonna collapse eventually. Potion of Wrath coming in from Kosei at least. This is a tough decision to make, because AERO Esports with no inhibitors, right, are always at the mercy of the waves.
Tense situation, because SRG OG will definitely position themselves to avoid the same kind of flank they saw earlier. And they're only going to engage on the Lord when they know the waves are pushing up. Diversion finally going to be used into the backline. ZK looking for it, but Skies avoids it straight away. Another Winter Crown. True man, miss crack! They found Innocent and Stormy! It's a double kill! Killing spree going over! Cram trying to keep things alive for as long as possible. Hazel eventually gets shut down. Cram with the double kill! The Phobius is going crazy! Kosei is in the base. He's trying to defend. That means AERO Esports have no damage. It's a triple kill for the SRG EXP laner. He has saved the game. Kosei and ZK. It's a 2v3 defense. The minion waves pushing in, but the Death Sonata doing so much damage. Sky Piercer finishes off Cram's immortality. Yume trying to eat the damage. They just don't have enough minions. They cannot end yet.
No, they can't. Not against Kosei. Not against Zequee. Zequee can buy plenty of time, and Kosei, he scaled up very, very nicely, using all of his resources to clear up that wave. Now it's about threatening this Lord and finding some position in this game. They have to at least show face. They have to show something against them. If not, this is going to be a free take.
Cram is a god right now. Actually ridiculous, the fact that he saved that fight after losing both of their backline cores. And they're still baiting the Lord even without Innocent and Stormy around. Zeke is just gonna get zoned out because Hazel's dead too. It's a free Lord for SRGOG.
And this should be now the end game. Full fighting force of SRG with a Lord at the 27th minute of this game. I don't think they have enough damage to cut down this super empowered Lord at this stage. It's gonna take some time, and they have to delay it very slowly.
Oh man, we are approaching the 28-minute mark. This is probably the longest game in Season 15 now, and it is completely unexpected that it would involve SRGOG.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, it's just the style of comp that they're playing, right? It's a tempo comp for a reason. Lightning Truncheon pickup.
Wow.
In from Sidormi. Ooh. Let's see if it makes a difference here.
Oh! They pull the entire team over! Innocent pumps the Wind of Nature. He's gonna stay alive for now, but they're gonna work with Stormy. He's melted down. Innocent, though, picks off Hazel in exchange.
Go,
Crab is
Crab!
in the base. Why not just push, sir? The rest of your team is already slowing them down. Sky still buying time. He picks up the killing spree on top of Krim. Crab, though, just buying space. He knows the game is already over. He's just waiting for it. Skies loses that immortality. Aaron and ZK the only survivors, and we know that is officially at SRGOG. After a 28-minute slugfest with AERO Esports, will take the series and continue their win streak in MPL Malaysia Season 15.
Well done to both of our teams as SRG achieves the longest game, 27 minutes and 47 seconds here in Season 14, with their very first loss in terms of games, not round. However, I will say for AERO Esports, they should not be disappointed with that performance at all. They put up a fight against SRG with a composition you would have expected to see from them centered around this Kimmy. That's why no frowns for the side of AERO.
This is the hardest we have seen SRGOG pushed in a long time. The changes in AERO Esports have brought about a brand new energy, a brand new revolution. Hazel's presence makes such a massive difference. It was back and forth the entire time.
Really boiled down to the gold laners there. Unfortunately, Kusei worried about other things, and Innocent able to outplay Hazel enough to basically two-tap him. It's time to be throwing over to Rose for the interviews. Give it up for Sagais and Azoroveki.
Perlawanan yang sangat-sangat panas untuk MPL Malaysia Minggu di Raja. And ladies and gentlemen, Rose just nak bagi tahu that sepanjang MPL MY punya sejarah, hari ini kita dapat break another PCU record. Highest of all time PCU untuk regular season. Terima kasih kepada semua orang yang sokong MPL Malaysia. And of course, the team that won this match. Ini adalah match yang I rasa paling intense untuk regular season di MPL Malaysia. I rasa boleh kalah kita punya Grand Finals match kadang-kadang. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Okay, so tadi lepas I got on the stage, I cakap, adik, intense sangat ke sampai berpeluh? Okay, so adik, apa perasaan lawan AERO Esports? Sebab kita tahu diorang dapat import baru, and I'm pretty sure ramai orang tak sangka diorang boleh put up such an amazing performance.
Actually, I felt really happy lah sebab sangat seru game tadi sebab ada Hazel kan, Hazel, so I didn't expect that game will be like this. So I really thankful to RQ because make this MPL MY so seru aja.
Actually, I agree. Game tadi pun, last game tu, itu adalah satu game yang paling panjang di regular season musim ini. 28 minit. And I rasa bila kita ada competition yang menarik dengan hebat macam ni, semua orang suka tengok kan? Alright, adik, another question. Tadi tu game 28 minit and it's a best of 3, full best of 3 series pula tu. Macam mana Selangor Red Giants dapat communicate in-game tadi? Sebab nampak banyak yang tengah berlaku all at the same time.
I think kita orang just, keep calm. Cakap stay in the middle, Pak kata coach, and kita orang just remember our job role, job desk, and keep discipline lah.
Kita boleh nampaklah hasilnya. Now, Becky, just now AERO berjaya curi satu game daripada SIG and hampir dapat actually stop your win streak untuk musim ini. As a coach, what are your thoughts on this?
With the addition of Hazel, we can see that the first game he played really well. So there's something that I would say out of my expectation as well, because he really did a lot of impact coming into MPL MY. And then even in game 3 as well, right? The games was really back and forth. Susah nak bernafas. Honestly, when we watching the game, it's like anything can happen. So really well played for AERO. This is one of the most intense regular season matches I think this roster has ever played. Yeah.
In your opinion, Becky, should other teams be wary when going up against AERO Esports now?
I think this match, I don't need to tell them you guys have to be careful of AERO. I think they themselves will be, oh, AERO almost. Whoever will get 1 point from us, I think will be put on the radar. So people will definitely study them. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe another question. Kita boleh nampak daripada 3-3 game tu draft lain, like just 1 or 2 hero difference. Could you maybe share with us just a tiny bit, doesn't have to be too technical about it. Why did you guys decide to keep the same draft more or less throughout the entire match?
So for us, we have a plan going into today. And then with this strategy, we feel pretty confident to play against them. But props to them as well, because I think, especially game 1 and game 3, right? You can see that the draft are very similar. We only do minor changes here and there. So in game 1, we really messed up our first stutter. So we felt that if we adjust the game 1, going to game 3, if we have a better turtle fight, it will be easier. But then actually in game 3, it's still difficult, right? It's still difficult. And then with the exchange of Loi as well, they gave a lot of pressure for us, especially in the mid-late game, especially doing a lot of dance. So there are the times where I felt like for the adjustment today, maybe we did not do the best, but they really fought well when it comes to preparing their strategy against us today. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. AERO memang datang well prepared untuk lawan Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Now, Stadium Juara, kita dah tengok match yang sangat-sangat seru. But in your opinion, siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1, MVP jatuh kepada jeng. Jeng. Berapa lama aku kena jeng ni? La, mana? Crab. Captain! Alright. Captain, come up on stage. Come up, Crab. Come out. Dia dah main lama, tiba-tiba nak santai pula. Jom, Crab.
Come on, Crab. Jump on the stage.
Wow, nervous. Nervous? Wow, nervous. Captain!
Hello.
How was that game? Why are you so far in front?
So tired.
So tired.
Yeah.
You keep going back in front.
So guys.
Wow, shy boy. Okay, what do you have to say about the game just now?
For me, so tired.
So tired. Okay, Captain, just now we saw that you actually made a lot of plays, especially in the 3rd game. You know, that middle war, constantly you are tanking a lot of damage. You are zoning for Sakai's, for the last Lord. What was going through your mind? Or was there any communications between you guys? Or ikaw na lang nagdidesisyon?
Just nag-decision lang sa sarili ko.
Okay. So tadi actually gameplay tu, it's dia punya decision. Dia ikut je kepala dia. Dia cakap, I nak zone I nak buat ni Okay, we like that. Is there anything you want to say?
Thank you guys.
You're welcome. You're so welcome. Okay, is there anything you guys want to say? Anything to the fans? Full house today.
I think I just want to say really thank you for those yang datang hari ini. And saya pasti yang korang tak menyesal lah datang hari ini. And yeah.
All right, terima kasih. And once again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Too stress. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's join back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan yang sangat-sangat panas untuk Minggu di Raja. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Give it up for our MVP of the game. Phoveus from game 2 to 3. It's Cram making his big time plays. 2-1-9 in game number 2, but 11-3-6 in game number 3. He was the difference.
He is the man right here. Cram just followed his head, followed his guts. Even with his cores, his backline DPS just taken out of the fight straight away. Cram says, no, I will do it myself. Just like another large purple man we all know and love, showing us that he is fully capable of being that source of DPS as well. 11 kills on a Phoveus is insane, actually.
Yup. He was cleaning the shop up, especially when they needed him the most. But the disruption, making a huge play of their own. All he needed to do was make sure, hey, Cores, don't die. Don't die. I got this. Just don't die. Then we can turn this around.
And then when they did die, Krams is like, well, all right, it's all up to me then.
Gotta do it myself again. But my goodness, this season we've had some of the longest games yet already. And man, not surprised that generally we are seeing that SRG OG is coming up on top, but a very tight game, and AERO definitely had the right ideas, especially in this, especially in the last half of the match itself. They were going for these big engages onto both Stormy as well as Innocent, and it was honestly working out really nicely. They were finding these engagements. Zeke made sure that he connected on both targets 3 times in a row, back to back to back.
Yeah, the coordination from ZK going in for that backline dive, followed up straight away by Hazel, was really clean. There's really nothing else we can say about it. The damage burst is insane, and it really was just the presence of Cram that allowed SRG OG to still come out on top. Otherwise, AERO Esports could have definitely taken this series. We pose the question, right? Can they adjust? Can they adapt after losing game 2? And honestly, I think they can.
I mean, the adjustments done were very, very nice. I mean, I was wondering whether or not they wanted to change up the mid lane to another artillery mage or eventually pick up the Loyi, because there was interaction with at least the Hayabusa. But coming in towards the later stages, I think that's why we saw a couple of test diversions to kind of see where are the spots that Slango Red Giants OG Esports didn't have eyes over, which is why we saw the initial, oh, let's throw the diversion in towards that orange buff. Doesn't work. All right, let's find a different angle, and maybe we can hard commit once all 5 members reveal themselves around the Lord Pit.
Yeah, diversion is also one of the most non-committal ways to scout out somewhere on the map, right? So it's already a bit difficult for AERO to hold positions against Stormy and Yums. But when you have this Loyi around, Kim can provide information and also offers a way directly into the backline. The game would not nearly have been as close if AERO was forced into a front-to-back every fight.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the raw damage, right? The frontline damage was good. I mean, Innocent was providing some good numbers, but Kusei was providing some decent poke. Unfortunately, there is no committal in terms of burst that Innocent on, especially when he is on full charges of that of his ult. He's able to make sure that these frontliners feel like butter, right? There's nothing you can really do about it to reduce the amount of damage he outputs.
And when you're 28 minutes into a game, if you're squishy, heck, even if you're tanky, you are not surviving for very long. That's why positioning becomes so important. You gotta give props to SRG OG. Having a Hilda around means they all should lack frontline by all means, and their backline was getting dived almost every single time by this Hayabusa, and they still made it work.
Yep. It's all about that in and out, right? That early to mid game is Yums' comfort zone of being able to scout out his opponents without getting punished too hard, but then soon you just see the tipping point, and that's when Cram gets involved so very often. Let's look at the key players here, because wow, 3 out of the 4 are actually coming in from AERO. The rich guy going over to Kusei. Innocent actually the carry of the game. Aaron for Sandbag and best wingman goes to Zeke.
Oh, it is not often we get more of a representation of the losing team on this screen, but if it was gonna happen any game, this was the one to do it. AERO Esports put up such a strong showing. A team that only just introduced a new import into their roster for the first time, nearly taking a series against our 2-time defending champions. If you give them some time, oh boy,
There is so much more that can be learned from it. When we look at the total gold, we can see the back and forth, right? AERO had that lead by that turtle side. However, SRG turned it around very, very quickly within the next 5 minutes of continuous back and forth war. The majority of them comes down to losing your turrets early on, and then afterwards, these neutral objective turn things around for SRG. Regardless, it did boil down to a couple of steals, and more importantly, the fact that AERO, you can give us the lore, but your conversion off of it will never be as good as long as we secure it.
Yeah, that was always the goal. I think the neutral objective takes from AERO Esports were honestly really, really solid. Hazel knew the timing that he needed to enter, and having Aaron and Zkif in the front and back line made sure that there was always enough space for them to decide what timing would be the best. When you combine that with the diversions, then it's actually a very complete package. That's the whole reason why SRG had such a difficult time. This is literally the longest game we have seen from them in a while.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, even that goal graph is pretty interesting to see. 5.2 is the highest peak compared to 4.8. However, the fight turnarounds is where things got really, really sad, right? Because the initial push was good. I think there was an argument from AERO to actually continue on that fight and actually hold them hostage towards that tri-brush. But then afterwards, you see the big issue is Cram, he's absorbing damage. However, the follow-up afterwards, where we see Yums wanting to actually hide in these bushes to regain his health so he can tank even more shots, it's just the continuous push and pull.
I mean, Cram just being the spearhead of SRG OG the entire time as well. It really was back and forth. This is some of the best MLBB we have seen this entire season of MPL Malaysia. And it really shows how much AERO Esports have improved just with a slight change to their roster and the dynamic of the team overall. SRG OG still retain their crown, but their unblemished record is now officially gone thanks to AERO.
Yep, and all this due to one change. Oh man, even this fight was pretty good, right? Again, Zkif is finding these like insane angles every single time. It's great to see them actually pull through in some of these scenarios, but at the same time, it's just the calls in the later stages need to be a little more clear, right? You can see the front line continuously moving forward, and then Zkif has to go back because he's the only one who can deal with the waves.
I think it's a question of just generally having that stamina, right? At this end phase, Cram definitely could have went into the base and just ended. He had so much faith that his team was winning that he was like, okay, I'll just wait for the rest of my team to come by.
I mean, he knew they want that team
like, he knew. Man, just like, okay, it's done. It's finally done. You can see how tired Cram was. Even we're tired, who wouldn't be? Stamina probably played a role for AERO Esports as well, you know, starting to become a little less stable with the decision making in the end. And no one can really blame them.
I mean, even in the highlights, you can see in the end game moment, when exactly did you see Cram put down his phone without actually having to see him? He's just literally right outside the inhibitor, right outside the enemy base, puts down the phone, it's just like, all right, time to start putting on my shoes. Like, oh, what a game that was.
And I gotta wipe all this sweat off.
Yep.
Oh man, what a series. The Young King challenges the Giant's throne. And even though they didn't win the war, AERO has broken SRG's clean record. And I don't think Hazel could have asked for a better showing for his first game here.
Yep, I mean, it may just be his first game, but there's many more games to come afterwards, all of which are even more high stakes, not because of their opponents, but they have to win 2-0 if they still want to try and qualify to make it into the playoffs and look for that goal in both Husei as well as Hazel's idea of they want EWC.
Well, if they keep playing at this level, and if they keep improving, I don't doubt that they're going to be able to achieve that at all. I think all of the other MPL MY teams have to be careful because there is a new competitor around the block.
Yep, hopefully that's going to be enough to shake up those standings though. Oh, a lot of stuff finally only getting exciting on the 4th week. No surprises. Very MPL MY that only this latter half of the week starts to get interesting.
But man, that's only the first game of it. I'm glad it's a Friday, idiot. I'm glad we only have 2 matches today, because I could not have handled if that was part of a 3-match day.
Well, with that being said, let's have a quick look at the mic check between our competitors here as we go on a short break. This is MPL MY Season 15. We'll see you in just a little bit.
They want to
ulti ah, bang ah. Depan. Bruno. Depan bang, depan. Mobius. Wait,
Give me flick.
Mati. Joy, mati. Lon.
Nice one, Cok. Nice one. Give me.
Boleh.
Lu, Cok. Still respect. Give me,
Yeah.
Tommy, Cok. Still respect Tommy.
Aman.
Nice one, Cok.
Nice, sayang.
Nice, guys. Just first game, Cok, guys. Aman.
Pasan obligar.
Ni.
Aman. Tengok gua.
Listen. Hehe. Go talk, San.
You see what happened if you serious? Siber. Aman. Set bang atong ano.
Yeah, focus ah.
Foto. Let's go bang.
Can see me first ah.
Isok.
Dapat dua.
Dapat tu. Down. Nice. I can steer it. Begin end. Coba.
Listen ah.
I steer it.
Aman.
Steer it. You cannot play, right? See.
Aman.
Dev. Mana saya try guys.
Tak boleh.
Ente.
Nice game.
Nice game. Nice. Kuatnya, gatot, Cuk. Kan sini, Granger.
Dapat kerja. Mati.
Boleh ah.
High on shadow.
I go to Loi guys. Loi. Lagi percaya.
Aman.
Nice one, Dik.
Getting. Higher behind.
Isi ya. Aku mati ya.
Come on, guys.
Lagi play.
Higher dalam tidik.
Our top cannon dah just hero ah.
Mati.
Aman. Boleh. No gereja.
Kan.
Win. Aman. Win guys.
Nice one.
Let's go.
Ventil.
TV. Ente. Ayan.
Go.
That's one, Yung.
Boleh, Dek. Akak demo.
Boleh.
Low guys. Nice, Dek.
What? Masih menang.
Bye.
Nice one, guys.
No wonder he go up. They don't know.
They don't know. Just game betul. Okay, look. Gua dapat Kimi ya. Kimi. Top.
Cannot. Nice try guys.
Gak apa-apa.
Osmos cok.
Zah. Nice try,
guys.
Nice.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイ 椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100 zero. Coba, try, taste 100 zero. Hey.
は俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。 つやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. That's with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rafamuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching Week 4 of the MPL MY Season 15. Day 1 alone, Minggu Diraja or the King Making Week continues here today with our second best of 3. Now, these against 2 top-tier teams. My name is Getting Q. This is Dafa here at the desk to keep you guys entertained and to maintain the commentary for the end of this best of 3, because homeboys are on the cusp and now have the opportunity to maybe even overtake SRG if they 2-0 this next match against Toda.
It is going to be quite the test now for the homeboys, who have been having a stellar run across the season. While they did drop 1 game, they have still been undefeated the same way SRG has throughout the regular season so far. But we also have to note, a lot of their matches up until this point have been against teams on the second half of the table. So this is going to be a real test of what this squad is capable of.
Now, we've seen Week 2 and Week 3 of the homeboys. They've continuously shown us after their Week 1 positions of, hey, we're just, kind of coming together. We're making sure everything's nice and tight. 2 and 3, we're seeing the depths of the strategies and the hero pools that we've seen. Not many teams actually getting on board with just yet. I think Erpong has done a phenomenal job so far with the homeboys. Todak, on the other hand, kind of the opposite. Changing up their lineups week by week, and then coming into this week, we're not sure who's going to be up on the table. I'm assuming that it's going to be what we saw last week, and at the same time, have they fixed all the issues?
I'm gonna let my personal bias show here. I don't want to see the lineup from last week. I want to see Yanlord.
You want to see?
I want to see Yanlord. Yanlord is like one of my favorite players, man. I love the way that man plays the game. Let me see Yanlord. Thank you.
Let Yanlord play, the new hashtag for Todak.
Yes. Justice for Yanlord.
Justice for Yanlord. Oh, goodness. I would like to see Yanlord play once again, but at the same time, it feels like, I don't know, Todak is going to keep on with the ways that they've been playing, right? They always got to change things up. They've always got to stay snappy with it, 1 step ahead, maybe 5 steps.
Can be good. It can also be bad.
I mean, they're not at the bottom of the standings, so things are going all right for them, I suppose.
And you know who made sure they weren't at the bottom of the standings, Gideon?
Who?
Yanlord! Also Zayed.
Also
but Yanlord!
Oh, no. Yeah, this has been a tough argument for netizens across the board. I think people have been extremely vocal about the way Todak has been showing up here in Season 15. Generally, I think that, I mean, you can try it all you want, but if you see a potential higher ceiling, why not?
But you can reach a higher ceiling with your older players, too. I know Todak has always been a team that likes to, test things out.
Maybe just
ups and downs.
Maybe just a bit. It's tough to say, but we got a video to show you guys before we talk about it some more.
Untuk dapat Charlotte yang pertama ini, Tim Vamos ini akan jadi percuma saja buat mereka. Walaupun smooth yang terus saja ditumbangkan dengan cross bomb daripada SkyZ, mencari bangsa lagi. Zone diturunkan. 2 pemain gugur di tangan pasukan DXO. Abang tahu daripada Rasi tak berjaya ke depan sesiapa, tapi Pascal cukup membandingkan. pemain Kimin hampir saja didapatkan, tapi Kimin pula membalas mencari kedudukan Zorn. Ada Skyzet yang masuk lagi mencari kedudukan. Belakang Kimi pula kena tendang dengan Rasi, namun Kimi dapatkan Rasi walaupun akhirnya di shutdown oleh Siska. Siska angkat ke atas Siska. Siska diturunkan nyawanya dengan begitu pantas. Namun begitu untuk tim Vamos. Tasha kepada Klokun. Skanda daripada Zon. Mencari kedudukan Kimin. Immortality dah pun dipecahkan begitu saja. Terpaksa melarikan diri dari posisi. Tapi tengok macam mana posisi untuk tim Vamos. Pecah dua sikit saja lagi.
Rasi tak mati lagi.
Sama Rasi masih lagi.
Dah lah CB.
Tarik daripada Zon.
CB dah CB.
Dapatkan satu pemain tapi pecah juga Storm. Satu pemain Rasi.
Ya Allah, lama ni.
Dia laksanakan malah Nova Escobar. Yang ditangkap kembali dengan Tsunami Slam. Zidane akan dijatuhkan bersama dengan Nova Escobar. Double kill dimiliki oleh Uni. Stun terkena ke arah Lolias. Raf masih cuba untuk bermain. Hazelnut terpaksa untuk keluar dengan Flika. Lolias mencari Raf. Sadar berjaya didapatkan. Malah kali ini round dia berjaya didapatkan round. Untuk mendapatkan satu. PDS daripada Zain Checkpoint. Serkes masuk daripada bahagian kiri. Ada tombak daripada Nelson. Tapi tidak terkena ke arah sesiapa. Ini lampai 5 lawan 4. Tapi Magma bakal ditumbangkan. Stormiska akhirnya berjaya untuk dijatuhkan. Momo akan turun ditumbangkan oleh Sky. Dua orang terkubur oleh pasukan.
Those were our top 3 reactions between the games that are happening in Week 3 itself. We saw a good amount of the fans. I think the SRGs more on the calm side of things, even alongside with Sorap Bayong from MV, who's part of the coaching staff.
Yeah, but we definitely saw some examples of just how loud and proud all of you guys watching at home and here in the stadium. I feel like I just heard
Is that Reese? I'm pretty sure that was Reese on the opposite side.
I just heard a scream. Has a crime been committed?
She's back. She's back. She's either a Homeboys fan or a Todak fan. We do not know, and there's no way to confirm until we get into these games.
Well, either way, though, it's great to see that our games have had ups and downs, exciting moments, disappointing moments, unexpected moments, and it's still continuing here in King-making week. The first match of the day was totally unexpected. Let's see if we can get another good one.
We're hoping to see at least some polish on either one of these teams. Homeboys, again, the expectations are very high as they try and continue their win streak throughout week number 4. I'm pretty sure they also have another match later this week as well. Todak, on the other hand, I'm hoping it looks a lot better, right? Because a lot of it was the draft that did a lot of nobody any favors. So,
yeah.
It could be better.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this royal rivalry. Because if you guys remember, before the era of Selangor Red Giants and Team Vamos, Todak and Homeboys were the original Royal Derby of MPL Malaysia, a team that has encountered each other time and time again and consistently vied for the top 2 spots.
Every single time they matched up, you saw that Todak's previous old guard were the ones who sat up on top as Homeboys were the rising stars at that point of time. They stole games from each other, don't get me wrong, but as the regular season started to go by, we do see a notable change in a couple of these. When it mattered the most, that's when you saw the big collapses, but Homeboys recently from Season 12 have been taking these games away, and only in the regular season did we see Homeboys actually drop the ball once the roster changed again.
I think it's also very interesting to see that the general trend is in the more recent seasons is that Homeboys has been able to win against Todak in the regular season, but would end up dropping in the playoffs. So this is going to be a real test, especially since this is a new era of Homeboys compared to their past history. Can their performance keep this streak alive?
You know, the funny thing about it all is that Momo was there throughout the entire thing.
Yep.
From Season 7 onwards, Momo has been part of this roster. Yes, he wasn't there during the M1 days, but from that point onwards, the old guard started to fade away, and Momo was the only one who lasted.
And now he is the old guard himself, consistently being there, trying to set up great situations for his team. In comparison, Homeboys have really looked at a new revamp for their roster. The introduction of Ivan and Vel have breathed really strong new life into this lineup. They look really strong. Their coordination and synergy is great. Big fan of the aggressive way they play the game. And honestly, Coach Erpang is one of my favorite drafters this entire season.
He has been drafting, he's been cooking up some real bangers for us in terms of team composition, but always making sure that he's highlighting the players, right? The breadth and width of both Vel and Ivan has definitely really substantially benefited from his style of drafting, having things that, again, most people in MPL MY have not picked up upon. Masha, again, we saw a lot more bans coming into week number 3 comparatively. We'll see whether that continues in week number 4.
Considering just how good it is in the hands of Vel, I wouldn't be surprised, right? This is the whole reason why other players are starting to kind of consider it here at MPL Malaysia. But again, it is a real test for the homeboys, because up until now, a lot of their matches, which they have won pretty one-sidedly, have been against objectively weaker teams, right? They played against AERO Esports before Hazel came in, JP Niners, DX Seoul. I feel like I'm missing one. Have they played against OB? Hold on, I'm gonna check this real quick.
I don't remember. It could have been. it's a tough one to say.
Homeboys have played against AERO, JP, Team Ray, and then DX, and they won all of them.
Yep.
These teams have not been doing all that good for the first half, but now they're against Todak, and then later in the week, they're gonna play against Vamos. So this is the test week for Homeboys.
Yep, it's really the stepping up stone, right, between all these teams. We're just hoping that it's going to be enough. In case you don't know who they are, this is the new Homeboy lineup. It is going to be Melqt, Ivan, Izanami, Amal, and as well as Vel.
I love this lineup. The way that they have been playing this season of MPL Malaysia is some of the cleanest MLBB I've seen in a very long time. Izanami has always been looking for the right team compositions to play around, the right roamer to really combo around with, and we can see Ivan really filling into that role. And Amal has always been looking for the right support system to really emphasize his assassin gameplay in the jungle. Now he's even able to flex into fighters and tanks. And then Vel is just such a wild card, and Melqt is so solid in the gold too.
Yeah, he has been extremely solid. After playing for at least a season in the MAL, finding a home in the Homeboys has been interesting transition for him, but it looks like none of the skill has left. In comparison to their opponents today, it's going to be Todak with Jihin, Magma, Zaim Senpoi, Gebe, as well as Momo.
Can we start a campaign to free Yanlord?
Bring Yanlord back. Look, apparently, based on what we have heard, is that Gibbon as well as Magma have been playing alongside the team in scrims prior to this, right? So it's not like they're too unfamiliar with each other just in general. That's what's been put out there.
But Yando has been playing them since the start of the season. What's the difference?
We'll have to see. Maybe today they might just prove, but it's time for the walk-ins.
Unstoppable dominance with victories in every match played. Unpredictable plays and tactics have kept them on top. Todak, beware! They're coming for you today! Can they conquer and claim their 5th victory? Get ready for the unstoppable force! Homeboys!
Still searching for the right chemistry with 3 different lineups. Today, they're sticking with their 3rd lineup to face the challenge. Can they rise up and take down the mighty Owl today? Ladies and gentlemen, the king of the ocean, Todak!
The masters of the strategies and the drafts, the coaches and analysts of both teams walk up on stage alongside our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the team. A true sign of professionalism as both team captains will pick up the armbands as they coordinate their teams to victory and now to battle stations. Good luck to both Homeboys and as well as Todak.
The Royal Derby returns for another chapter. Their first encounter in MPL Malaysia Season 15, coming from different levels of momentum. Let's see who comes out on top, as Todak will start off game 1 with first pick.
It's going to be first pick at 60% win rate so far for Todak. So far on that blue side. Now, the argument still stands that red side might just be the best side for some of these teams, but we've seen from SRG and as well as their previous opponents putting up a pretty good fight. AERO making sure that it comes down to how you're going to play around these newer picks that have been introduced to the meta.
Yeah, I also think that we've been seeing different dynamics with the sides of the drafts, because so far, Black side has always been known to give you that prio for that first meta pick, while Red side is more of the counter side. Since there's a lot of good heroes available nowadays, Red side naturally has a slight advantage, but Blue team gives you the option to go for weird draft gambits.
Yeah, I mean, Blue side, it is a bit of a weird draft gambit, but let's see whether Cypher can take full advantage of it, because in terms of first pick win rate so far, it's 60 to 80%. Erpang has been an absolute monster in these first picks, and even stronger on the second pick so far. Even though the win rates are currently at 67% in terms of the raw gameplay that we have seen from both Erpang as well as Cypher, only 1 game difference.
100% win rate on the second pick side, though, is nothing to scoff at, since that is where Coach Erpang is going to be starting for game number 1. We have seen this man experiment with different ways of manipulating the draft and forcing out strange bans from their opponents to really keep attention off of the primary hero picks. And with Amal now being able to play multiple heroes, that makes it easier for him.
Cypher, such a character, but Erpang has been an absolute genius in these drafting phases. I think, as you mentioned, mentioned before, one of the smarter drafters here in the MPL MY, and it shows with each and every passing game. Against Todak, how do you prepare against them? Because now we have the hero pool comparison. 27 unique heroes picked up by the Homeboys compared to 20 unique heroes coming in from Todak. A bit of a switch in terms of like what we've known Todak to be, but they have a pretty huge shared hero pool as well.
I do love me a team that brings lots of different heroes to the table, and Homeboys definitely checks all of those boxes. The Fredrin is not a hero played by many teams right now, even though he is rising back into the meta. So that is always going to be a threat. But when you pair it up with Vel's signature, Masha, it becomes very scary to think about.
It really does. I mean, the utility side of these junglers is always going to be relevant, especially if you can match up with the raw farming speed of the assassins of today. In terms of the shared hero pool, I think the things to look out for is whether or not Lucas is going to get picked up one way or another. Other than that, I think the Kalia Gambit as well as the Fanny Gambit are still at play.
So many gambits recently. Kalea and Fanny being baited out early in the draft. Lucas being left as a consistent threat around depending on who you're playing up against. And even more pocket picks being targeted by different teams have made the draft of this season very, very interesting. So let's just cut to the chase and jump right into the draft for game number 1 to see what kind of brain juices are going to be flowing today.
Interesting. Todak on the blue side, as expected on first pick. Homeboys on the red side. It's going to be Matilda Harith. Very similar opening to SRG. However, the chip immediately banned out, and the Fanny a quick follow-up from Cypher.
So far, as is expected from the red side somewhat with the chip ban, and the Hilda being sort of a counter pick to make sure your early game goes smoothly, but Todak getting rid of a lot of picks that would ordinarily be banned by the red side, the Matilda and the Fanny being the most obvious ones.
Again, they don't want to go into the Fanny Kalia Gambit. They want to just make it a Kalia Gambit. The Zushin is a big question mark here. We did see AERO decide to ban it out later down the line, especially in game 1 against SRG. But let's see how Erpang plays it out, right? Because as long as Kalia is still going to be a threat, then Gatot and Zushin will always be in question.
Absolutely. We've already seen just how badly a Gatot can mess up a Kalea composition. even when you pair it up with something like the Farsa, you should ordinarily be able to burst pretty well, but you just cannot with that Gatot in your face. Hayabusa gonna be the final ban for the side of the homeboys. Now there's a lot open. The Kalea is right there. Then of course you have the Lucas, which we've been talking about today as well.
There is one line that Erpang is making sure that he's keeping open with the Hayabusa ban. He's making sure that the Zushin is always going to be available. Oh, so Todak ain't going to be first to submit the Gambit. They're going to go into Joy. Joy does pretty well into the Zushin. However, that gives homeboys access into almost picking it up straight away for free. So the question is, do they want Kalia or not?
They could even open up with Lucas Valentina straight away. I think Izanami is one of the few players that doesn't mind revealing Valentina quite early. And Lucas already kind of counters Joy in the jungle. But if they want to play it safe, then the usual picks like Zusin are still very viable.
Ooh, what is the trade-off? I feel like going for Lucas Valentina this early on is still rather risky, right? Because there's still some matchups that, again, Valentina doesn't necessarily win in terms of the raw 2v2s or even the 1v1s in the mid lane. So it looks like they will take the Kalia, but they will also pair it up with the Kimi. Kimi being the hot pick of week 4.
I do love to see it. I like to see new heroes popping up into the meta, and then as teams kind of figure the hero out, then we'll slowly see it kind of mesh in with the rest of the hero pool. But this is a pretty solid opening. If this Kimi does go mid, though, that does mean homeboys doesn't have a lot of mid-roam burst to play around.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see whether or not that's the case. It could fall into the hands of MelQT. It could fall into the hands of Izanami. It would make sense if Izanami gets it, but that's why it is such an interesting flex pick. And regardless, now we see Todak. How are they going to answer the Kolian as well as Kimi now, right? They've got the Joy in hand, so being able to get into the backline is not much of an issue. They're going to go with the Farsa, but they're also going to go with the Hylos. We are not seeing the traditional Zushins. We are not seeing the Gatots as an immediate response to Kalia just yet.
We have been seeing definitely a lot reduced priority for heroes like the Zusin in recent weeks, but here comes the Fredrin on the Amal signatures, and something Coach Erpang likes to pull out a lot. This immediately indicates that Vel is probably going to be playing an EXP lane that's a little more damage-oriented.
I don't know. This is where it gets a little tough to decide because Fredrin has been shown that Vel can pick it up. The Kalia, I wouldn't be too surprised if Vel can also play it in a decent matchup if they want to open up maybe even a four flex picks in this case by locking in Gatot after banning out the Jushin. It really depends on where these next couple of bans are going to go for Erpang, right? Hopefully that gives us a little bit of an idea. So to get rid of the Cho. Alright, that's totally okay with me. Cho, kind of annoying dealing especially in the mid lane. It does incentivize Kimi to go into the gold more likely. Masha, the follow-up from Seifel.
Good respect over to Vel. The Fredrin Masha combo is something homeboys has pulled out quite often, so they're just getting rid of it. The glue also getting banned out is interesting. It is a common Fredrin counter, but it means Fredrin going into EXP lane is still very much on the table.
And then they get rid of the Lucas on top of it. Man, this is a hard sell. I'm not sure where they're gonna go with this, right? Homeboys could look to pick up Gatot here as a means of denial against Todak, but that allows Todak to pick up the CC as a direct counter to Fredrin. It just could mean that Kalia just goes into EXP to deal with the early levels. It's still a pretty winning position from Erpang.
Yeah, I think it could work perfectly fine if they put Kalea into the EXP lane, especially if Hylos ends up going down there as well. That would mean that Vel can actually start rotating at level 2. If Matilda wasn't banned out, I would think that would be a really good roam to complement an EXP Kalea along the Fredrin, but it was one of the first heroes banned. Seifel still remembers the Matilda-Fredrin combo homeboys pulled out previously. Oh, the Edith going to be the choice from homeboys.
Okay. So that means that now Fredrin is confirmed to go... into the jungle. That means Edith and as well as Kalia are the current only two flex picks other than Kimmy at the very end here. Let's see what the matchup is going to be, because Todak gets to predetermine what gets the fight, potentially gets a blind pick. They could pick up the Granger for themselves to slowly chunk down the thicker tanks on the Edith, on the Fredgen, or even try and punish the Klee if something gets picked up. However, Gatot is still wide out in the open and honestly doesn't do too bad.
Gatot high-lows would mean that Homeboys have a lot of bulk to burn through, and even Kimmy's gonna have difficulty doing that. Moskov gonna come out from the side of Todak alongside Badang, and the high-lows Badang combo was something that we saw multiple times from AERO Esports earlier. It does offer you a good amount of crowd control.
Okay, that's fine, but Homeboys currently lacking a lot of burst. Like a significant amount of burst, right? Fredgen does a decent amount of damage, but that's only when he gets chunked and has a lot of great health. Edith can eventually build into it, but generally likes to build tank first and then starts deciding how much of a lead they have to eventually convert it into maybe a Feather or even a Starlium Scythe. We'll see in the emblem set later on whether Edith takes Warcry. Kimmy, not exactly burst-oriented.
Yeah, Kimmy is more of a melt slowly over time, and once you do have 3 or 4 items, it does do a good amount of damage. Looks like Homeboys will go for a Granger safe pick here. Playing a little bit more for the late game stage.
Interesting. A slow and steady composition, huge tanks, a lot of Swiss Army knife rolls. Again, smaller skirmishes are going to be hard for Todak to finish. I think right now, it's kind of up to Gebe to initiate and find these bigger leads. And if he does start that snowball, it's going to be a pretty rough time for the Homeboys.
Yeah, but Homeboys and Todak both have a lot of crowd control, actually. So the team fights are going to end up getting a little bit chaotic, a little bit messy. I do think Todak has a slightly better early to mid scaling curve, so that is a timing they can play for.
I suppose, but right now, I think the two major things need to be addressed. Number one, how exactly is Homeboy going to utilize their lead? Because again, turtle objectives are going to be really tough for Todak. They need to play around the map, and most importantly, they need to break the ult, the primal wrath, or at least get the flicker out from Bell.
They gotta break ult, they gotta waste resources, they gotta break new ground and make a statement by taking game number 1. Because right now, Homeboys are looking to be in much better condition halfway through the season of MPL Malaysia. Let's see if the Swordfishes can put a stop to that momentum.
Now, both Amal and as well as Gebe start on the same side of the map. They want to end up towards EXP. I'm expecting that Homeboys is going to play a more defensive-oriented game, right? Because again, it's very difficult to say that anybody wins out their lanes outright.
Yeah, I wouldn't really think so. In fact, I think the only player that has a very obvious win con in the lane is going to be Vel, and even then it's not by that much. So without obvious lane priority, I don't think Homeboys are going to be looking to make overly aggressive movements on the map.
All right, let's look at the battle spell so far, because I'm not seeing, no Warcry coming out from Vel. He looks like to be playing a pure tank, and he has Pull Yourself Together, so he doesn't mind actually utilizing his flickers very early on. Momo, really good freeze on the bottom side of this map, but now it comes down to the mid lane, right? Because both junglers ended up starting on the same side. However, one camp was eventually taken away by Zyme Senpoi. It's better to steal it for yourself rather than give it over to your opponent. That just means that Gebe is going to be a little bit behind.
Oh, the Appraiser's wrath! First blood to Amal, and Vel picks up a second. Gebe and Magma wiped from the map.
3 flickers utilized. Magma could not hold on to the damage, and that's 2 free kills for the side of the Homeboys. This next turtle take here is most likely Todak is unable to contest for at that point of time until we see Momo hit level 4, but even then, it feels unlikely.
Magma and Gebe are back. They're going to contest the turtle again. Amal still on top of it. Electrifying Beats comes out. Melts Bell down somewhat. The flicker in is missed. Amal secures the turtle. No fist break, no fist crack. Izanami's just welting them down. And Praise's Wrath comes out again. It's another 2 kills for Homeboys. And they only trade Vel in return.
Oh my goodness. Momo was actually so close to making that connect. Had he connected it against Amal, there was a good chance that Gebe was able to steal the turtle away, and maybe Momo gets to live his his life. Regardless, now we're trying to see where the punishment that Gebe can find in the laning stages of the Homeboys to try and start a snowball for himself, to try and keep up with Amal. Because once we start moving into the mid game, and considering how much control we see from the Homeboys through that mid lane, it's going to spill over. Oh,
Targeting on Bell. Fizzcrack comes in, not able to get the ult in time. It's still on cooldown too. So Todak do pick off one in the EXP lane.
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Todak looking for timings of their own.
The feathered airstrike combo with Badang basically guarantees a kill there. So Todak at the very least make sure they still have some presence on the map.
I mean, they knew that Vel didn't have the Primal Wrath, and neither did he have the Flicker, so it was a really good timing coming in from Zion Senpoi to find one for himself. At this point, if Zion's able to accelerate his farm, that's also a good thing for the side of Todak, because he can start deterring people like Izanami or even Mel QT from walking up.
This Sparsa plays an important position, and freaking off, Feathered Airstrike was baited out to make sure that Homeboys could not continue chasing Magma.
That's totally fine. There was still 32 seconds by the time that Feathered Airstrike timed out. Therefore, Zion Senpoi, if they drag the timeout 10 seconds after that turtle spawn, he should be able to get his ult back up for the upcoming fight. But you can see that both Momo and as well as Vel are playing a very dangerous game.
As expected, EXP lane is still an island in the end, and it actually is pretty evenly matched now that they were able to get one kill in. The rotation from OJ. Oh, the beautiful flicker! The Tsunami Slam knocks down two! Gebe dragged back, he's able to escape though. Feathered Airstrike comes in, Spear of Destruction gonna connect as well. Ivan gonna be melted down. Amal stuck inside the Lord Pit. Gebe melts down Ivan, and the Appraiser's Wrath secures the turtle! Killing spree for Amal, as Magma is picked up as well.
I mean, Izanami is playing a hot game right now. He is getting some good damage, and Vel can connect the Shatter.
His break connects with two, but he doesn't have the follow-up. Izanami picks up the kill with the onwards, throwing Momo over his shoulder.
And now they're going to be able to farm up the plating and crack open the mid lane soon enough. Gebe and Magma come to respond here, but these have not been good fights for Todak, unfortunately. I mean, the counter engage is not so bad. However, the tempo is just not in their favor.
Todak is kind of just running themselves into the Homeboys, and while they have been able to get some good catches by initiating, they are not respecting the amount of damage that Amal is able to eat. And then the Appraiser's Wrath just turns the entire fight around. Not to mention, great positioning from Vel to make sure that Mel QT and Izanami don't have anything to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys have got an easier composition to execute as they want this tier 1 up top side. Oh, they want
just waiting for the glorious pathway. Tsunami Slam pulls Magma back into Mel QT. First kill for the Granger on the board.
Beautifully played by the Homeboys. Amal is looking towards both Shihei and...
Oh! He missed everything! He gets taunted! Feathered Airstrike won't do anything here! Momo goes down! Ivan looking for the next target. Amal jumps in. Spear of Destruction, try and get Zihin out, but he just gets stabbed to death. Mega kill for the Brethren!
Yeah, this game's over now. This game is now officially over. Gebe, he needs to keep up with farm, but at this point, now that the Homeboys have started to come into their first and even second item 6 minutes into this game, the oppression will begin. We're expecting to see Amal start invading pretty aggressively. Now that they've unlocked their gold laner, they're going to send him down bot side after the turtle.
Oh, Todak just trying to find anything they can on the map, but Homeboys, we said this was a test. Can they perform the clean synergy we see from them against a stronger team? And Homeboys is making us reconsider if Todak is a stronger team. That's just how good they're playing. Even the Purify baited out in the mid lane as the turtle is secured.
And here we go, the invasion we were waiting for. What are they going to do about this? They can't really commit anything towards it. And more so, the Homeboys are now slowly creeping up on the map. Their level of influence just by having Amal stand there alone is deterring Todak from a fight.
Magma, Momo gonna try and engage. Fizzcrack comes out, instantly cancelled. Weird call from Todak. They're getting desperate. Homeboy just runs down the horse. They're producing glue. And now Gebe trying to chase Mel QT in the mid lane, but he cannot even commit because Homeboys are right there.
What was that?
I don't know.
They were like,
I want to know the answer to that myself. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Gebe. Okay, he's able to dash.
He's able. Oh, that was close.
Woo!
Oh, dangerous moments here, but they don't mind it. That's why they have Pull Yourself Together. They want to be able to get their battle spells earlier so they can keep on making these plays continuously against Todak. We see the Malefic Roar purchased by MelQT, and the oppression is starting to get a little too much from the side of the Homeboys. With a 5.8k lead, this is the perfect opportunity for Homeboys to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, hey, no trespassers.
The line in the sand has been drawn a long time ago at this point. This is a total outclassing. There's a 5k gold difference in 8 minutes. MelQT is already finished with his 3rd item. This Granger is becoming an issue very, very quickly. The rest of them are not really even keeping up in terms of a gold, and the calls are just much cleaner from Homeboys.
I mean, it's very straightforward what they want to do with their composition, right? Look at their positionings right now in enemy jungle territory.
I do like what Todak is doing, though. Sihin getting the top tower. Geve stealing a buff as well. Oh, they found him. The beautiful Depth Sonata. Spear of Destruction onto Vel. The flicker forward. The Earth Shatter sets up the snipe. MelQT finds his target.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about, right? Easier team composition to execute takes away a lot of the hard thought process that come into play, right? Todak don't have that. They rely heavily on raw execution to make this composition work. They need Momo to connect. They need Zyme Sempoi to be in the right place at the right time. And most importantly, they make sure that Gebe actually scales into this game, which is why they are sacrificing so many people to make sure that Gebe does not fall behind in levels against Amal.
The only person on Todak that isn't behind their opponent in farm is Geve. So Todak has definitely been making space in that regard, but Joy's still gonna have a difficult time walking into this lineup without the rest of his team setting up for him. Again, they have so much crowd. Oh my goodness, that damage. Oh my goodness.
Yep. Just poke him out. Just poke him out. Especially with all the space that they can play with, they're allowed to do this. A free T2 down bottom side, and this is what I was talking about, is we're now fully fledged into the mid game, coming towards the lane.
Oh, Ivan looking for it. Sihin dashes away, just in case. Lord is still pushing up top. Gebe is waiting in the flank, but for what really? Conceal comes out, Bell is in front, just waiting for someone to walk up to him. Glorious Pathway comes out as well. Earth Shatter knocks up Magma, he melts so fast. The horse is gone. Ivan jumps in with the title strike. Momo gonna be separated once again, killing free from MelQT. Gebe, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? There is nothing you can do here.
It's too late. It's too late. He tries to walk in for the flank, but the frontliners can't hold on. And now Homeboys, looks like they're trying to end this early on. Oh, they don't take the mid inhibitor. They want to replay on the bottom side as they proxy both of the waves.
Even Zyme Sempoi zoned out inside his own base. This is the most utter dismantling we've seen in a while. 10k gold advantage in 10 minutes. Homeboys is not letting Todak play the game.
Yep, I mean, it's natural to see, especially since Homeboys are playing this style of comp with a tank jungler, right? Again, I still have PTSD of 2 years of tank jungle meta that we were stuck with, and some things just don't change.
Some things don't change, all right. And it's good to see that Amal still has it. Still got the tank jungler genes from those 2 years of nothing but tank jungle. Homeboy still in a dominating position. Don't even really care about setting up for objectives. Tidal Strike Flicker catches the Troy, pulls them back. Glorious Pathway does nothing. Mega kill from MelQT, and Amal is just delaying Sihin. MelQT's already got a double. Amal's just gonna make sure Sihin never gets to go home.
Yup, and now it's a 4v3 wave. They're sending Kimmy on over. I think Amal has now realized that I can't really kill him, and he can't really kill me, so this is going kind of nowhere.
I feel so bad for Sihin. This is literally like the guy you don't want to meet in the dark alley. Oh! MelQT came a bit too late, and I was like, what took you so long, bro?
And now they're cracking open mid inhibitors. We're waiting for Ivan to set up a play here. Again, he's got that Tsunami Slam. He has no flicker, but at the very least, they get all 3 inhibitors 11 minutes in the game.
Better there's basically a Dream-Man Tidal Strike knockout. What do you even do? Glorious Pathway comes in, a really nice mid-frag. MelQT drops low, but there's no damage. Monster kill, double kill. The Grace is going ham. Megatron with the triple kill. Zyme Sempoi knows the game is done. 4 members down. Homeboys will take game number 1 with no issue, and they'll take out Sihin just to send a message. That was an utter dismantling.
Yep. Unfortunately, Izanami loses his perfect KDA right at the very end, just before the crystal break. But, oh boys, they found the lead that they were looking for, and they eventually 2-timed it, 3-timed it against Todak to find checkmate angle so early on in the game. And I think Todak, they're not frowning too hard about this. They're like, it's just how the composition rolls. There's nothing much we can do about it except work a little bit better on executing perfectly.
Homeboys are just playing at a higher tempo. I mean, what can we say? Todak definitely has a plan with this draft, but it's hard to really pull it off when Homeboys are playing so hard and so fast. The coordination is still clean. The synergy is as good as we've been seeing throughout their clean streak of MPL Malaysia, and they're eager to keep that up.
Yep, I hope that they are eager because, again, this composition could have been entirely denied. A couple of options that Todak could have looked for, either, you know, securing in the Gato Kacha instead of the high loss here. Again, high loss getting chunked out very heavily towards that mid lane when he needed to eventually support his boys. Another one could have been a Masha EXP, right? That could have been the only other option that they could have to look for these big one-shots, give up the first couple of turtles, and then look, because again, there are only 2 major damage dealers on the side of the Homeboys, and that is 1, Kimmy, 2, that is going to be Mel QT on the Granger. Either way, it's a risky comp to play if you start falling behind, but once you get ahead, it's very easy to maintain.
Yeah, we talked about how early game Todak should actually have slightly better scaling, and they should have some lane priority they can play around to make things happen and get a snowball going so that the Kimmy and Granger don't have as easy of a path to just farm into the late game. But Homeboys, man, they're just so efficient with their positioning and rotation. Aima looks so confident when he's on this Fredrin as well with those Appraiser's Wraths. Todak are just not even ready.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're willing to throw out battle spells just on the dime, right? As long as somebody gets caught, you commit as hard as you can because every one of these kills is a 2x multiplier, and all of which set up by Amal's Fredrin. A really solid performance here coming in from Amal. It's great to see that he has the full trust of his team. If he catches somebody, there is a guaranteed follow-up to come soon after.
Man is 5-0 and 10, and he's literally in the middle of most of these team fights, just waiting for the chance to drop that Appraiser's Wrath. And he did that exactly multiple times. The fact that he didn't die a single time this entire game is already a really, really bad sign. And the fact that he has 5 kills with no damage items to speak of is another indication that Todak has done something wrong.
I think that, was it Todak doing something wrong, or were they not able to play the game? I feel that late to mid, sure, I think that was already done for. Could they have done more in the earlier stages? We saw that Zyme Senpai found a timing onto Vel's side with the help of Momo, and that kind of put them back in a more neutral state, as Gebe had to play extremely selfishly. He's the only person that could probably make something happen in this match other than Shihin, but Shihin needs 3 items. And that's where we saw the big difference, right? The laning phase between Shihin and as well as Mel QT not in Shihin's favor, especially once mid lane priority falls into the hands of the Homeboys and they continuously rotate to that side of the map.
And you can see that Homeboys are doing a good job of prioritizing the sides of the map as well, right? They instantly try and gang Momo as early as possible to unlock Bell. Once they have the 2-man front line to play around, then they're able to freely rotate around, start putting some pressure onto Mel QT's side, start invading jungle with this Fredrin pressure. It's very textbook, but it's executed perfectly.
It's executed extremely well. The fact that Vel was able to get some pretty decent pushes onto Momo just goes to show, right? This Edith, the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane, has a decent clear overall against every single one of its matchups. The only way you lose it is not having your battle spell or your ult ready in time when the gank happens. And even then, we see that Homeboys will always take the initiative first.
Looking at the damage done overall, Mel QT obviously going to be at the very top with a very wide gap between him and Izanami, who is still actually the 2nd highest DPS in the game. Zyme Senpai was the only one that could actually do any sort of damage in that game, and it simply wasn't enough.
Yep. All of Homeboys' targets definitely wasn't towards Magma or sometimes even Gebe, right? It's making sure that if you are looking For Zion Senpoi, he needs to be in this Feathered Airstrike mode. If Momo was there, is there another priority target like maybe Shihin or even Gibe at the helm? And if they don't find them, that's fine. It just means that they get these picks for free because there's no way to really escape from the Frederick.
And I still am not really seeing like proper synergy, proper coordination between the members of Todak. We pointed out, we've seen the high-lows Badang double frontline core before, literally by AERO Esports earlier today, but when you compare the way that Magma and Momo were moving around the map together to Eren and Ziki, it's a very big gap.
Yeah, it is a very big gap, but at the same time, I think that Momo was on time for the first 2 engages. Just that second one, man, had they gotten the turtle, it could have been a bit of a turnaround at least. Even so, well done to the homeboys. A very dominant 20-4 game, 12 minutes, one of the shorter, on the shorter side of things with a composition that actually needs time to scale back up. But it also is a testament to Kimmy's early game damage.
Yeah, Kimmy's early game cannot be scoffed at. And she's able to scale up into late game as well. That's the whole reason why people play her more in the mid lane than the gold lane. There's early game poke, there is CC and utility, and even a built-in escape. It offers your team so much that more and more teams are starting to pick it up early in the draft. So making sure you're able to match that, making sure you don't give up mid lane priority to a hero that actually clears the wave a little bit slower than other mages is important.
It is extremely important, which is why I'm so surprised, right? These engages have been very good from the side of the homeboys because they've got a lot of CC to work with. However, Todak on the other hand here, man, missing out that fist crack, forcing Zion, they need to understand the shape of what this fight needs to look like.
And I think homeboys are very good at identifying that. You give Ivan and Bell both catch heroes and they will make space, they will make things happen. There were some cases where Todak were able to fight back a little bit, but homeboys just instantly shuts them down because Melcuti is never threatened in the backline either. Things are just not very clean, and homeboys are clearly the ones in control the entire time. Feels bad for Sihin down here. Man's literally getting bullied in real time.
Can't do much about it. Amal is just too thick. He is just too thick for Shihin to honest to God handle him, even with a DHS. And I think at this point, he only had 2 items, which is the Corrosion Sight as well as the Golden Staff. Regardless, once I saw Ivan get the fleeting time, I knew it was over. At this point, any catch he makes are so easy to capitalize on that Todak will have no response.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw, right? No response a lot of time, or like lackluster response at the most. Homeboys are looking on track to clean sweep this game without much problem, and Todak is gonna need to really make a switch up. You cannot afford to be giving a team like Homeboys early game advantage. So it's time to bring in Yanlord.
I mean, they could bring in Yanlord as well as Zion. We'll see whether or not they'll try. I mean, you know, you can let them know. You can let them know here.
Todak, Yanlord,
please
go up on stage right now, please. Thank you.
Yanlord as well as Gibe, you know, that's what we want. Or Zion, one or the other. I think it's really, really tough, right? Now that Kimmy has joined the picture of what needs to be done on top of the Kalia, I feel like the draft gambit here from Todak's side just, again, very big mishap.
Yeah, there were definitely some mishaps there. I think they need to like really refresh their approach. Just like you guys can refresh with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great 100+ taste that you have always loved. No matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free 100+ 0 is here to keep you replenished so that you can get the most out of every moment. I got some right here.
Yep, we gotta stay hydrated all the time with 100+ 0. If you're worried about, oh, one of those sugars in there, it's gonna ruin my calories and my macros. Don't worry, it's got none of those. That's why it's calorie as well as sugar-free. Get your 100+ 0 today. Now, as I continue to think about like how exactly the draft could have panned out a little bit better, I definitely think that Todak, unfortunately, blue side, is going to be really, really difficult in these types of areas. And we want to hear from everybody, from whether you are watching at home on a computer or you're watching on TV, you don't miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15. Now that you can catch all the live action on your TV screens, only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before right from your living room.
It's amazing now that we're able to watch and catch all the action of MPL MY from basically anywhere, from just being able to watch on your phone or online or in person. Now you can even watch it live from your TV along with the whole family, you know? This is a great chance for you to get your siblings, your parents, your cousins, your whoever, your cat into MLBB by showing them MPL Malaysia right from Astro Arena.
Thank you to everybody watching from Astro Arena. But now we come back to the conversation of if Todak is given red side, is the Gambit going to look as good compared to the Homeboys? Because I think that now with Kimmy in the mixture of things, Kalia is a lot less of a problem. Yeah, sure, you can heal up, but you're going to receive a consistent amount of damage, and you can only heal every 3 intervals of your auto.
It just so happens too, Kimmy has great synergy with the Blazing Wand, right? So go for that first item. You instantly cancel out a lot of the healing that your opponents would be able to rely on. I think that's part of the reason why Magma died so much, even on the Hylos Revitalize in game 1, because it was just too much damage to deal with.
Maybe too much damage to deal with, but I think it's a lot of base damage that they were eventually unable to kind of maintain. I don't know. With Fanny, having to ban Fanny is such a feels bad on blue side, because now in terms of raw power picks, I'm not seeing enough from Todak to be a legitimate threat coming into the drafting phase, which I think that Erpang has a significant advantage over. He doesn't even need to deploy the entire hero pool to know, hey, these heroes don't work well together, and these heroes, they don't play that great.
And we've seen what Coach Erpang is capable of in the draft, right? The kind of tricks he plays with opposing coaches. And he didn't really need to pull any of that out in game 1. Like, his draft was still very, very smart, but he didn't really have to do anything to manipulate the draft into that position.
I think there is also another argument that Todak probably shouldn't have interacted with the Homeboys lineup as much as they did, knowing that they're always going to be moving off of that mid lane. But now, let's go at a MPL Insider.
Kalau dari POV ku sih mungkin tuh faktor ya, kecil lah, karena kan faktornya banyak kan. Dari sebelum terbentuknya tim ada namanya scouting. Dari scouting kan ada trial kan bisa lihat itu tim cocok apa enggak. Jadi chemistry itu cuma faktor kecil doang. Maksudnya kalau selama scoutingnya benar sama dari awal preparasinya benar, anggap aja chemistry itu jadi faktor tak begitu besar sangat lah.
Very wise coming in from the coach here. For those of you who didn't understand, basically we asked for Ivan what are his thoughts about the current issues where teams have been saying that a lot of their losses are caused by chemistry issues. And he said he believes chemistry shouldn't be the main concern, because if you do proper scouting and proper trials, then you should already know whether players work well together, and if those are handled properly, chemistry should not be an issue.
I mean, there's some wise words coming in from your boy, especially when it comes down to the matchup between Vel and as well as Momo. I think, you know, both Momo, obviously, he is a Swiss Army knife. He's worked with many different lineups in Todak's time, all of which he is able to perform upon. Vel has integrated extremely well with the rest of the Homeboys as well. It doesn't seem like either one of these players are missing a beat.
Yeah, Vel is really shaping up to be one of my favorites already. The fact that he is willing to bring aggressive picks into the EXP lane instead of fully relying on utility roles already gives him a wider pool to play around. And we know that Momo has the capacity to do that, but I feel like he's being relegated into more of a utility role in order for other players to execute. And we've already pointed out, Momo has been with Todak for many, many seasons. Since season 7, literally, he has been a pillar for the team and has had to really fit himself into so many different player lineups and team compositions over the years.
Yeah, he has. And I think that, unfortunately, that's just EXP lane, right? Just the secondary roam. Now, another MPL Insider, we asked, why did Gebe and Magma play immediately after arriving in Malaysia? And Saiful replied, true, Gebe and Magma only arrived, but we've actually been training with them before the regular season. So there was some truth to the statement. The final roster always depends on performance because they don't want any players to get too comfortable. Every team goes through the same thing when a team gets too comfortable with the facilities, the salary.
So they were outperforming Yanlord and Zayed?
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Okay, I feel like I have to be kind of brutal here. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing it just
and, okay,
yet?
Compare it to what we just had in game 1.
Hazel
came in, did not trained with AERO Esports before the season started as a single player and changed the entire dynamic of AERO Esports.
I think that is a fair argument. I think that it is a fair argument. I think that unfortunately for Todak, they're missing something right now, and we're not entirely sure what it is. Yanlord
Yeah,
and
I think so.
Zayed.
Yeah. Just put them out, Todak.
That's just what it boils down to. All right, now we come back into the drafting phase. Once again, Seifel has decided to stay on blue side for some reason. Erpang on the red side once again, and we're following the bans to the T.
All right, the same bans is... I feel like if you are going to ban Fanny on blue side, you should not stay on blue side if you can have the choice. Especially against a coach with 100% win rate on the red side. But I don't know, that's just me.
We're doing the same thing. All right, let's go for the Joy one more time. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Todak gonna say game one was a fluke. Gonna see the Kimmy, the Kalia. All right. Come on, this is the adjustment period right here, right now.
What are you gonna do? You steal the Fredrin, maybe? Maybe?
We could look
no, but they have Joy already.
Exactly.
Fredrin EXP.
So just take the gut thought, maybe even arguably take the Jushin as well if you want to. If I'm thinking about this correctly, does Jushin out? Yeah, technically just the edge of it should outrange the Kimmy in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can go Azusa to outrange. You can go Gatot to fast clear. You can maybe go Cho since it was banned previously. They go for the glue. Okay, it was banned by Homeboys previously.
God, it would be so funny if they put Kimmy in the gold
Exorcist
and
of
then
the Shadow at your service.
Yeah, let's go Paramis. Dude, Paramis does so much damage to this new glue.
He does.
Because he's just in split most of the time.
Like 90% of them, to be fair. Oh, not to mention that they also got the Granger this time around. I guess Sheehan is a little more comfortable in that matchup, but if you already lost the Moskov into the Granger, I don't think this is going to be any better for you. But let's see. Erpang at this point, looking at the composition, okay, you have long-range engage, you have a glue that may be potentially a problem. We could lock a CC early on. We could look to move Kimmy into the gold lane and lock in Farmis, but that compromises our entire idea of what we wanted in the first place, because here on Red 3 is where we expected to see the Frederick.
Yeah, I do still think Kimmy is way better in the mid lane position, so there is a chance that Homeboys won't pull out the Fairness, even though it is a direct counter pick. And even though Glue is an answer to Fredrin, Homeboys still feel very confident in it.
Okay. It almost feels like they guarantee that Fredrin goes into the jungle, right? It's less of a flex pick right now because of how bad that matchup could look like. But let's see the next two bans coming in from Erpang's side, right? That could give us an idea. Again, last time, he didn't even bother banning out the Gatot, right? They just didn't want the Valir. They want this. Interesting. How do they want to set this up? Valir comes in, he can fireball. They played multiple tanks. They get early anti-heal. The Masha gets banned out immediately after. So
you feel like Homeboys might just pull out most of the same draft again? I can see this still being good for Edith.
It's still, don't get me wrong. It's still I say kinda good for the Edith. They could definitely just like switch it up and go for the CC. It kind of does the same thing in a sense.
True. I'm trying to think of what would be... It would still be really funny to see a Faramis, but I think Kimmy might have a little bit of trouble in lane against Granger, so that's not really a position Homeboys wants to put themselves into. Ooh, very smart. Valentina ban instantly. Faramis? Are they gonna Faramis? Are they going to Lucas?
I think Erpang is posing the question of Lucas. Badang gets banned out this time round, so I feel like, oh no. But they've already got the Joy. Is there any better flex picks? Is there a support? They're still missing the support. They're still missing a mid laner. They might end up with Farsa once again.
For Todak?
Yeah. I don't know. It's not looking that great overall.
If Homeboys was already worried about Valir because like it deals with a Fredrin somewhat well, then another hero that can do that is the classic Lilia. We haven't seen that in a long time though, and I don't actually think she outranges Kimmy by very much either. Ooh! Ruby! I love it.
Okay.
I am biased here.
Alright. Okay, a bit of a flex pick between the Kalia and as well as Ruby. Kalia can definitely sustain in that lane, allowing Ruby to kind of rotate around the map to deny Joy that space to catch the Joy more often with the Don't Run Wolf King. But let's see, Torak now need to finish off the composition.
It's also a classic counter pick to the glue.
It is a classic counter pick.
Ruby heals off of all the goos.
Yeah.
And then you CC the Joy as well. It's pretty good. But the Eve high-lows. This is actually a pretty strong combo in the hands of AERO earlier. Sets up for overall team fighting and just space control.
Yeah. I don't get it, though. I don't get it. Why is the Glorious Pathway more valuable here than an AOG? I mean, we'll see whether or not the Battle Spells is still going to be Purifies. I hope they do. Both Even as well as Granger both do pick it up, because they're never going to be in a position where they get compromised too early on, and it's more valuable to take that Purify, especially when you're up against the Tracer shots coming in from Kimmy. Final composition revealed. Fredrin apparently moves over to the hands of Vel. Bad matchup, whatever.
I had a suspicion they were still going to put Fredrin EXP, but I thought Lucas was going to come out.
Yeah, I thought Lucas was going to come out too, and maybe they go for the style of like double fighter side lanes, but again, they look very confident. Ling should be able to farm pretty heavily and punish this Yve and Granger at the end of the day, but it's all about that mid lane. It's about how the side lanes play it out.
Yeah, that side lane's gonna be a little bit rough for Vel, actually. He's more used to being the aggressor, the catcher, and while Fredrin can do that, it's tough to really walk up against a glue a lot of the time. He might actually end up being more of a sacrificial body for Homeboys.
We'll see how he plays out that lane. Maybe he's got a tech against it, which is why he's confident to let his coach know, put me on that Fredrin, don't worry, we can go for a snowball-heavy composition with two side lane fighter tanks.
And without a marksman, this is a Ruby gold lane, right?
Yeah.
This is a classic double fighter side lane core. Coach Erpang does it again. Homeboys expanding their pockets even further with the Kimmy Ling core. No marksman. I'm excited. Let's see if Homeboys can close out the chapter or if Toda can prove that they are still the kings of the ocean.
Yeah, this is honestly pretty funny because a lot of the weight is going to be on Izanami's shoulders for the earlier stages of the game. Now, Vel does decide to take Concussive Blast, so he makes sure to not interact with Momo too early on in the matchup. Generally, he's going to have the Wilderness Blessing as well to rotate a little faster as Lethal Wanderer follows into the hands of the Homeboys. Shihin should have an okay time against Mel QT until we start seeing Mel getting a bit of support from the mid lane.
I don't think I've ever seen Mel QT play a fighter gold lane though, so that is interesting. That's something fresh. Ruby, enemy coming out, one of the best heroes in this position. So Homeboys do have solid lane control, actually. They're not going to lose out too early, which means Amal can go around and steal count.
I mean, they've all got sandbags, right? Two sandbag side laners at this point in time. It's all about making sure that Amal is in a better position to farm rather safely as long as they're on that side of the map. Oh.
Electrifying Beats comes out. Ivan in some trouble. Whoa! I didn't know you could do that. Tidal Strike, flicker into the tower. But Gebe still gets first blood.
Oh my
Mel
god.
QT wins the 1v1 at level 3.
My god, there is no way. How does Shihin lose that? There is no way he loses that.
Well, he did, unfortunately, and that is not a good sign. And that's exactly what a fighter gold lane wants to do, win out the lane. Todak a little bit behind in that regards, but Gebe on top of the turtle. Vel trying to scout, but with Amal not in the area, Homeboys are choosing to give this up.
Yep, no need to fight for it as of right now. Amal still needs plenty of items before he's a legitimate threat on the board. Even so, there's just, oh my god, look at that.
Real world manipulation comes out. Izanami will be able to walk away from it. I'm just gonna use it to clear wave.
Yep, clear waves, get a bit of damage back on towards Izanami's side. Gebe, once again, denying Mel QT and Shihin. He's got a decent freeze, but that freeze is eventually going to break sooner than he would like.
At the very least, the longer he stops Mel QT hitting level 4, the safer he'll feel, but Ruby will still get there eventually, and now both roamers are at level 4 as well. Looks like Amal's rotating to avoid a Gebe. They'll give away a little.
They don't mind having these split fights. Oh,
Eva jumps in, two-man title strike knockup. Warriors Pathway doesn't really get the backup necessary, but Simon gonna be able to survive with Revenge. Amal though, with the fast fingers, stabs the Eve to death.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done there. I think there could have been an argument for Zyme Senpai to continue kiting towards the right side, down the river to eventually get some help from Shihin in case Amal commits the Finch Poise to try and close the distance, because that's basically all he has left other than the Divine Swords. But again, he's going to make sure that it's worthwhile. A fast clear from Bell.
Kebe looking for it. Energy Eruption gets a two-man taunt. Electrifying Beats committed as well, but that's a Fredrin. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's a three-man drag. Amal picks up one. Ivan picks up the other. Magma and Zyme Senpai are wiped off the mid lane.
Beautifully set up by Mel QT. He flickers, goes for the ult, hooks them both, and makes it easy setups for homeboys. And now it's all about how much gold plating can you get in the meantime before the next turtle spawns.
That's such a scary thing about the fighter gold lane. You win lane, instantly start rotating, get a two-man flicker hook, set up for even more. Homeboys now starting to control the turtle, but Momo and Magma are here. Sihin gonna show himself as well.
About these off-tempo plays, right, from the side laners. Whenever they can make them, they need to try and catch Todak off guard, go for their ankles. And now, oh, MelQT, he's waiting for it. He sees Shihin.
That's gonna be I'm offended. Sihin tries to dash over. Purify comes out a bit too late. Revitalize keeping him up top, but Tempest of Blaze comes out. Izanami picks up the kill. But Gebe gonna get the trade on Amal in return. Tsunami Slam picks up Gebe, but he dashes away. Real Moment Military comes out as well. MelQT gonna be jumped on with the grab, but he's gonna get dragged back over to the rest of the homeboys. MelQT will eventually fall, but they trade for Magma. Izanami picking up a couple kills for himself. Gebe still waiting, still looking for an opportunity, but he's not able to find Izanami, and now the two-man energy eruption. Appraiser's Wrap will miss, but Ivan will not. That's gonna be another. Zyme Senpai gets the 1600 assist mark, but they are not the winners of that fight.
Yep, plenty of assists, not enough damage to turn that fight around. Once again, congratulations to Zyme Senpai here, but homeboys, they've got the tempo onto Todak. They even have the conceal. Momo is here to try and diverge, trying to make sure that nothing goes wrong, while the top side, MelQT has gone for a very cheeky lane swap here to make things happen.
It's a lot easier to lane swap with double fighter side as well, because you can basically slot in anywhere. And the amount of crowd control that MelQT offers is very good in most of these team fights. Homeboy is already building up a pretty comfortable lead here at just under 3K at the 6-minute mark.
Now, I'm curious to see what the first item from MelQT is. Is he going like the full damage build, or is he going to go with the traditional bruiser style of Ruby? Either which, I think that the damage style might just be a little bit more beneficial, especially considering that the targets he's trying to catch are the squishier ones, like Gebe, like Shihin, like Zyme Senpai.
I agree, especially when you play Ruby gold lane, you typically do still want to itemize into more damage, but it really does depend on the individual player preference. Vel is here. For a moment, I thought he was the jungler, and that's the Fredrin Gabe. Thought like, oh, is Vel gonna steal it? Wait, he's not the jungler. Gabe secures it. Glorious Pathway comes out. They're cutting off Vel and MelQT. Vel gonna be the one trapped inside. Gets picked up with the grab, but he's still alive for now. Praises Ram, now a legitimate danger! Crashes in on 2 cores! Sihin is melted! Zyme Senpai is melted! Double kill for Amal! Magma gonna be worked on as Momo trying to pick up Vel at least, but he taunts him! Triple kill for Amal! They pick up one more, and Gabe's all alone! It's a team wipe for the homeboy!
And it's just too easy for the homeboys.
And he uses Flicker too.
Yeah, he could have healed off the mid tier too. Doesn't really matter though. Homeboys, 5.7k gold lead at this point. With a composition like this, they already have a 2-level lead onto Gebe as well. Amal is coming into his fourth, is honestly probably his 3rd item by now, as MelQT is able to get the Seed Halberd as well. They are stacked up. Homeboys, it's really difficult to lose from this position. I think the only super play that we're expecting from the side of Todak is if Momo is able to get on top of Izanami.
MelQT with the I'm offended, forces Purify from Zyme Senpai, but the title strike follow-up is so clean, it's so good. Another Tsunami Slam pulling back Gabe, mega kill for Amal. Homeboys playing like a well-oiled machine.
That's the fleeting time difference. Ivan, too strong. Homeboys. Oh, come on. Pick up anybody. It doesn't matter who now.
MLQT just standing there menacingly. That's the gold laner, by the way. Homeboys get the mid tier 2, only one external tower standing for Todak, and there is literally nothing they can do.
Nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Until we see that Sihin is able to get his third item, then we might see the difference. So, in terms of first items, it is War Axe. War Axe and as well Sea Halberd for the side of MLQT. And it looks like, yes, I was right. Amal is working on his third items, and it's going to be a BOD. And he just completed it. Oh, wow. God.
Man is rich. Literally top 1% of the land of Dawn right now.
Ruining the land of Dawn's economy, man.
Inflation's gonna be so high.
They need to put some policies on this guy.
Amal doesn't care. He's just gonna jump over your policies. He's just gonna jump over everything Todak throws at him. Because they can't even get through the front line. Amal stands there. Retry doesn't
Oh my God.
see the concealed Ivan. Even if he did, there's nowhere to run. Killing spree for Amal.
Game is looking at Shihin is like, they'll never know. I'll die for you, buddy. Don't worry. They'll never know.
I'll invest in you, buddy.
Right now, Shihin is the only hope that Todak has in scaling into the later stages. As Gebe has died a 4th time this match, he will not be able to get the Holy Crystal for quite some time.
Lord coming up in another 10 seconds, and there are only inhibitors standing now for Todak. And all the holy defenses have already been whittled away as well. I don't think Todak's gonna be able to hold on much longer.
Nope, the checkmate angle is already here. 10K lead for the side of the Homeboys, 23 to 33,000, which is perfect for the Homeboys. Again, keep in mind the MLQT won't be able to scale as hard as Todak in the later stages of the game. So the quicker they finish this off, the less likely Todak is able to get to that point.
Things are now looking pretty dire for Todak. I think we have the note for everyone. Homeboys, this is meant to be a proving ground. So far, they've been playing against the simpler teams, but the same could be argued for Todak. They actually have really difficult matches for the rest of the regular season, and their standing is not looking good. If they lose here, their chances of moving on to playoffs are dire.
Yep, they are pretty awful. Pretty awful indeed. I'm gonna stretch this out because we're expecting the flicker play.
Because another conceal. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Mega kill for Izanami. They instantly dive Todak in the backline. They can do nothing about it. Amal will eventually get shut down. Over to Sihin. Grab comes out. Here comes the electrifying beast. Gonna be cancelled away once again by the CC. Ivan with 2-man knockup. Sihin gets the shutdown though. That's actually a double kill for the Granger. Oh boy, feeding a little bit of gold back into Todak.
Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, MLQT could not hold Gebe in place. And before Gebe was able to exit, he was able to get some decent damage onto both Ivan as well as Amal as he tries to chase into the backline. Let's look at the instant replay one more time because the real world manipulation completely exploded. Wasn't even close. Magma and Shihin find the initial pick onto Amal as we see that Gebe clears up that bottom side and is able to get the electrifying beats onto the correct targets. Now, once that goes down, it's very easy for Shihin to clean up whoever is low. And luckily for Izanami, the rest of the Homeboys are able to body block. So they missed their checkmate angle, all because MLQT wasn't able to actually flicker in to find the I'm offended.
And the 2 shutdown on pretty high value targets means that Sihin is genuinely someone that Todak can still play around. The initiation from Homeboys there was very good, but the follow-up afterwards was a little bit messy, with Amal getting stunned under the crystal, and then Ivan jumping in when they really didn't have much left to follow up. Homeboys still have a massive lead, though.
Yeah, they do. I think the call was a little split there, right? Was it go and look for these bigger picks? I mean, they took out Zyme Senpai almost straight away, but then why isn't MLQT like following up with a flicker of his own to make sure that there's actually somewhat space for the rest of his team to either disengage or at the very least look for a bigger if the I'm offended connects on multiple targets?
Not too sure if it's an experience issue because, as we mentioned, MLQT never really saw him playing fighter gold lanes before, so that could cause the lapse in judgment slightly. And Homeboys will continue pressuring, stealing away the purple buff.
Yep, with the Malefic Roar at hand, the NT Kuras is not going to be as valuable coming in for even people like Vel, but everybody else, right? kind of soft. It's just a lot of damage on the side of the Homeboys. We can see a Hunter Strike complete from LQT.
The rich continue getting richer. They would logically be even richer if they didn't end up dropping bodies to that previous fight, but their position in the game is still pretty secure. It's still a 9k gold difference at 13 minutes. Sihin just completed that Wind of Nature, so should be able to stay in the fight a little bit longer. Another Lord goes to the Homeboys.
All right, so now Homeboys, with the Lord at hand, they need to at least crack open the inhibitor. Ideally, they should have done it on the previous push, but hey, it didn't work out. They gave a couple kills over to Todak, but that's fine. They're still at the second half. This is why the checkmate angle has been set up. You fail the first time. If you don't fail too bad, you can still maintain that 10k gold lead and come into endgame items.
That's why it's usually the boundary in terms of gold advantage for deciding if the game is basically over. You'd have to throw pretty hard for Todak to come back from this position.
Well, let's see here, because Shihin can still clean up the rest of the Homeboys, right? They need to make sure that the CC lands on Amal and then Izanami. The final problem will be MelQT, but he still has Flicker.
Waves are synced up, Lord crashing up top. They're gonna aim for the bottom inhibitor first. Todak cannot really risk walking up against them right now, since most of their members are working on clearing the Lord. Things are pretty solid though. Homeboy's not gonna overcommit.
Now, Momo.
Another concealed play. MelQT looking for a flicker. Hook into the back line. The two-man taunt, but the real one manipulation comes out as grab is executed on the Haba Izanami. Kevin not able to find the angle. Bell staying a little bit too long inside the base will eventually be melted down by Zion Senpoi. And now Ivan's being chased away. Flicker comes out from the Kalea. Homeboy's not able to push in.
Split call there. Split call. Everybody flickered to try and chase this play. Shihin ends up still surviving despite everything that happened from the side of the Homeboy. And now it is clear they've missed their timing. They have a 10k goal lead, but it's not going to matter for much longer unless they're able to make a macro play against Todak to maybe get a split push on their side, because Shihin has scaled and he has relevant damage.
Yep, and Todak sees the opportunity to instantly go in mid and get a tier 1, opening up the map for themselves a little bit. This is, of course, the risk of playing those double fighter side lanes. You do lose out a little bit in terms of overall late game scaling.
Yeah, but I think that Momo played really, really well. Again, the big issue is whether or not the Homeboys can get all of their damage on towards the same targets. And unfortunately, it got spread around very evenly around Todak's side. The two Purifies coming very handy for both Zion and as well as Shihin. As we look back at the items one more time here, we do notice that at least there is a slight difference in build between how Izanami and as well Stormy likes to go, right? We do have that Feather, we do have that Glowing Wand. Sky Piercer is guaranteed, but the concentrated energy coming in from Izanami this time round.
I think it's because the Homeboys expect themselves to basically be in the fight for extended periods. And since MelQT is playing a bit more of a damage build on this Ruby, it means that Homeboys actually doesn't have a lot of front line to play around comparatively. So survivability is key.
In terms of survivability, that's everything that Homeboys has. I'm just worried that it's not going to be enough, right? Especially if Izanami keeps getting pulled away from the fight, and because of these Purifies, MelQT, no matter who he catches, unless if it's a one-shot, then sure. If it is not a one-shot, it just doesn't seem to be good enough.
Yeah, they do need it to be good enough right now. Homeboy still has the advantage, but Todak can play around Sihin, and that's what they've been doing thus far. That is enabling them to start walking out on map a little bit more, something that Homeboys is respecting.
Now, as they look to try and conquer the rest of the map, they have Ivan in an off angle as they're looking to be the first to sit on top of this Lord. Guardian Helmet purchased by Vel so he can absorb damage for days. He doesn't mind it at all. But it looks like Todak aren't positioning to take away this Lord. They're allowing Homeboys to have it.
Fortunately, the waves are pushed up, and Geve is down bot, making sure there isn't some kind of backdoor potential, since there is a Ling in the game. That means Lord is given the Homeboys for free.
Yup, looking for any squatters in these bushes. Finds nothing. It's now the Homeboys. The whole map is red right now. They can look to finish this game off 2-0 with a 6-17 scoreline. But it's been a kill a minute every single time. That's how dependent the Homeboys are on their battle spells.
Absolutely. And Todak is right now making use of that. It means that Homeboys has to approach very slowly and pick very opportune moments to actually start fights. So in between that, Todak are able to slowly try and get far.
Blood Wings already purchased by Zyme Simpoi. That's going to keep him alive a little bit longer. But as they synchronize these waves, here it comes as it starts bleeding into the base.
Only one inhibitor left standing. Traction Pulse not going to connect. Glorious Pathway slowing down the Homeboys. Todak doing a good job of holding the base. Momo eating damage. They actually managed to clear up the minion wave. MelQT clearing bot side by himself as well. Momo and Magma just standing in front, making sure that Sihin is never in any danger. And once again, Todak actually hold on.
So right now, we're waiting for the first waves have already been complete, and I think the Homeboys recognize that we cannot force this on them. Not when they're so deep in their base, not when they have so many places to run back to. And this is now where the composition completely falls off. They've missed their checkmate angle, and now Todak is back in it to win it unless they make a mistake and lose their battle lines as they walk out of their base.
Even with a 9,000 gold lead, we've reached a stage of the game where that value becomes less and less of a problem, especially for a double fighter side lane comp. Momo and Magma are more than tanky enough to deal with a lot of their damage, and Homeboys needs to find some kind of angle to take out Sihin so he's not just allowed to pelt at them for free.
Up and Homeboys just waiting by the river lines. He's Nami finishing up his final build here. Holy Crystal purchase. Really nice stuff. This is going to be a very painfully slow game from this point onwards, right?
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate.
It is, but also it's like, what can Todak really do? They can't force the scenario. They kind of have to wait for Homeboys to try and make the play.
Sihin did actually manage to steal that purple buff. So small victories. Homeboys realizes they have to play it slow. They missed a very important timing window by giving up those 2 kills to Sihin initially. That's how much of a difference just one failed engagement can make when you have these kind of team dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, the composition is designed around Shihin, right? That's the reason why he's supposed to be the main guy to start clearing up these waves. 714 is scaled up very, very nicely. Looks like he's more comfortable on this Granger than Moskov.
He's that way. Just looking at the rate that he's spamming those abilities, he can clear waves so fast. Homeboy is gonna start off on the Lord first, but Amal is not actually in the area. He's gonna be showing up top very soon. That might give Todak the green light.
Oh, okay. They give the position over to Todak, and now they threaten the base. Forcing out this
both conceals come out.
Yeah, both conceals come out. Doesn't matter.
They try to chase him LQT, but that's a little bit difficult from your position. So they waste those roam spells, but they're still in position to contest this potentially. The waves are not quite as pushed up as Homeboys would like, so they still can't contest this safely.
Yep. Again, they can do this all day. Homeboys, they're not the ones missing 2 side inhibitor turrets.
Oh, Traction Pulse doesn't quite pull in. But Momo will just walk out. They have to defend base. Homeboys, once again, waits for the waves to finally crash so that they can get the Lord for free.
No surprises there. One more push. And I think that in terms of the raw damage, I don't think it's enough anymore, right? Unless they get everybody's abilities targeted towards the Lord's side, if they just left Shihin to kind of try to whittle it down, I don't think he will be able to get through half of that HP in a reasonable amount of time.
I agree. The longer the game goes, the more difficult this Lord becomes to clear, even for a hero that infinitely scales like the Granger. There are a lot of immortalities on the Todak side, so there are things they can play around, but Homeboys, this might be one of their last real chances.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see, because the composition just in general struggles to close out games. They don't have anybody, they don't have ranged attack damage to get effective or permanent damage on towards.
Heal comes out, cancelled. Ivan's in the back. Todak does eventually notice it. The tower will fall. Amal takes a good chunk of HP, will still be able to dash out, and now they're starting to work on the Lord. Bell gonna be eating a lot of it. Magma dropping the half HP. Revitalize comes out. RWM gonna be popped as well. Momo flickers into the back line, looking for their cores. The rest of them, the Freezes Wrap flicker forward to go on top of the glue, while MelQT and Amal are in the front line. They've taken out Gebe. That's gonna be the Winter Crown trade for the immortality. Amal actually survives everything. In the meantime, Momo trying to buy it with as much time as possible. He's actually wasting a lot of it. Sihin is still alive, still trying to clear up the way. Momo will eventually fall though, and Bell will throw his body in to get the taunt in. Killing spree going over to the Homeboys. Crystal is finally exposed, and the CC comes in for Melqt. Homeboys finally breaks it open and takes the clean sweep against Todak.
Oh boy, a grueling second game here, but it's a 2-0 victory. The inevitable finally happened, and now they made sure that they've dashed Todak's dreams. They're gonna have to go to the drawing board on that one.
There's gonna be a lot of work to do. A loss like this puts Todak in a difficult situation of not making it the playoffs potentially, but Homeboys looking stronger than ever.
It just means that Homeboys with this 2-0 victory now put themselves in the #1 spot in the standings next to SRG.
Yeah, they're gonna be tied for that spot after AERO Esports took a game from our defending champions, and that's gotta be a good feeling for a brand new era of the Homeboys.
Let's see, Homeboys fans are fishing for the reactions of our netizens online and on the ground. It's gotta hurt being a Todak fan right now. With that being said, we're gonna be having an interview with the winners with Rose up on the stage. Rose, how they doing?
Dua berbalas 0-3 mata penuh untuk Homeboys, dan sebelah saya kita ada Vel dan juga Ivan. Guys, congratulations. Nervous ke? Okay, now I nak tanya, kenapa susah sangat nak end game kedua tu? Apa jadi?
Karena kita ini apa namanya kayak banyak mistake di kita lah. Kita plan cuma gagal execute. Jadi ya kayak banyak mistake kayak ground sih kita, sama kurang disiplin lah. Sikit je.
Okay, sikit je. Tak dapat kena comeback lah kan? Okay, now I have a question. Now, Vel?
Ya.
Okay, Vel sihat?
Tak.
Ha? Tak sihat?
Tak.
Sakit?
Sakit.
Sakit apa? Demam? Oh, get well soon. Okay, sakit pun boleh perform ya guys? Betul tak? Okay, now I nak tanya, macam mana Homeboys as a team prepare untuk lawan Todak? Sebab kita tahu ini adalah satu match yang dipanggil Royal Derby kan? So, macam mana preparation korang sepanjang minggu ini?
Bagus lah. Terus dikasih coaching staff juga. Kita percayain aja coaching staff. Jadi semua lancar.
Okay, another question. Now, kita tahu Magma dan juga Gabe daripada Indo juga tapi tak pernah ketemu kan? Ini adalah first time meet dekat game?
Pernah.
Pernah?
MPL tu yang...
Oh, okay. Pernah.
Pernah.
So, since pernah, adakah you dah tahu macam mana dorang main ataupun ini adalah satu lagi macam terkejut juga lah macam mana dorang main dekat sini?
Lumayan terkejut tiba-tiba masuk sini.
Makin lama makin di belakang. Ke depan. What's up with my interviewees today? Makin lama dorang makin ke belakang. Okay, now your next match untuk Minggu di Raja pada Ahad ni, last match, and itu adalah satu match yang agak besar kita boleh cakap untuk musim ini. It's a Vamos and Homeboys rematch. In your opinion, especially Klokun, you guys used to play dengan Klokun, how will this work? Apa yang akan jadi dalam perlawanan ini?
Untuk Klokun ini aja, suran aja, biar kita yang menang.
Ivan, nak cakap apa? Untuk Klokun?
Paling untuk Klokun ya siap-siap lah. Kasih kita poin kalau bisa.
Okay lah, kawan-kawan je kan, friend. Alright guys, now Stadium Juara, siapakah MVP anda? Macam tak dengar je nama. Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1, MVP jatuh kepada Deng. Siapa?
Emal.
Alright, Emal. Jom, teman kita di atas pentas. Mari. Hoki? Tak setuju. Tak setuju ke dia? Hoki. Alright, jom. Teman kita di atas pentas. Hello, Emal. Oi, banyak fans Banyak fans sekarang? Alright, congratulations.
Thank you.
Belakang lagi, depan. Susah nak tengok nanti. Okay, now Emal, I dah tanya dorang pasal your upcoming match with Vamos on Sunday. Now kita semua tahu Vamos ada 2 jungler sekarang. In your opinion, you nak jumpa yang mana?
Chibi.
Kenapa Chibi?
Sebab dia power and saya tak pernah menang lawan dia.
Tak pernah menang. Adakah ini kalilah Emal akan menang lawan Chibi?
InsyaAllah, kita buat terbaik lah.
Ada kata-kata ke untuk Chibi ataupun Vamos? Tangan bergegar ni.
Just do luck, have fun lah.
Dia tak sepedas kawan-kawan di sebelah dia, ya? Alright, Emal, is there anything yang Emal nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke Stadium Juara? Tengok ramai yang sokong dua-dua side hari ni.
Untuk fans-fans Homeboys and Todak, thank you yang mana datang. And untuk Flambos, untuk Daddy, thank you juga yang datang yang mana support kita dari bawah. And sampai sekarang, and Alhamdulillah kita win strike. Thank you so much.
Alright, everybody's happy today. Terima kasih and congratulations atas 3 mata penuh sekali lagi untuk pasukan Homeboys. Hopefully kali ni tak tersasul. Alright, for the last time today, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan clean sweep ini. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Rose. Give it up for our MVP, Amal, playing 2 strong games. I'm not going to lie, his Ling, there were moments where I thought, oh boy, he's going to get punished. He's looking a little washed because of the way he is diving in a little too hard, but it's honestly not his fault. A lot of this game comes down to whether or not his team follows up and lands the flicker.
Yup, and that was what ended up causing the game to extend longer than Homeboys would have ideally wanted after giving those 2 kills over to Sihin, to which they had to play it a little bit more slow, a little bit more safe. But it's good that they were able to recover from that mistake and make sure not to overextend themselves. And Amal continuing to really prove himself this season. His flexibility in the jungle helping out Homeboys a lot.
It helps so much. He has been with so many teams where people could have fully utilized it. Yes, he had a hero pool. Yes, he wasn't exactly the best at his role, but he put in the time to make sure he got good with the alphas, the Fredrins. His assassin pool was always what he was notable for, so that never really went away anyways. But generally, he's found his place with the Homeboys. And now let's have a look at the item build, because this game really just boiled down to the execution of this double fighter style comp.
A double fighter style comp is considered by many to be more of a cheese composition, where you just straight out win side lane priority, start rotating around and snowball your way to the end. They're able to make up for this somewhat by having Kimmy in the mid lane and Ling in the jungle, so that they do still have 2 late game cores to do damage. But you can see that this is a lineup that has difficulty really closing out the game if Todak are able to lock in.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this composition was supposed to be set up with maybe Yi Shin or the Ling, but I think that Ling works a little bit better in having like snappier fights in case things get out of control, or if somebody on the side of Todak gets a little too undisciplined, that there could have been a bigger punishment. But generally, Homeboys played it so well. From early to mid game is where you see their prime, their 22-7 kill score overall. It all boils down to I flicker, I stun, we follow up, we guarantee these kills.
I think teams have to realize by now that Homeboys loves playing these double catch hero strats. As long as they have 2 heroes that are able to go and grab someone in some way, they will make so many things happen off of it. It's usually going to be Ivan and Vel, but in this case, it switched over to Ivan and Mel QT, with Vel being sort of a secondary catch and tank, which means even more flexibility. When we thought Homeboys were already one of the most interesting teams in the season draft-wise, they pull something new out of the hat.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this, honestly. I was not expecting this at all. God, I wish Amal got to play Yi Shin or something. That would have been some fun
that would have been great.
Stuff. Right? Then it rounds out the whole composition, and it all kind of makes sense. But this way, Homeboys are just showing that they're above and beyond some of the members here at MPL MY for now. In terms of the raw numbers, we're seeing that Izanami actually the highest at 65,000. The only person who out-damaged him was Shihin on the opposite end.
We can see that Sihin was able to really boost himself up with those shutdowns when Homeboys was trying to push into the base and eventually scale up to being the most threatening player on the entire map. The fact that Homeboys had to take it so slow because they were concerned about this Granger showed that Sihin was doing a good job of just staying in the back line and playing around the frontline presence of Magma and Momo. And then Zymesenpoi definitely contributed heavily to a lot of those base team fights as well, as the RWM prevented Homeboys from being able to initiate freely.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, right, it was getting to a point where it was getting extremely scary. Don't get me wrong, Momo on this glue, kind of dangerous, especially with the new fact that glue, when he gets right on top of you, holy, you're just praying. You're praying. Guys, either don't hit me, or depending on what he built, he might just melt me down for 50%.
That's a scary thing. There's so much you have to be worried about in a game like this. Todak, you can tell that they had a really rough time in the early game thanks to this cheese pickup. Managed to lock in a little bit more into that mid game, but still couldn't find the opening necessary to really break through Homeboys because they were taking it cleanly. Again, a lot of props to Homeboys. It shows that they are able to recover from mistakes within the game itself.
Yeah, and sad we didn't see the traditional rank build of from Glue getting the glowing wand on top of the like molten essence. Oh, that's when you stop having fun. That's when it's like, oh man, you're such a nerd. Either way, welcome once again, Amal, Shihin, Momo, Ivan, as your faces of the highest when it comes down to the rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, as well as the best wingman.
Momo always trying his best. He really was creating so much space on this glue pickup as well, but Homeboys were just basically ignoring him a lot of the time. The moment the grab came on, it's just, all right, we'll wait for you to pop out. We'll deal with the rest of your team in the meantime, and that's pretty rough. Homeboys, their shot calling is so good. The coach's drafting is still so good. I'm really excited to see how they will compete against other teams going forward.
I agree. Izanami honestly played a strong game, never having to flicker unless absolutely necessary, like when he is going to get pulled out of the position with the hell because of Momo. But these follow-ups have been like so very nasty. You would imagine that the team would have struggled in these types of positions, but honestly, Homeboys, with the raw base damage they have from so many of their tanks, and the way that Bell was able to play, again, a lot of good disruptions in the middle of those fights, catching MG eruptions amongst 3, maybe even 4 people at a time.
I think Homeboys just loves crowd control compositions, and I don't blame you, man. I love them too. It's good to see a team that places so much priority onto catch, onto CC, and just general team fight control, because it does give you very easy ways of making sure that you are always the one with the initiative. There were definitely mistakes here. Ivan jumping back in for no real reason, and Homeboys not really being able to create that opening for themselves because the front to back's a bit too strong coming in from Todak, but they eventually got through.
This last fight was really interesting, right? Because you would have imagined that the position was actually really good from the side of Todak. Can they apply enough like damage? However, with the Lord right in front of them, it's very difficult to get like double the profit, double the value here with your RWM when you have to kind of position yourself where unless your opponents are standing right on top of the Lord, then you get maximum profit.
And Homeboys set up the Lord for themselves to be free every single time as well by just waiting, being as patient as possible until the waves crashed in, when Todak had to go back and defend, and then there would be no contest. So props again.
Yeah, again, no contest every single time without fail. I think that Homeboys not been pushed to the edge just yet. I think so far, obviously, there are certain kinks that they have to like work out. Again, the undisciplinedness sometimes getting a little too hyped. Vel and even Ivan are susceptible for throwing themselves under the bus.
They started getting a little bit ahead of themselves this game, and all the spam recalling, Vel using his flicker just to flex on his opponents, and maybe diving in a bit too deep here and there.
Yeah, just a little bit. I'm sorry, I got distracted. It looks like I see Maima in the back. It looks like he was part of watching this matchup.
Oh,
in a Karkal jersey. Big shout out to the boy.
Which team is he saving this season?
I was thinking about that. But with that being said, we're coming to the end of the day. Let's have a look at the overall standings to see what has changed at the end of Week 4, day number 1 this Friday. Homeboys going to be right on top, 14 points, as they have a tied score with the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports until they face off against each other.
And Team Vamos will actually be the team they were facing next, right in the 3rd place spot. So they're definitely going to be vying for as many points as possible there. Monster Vicious taking 4th spot. AERO Esports in 5th. Looking forward to their growth because they were explosive today. The Exol also rising up 1 thanks to Todak. Not performing as well as we'd hoped this game.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Todak, they've got a lot to work out right now. I do think that the Game 2 draft was going to be difficult no matter what. I think that there were more clearer options of what they could have done in game number 1, so I don't blame them entirely for game number 2. That was pretty difficult, and Sheehan, he's got to be careful in his laning phase.
Yeah, if they had won out a little earlier, they wouldn't be forced into such a situation. But that is actually it for day 1 of the King-making week. Day 2, though, we got another bevy of matches, starting off with DXOL versus Monster Vicious. Then we got the classic rumble of Vamos versus Todak. And closing out with JP Niners versus AERO Esports.
Oh boy, DX now have to face off against potential runner-ups. MV looking to make their space a little higher up in the standings. Todak, after today's performance, having to face off Vamos immediately after. That just might be more of the part of their palette. And then JP, who thought they had a free game off of AERO coming Saturday. Nah, after today, they're probably going to have to put a little bit more elbow grease.
A little bit more elbow grease is exactly what we want to see, though. So I'm definitely cheering on all of these teams. We want to see good performances. Some teams are really starting to pick up the pace, right? Really solidifying their positions as we enter week 4 of Season 15, while others are still having difficulty finding that footing. And with not much time left before we hit the playoffs, every point just becomes that much more crucial.
Yeah, it really does. I think so far, based on what we've seen good drafts, we've seen a couple of bad drafts. Generally, based on what we're going to be expecting for the rest of the week, this trend continues on with the styles of drafts that we have been seeing here today. Overall, pretty happy with at least the variety we're getting at the very least.
I love IRT.
And I think that, you know, there's some pretty good prospects for all of our teams.
True, true. I think we've seen some good growth from AERO Esports, especially today. Really gave SRG OG a run for their money in the first match. Maybe it'll make him lock in, not play around a little bit more. Take each game a bit more seriously. Homeboys humbled slightly, but came back before it became a big issue. Todak need to play Yanlord.
They need Yanlord?
Yeah, they need Yanlord.
Just Yanlord, like Zion. It's okay.
Zion,
you can.
I don't know, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Throw him in. Why not?
I like
right?
Zion, but Yanlord.
But Yanlord. Couple of changes. Well, we might see it. We're not 100% sure. With that being said, we're going to be wrapping it up here for the MPL MY Season 15. Thank you to everybody who's been watching across the world and as well as at home from your TV. This is Nafan. My name is Gideon. Signing off. Goodbye for day number 1, week number 4. Here's the mic check.
Atas. Ini gua konsil nih. Atas ya. Awas posisi badang, posisi.
Aku jauh dengan Mel,
Posisi ya badang ya.
Aman gua.
Aman semua?
Itu dulu. Nah, mati kan? Aman gua. Aman sih. Tengok Joy guys. Boleh? Nice. Mana? Ayo dilot. Boleh. Jom. Ayo coba terakhir dulu. Bisa sih. Tengok badang guys, sini guys. Deketan. Dah. Ada.
Ini badang nih.
Menang. Joy. Bisa.
Enak guys, enak.
Aman sih. Nggak siapa men? Tak. Ada.
Enak aja guys, respect guys.
Ayo besok. That's right sih. Try guys. Gak apa. Aman. Jom ah.
Menang jauh kita.
Boleh.
Jom.
Tengok nih.
Kasihin aja.
Boleh Pak ya?
Kacau ya guys ya.
Ayo. Kalau dapat.
Nih Joy nih.
Stand. Gue cek lagi.
Nggak perlu Pak Kemal.
Nggak gerak. Lihat gua nih. Gua langsung open kalian guys. Gua stun, linknya gua stun. Mati guys. Aku mati. Mid dulu. Beli ke sampai. Nice guys. Weh, paksa dia, Cok.
Udah, satu lagi.
Lord lagi aja, boy. Nice banget covernya. Aman. Kayak gitu lagi ya, Mo?
Iya, bisa.
Lihat tuh.
Ini berdua. Boleh Pak ya?
Aman, Ir.
Aman, aku aman. Kamu aman nggak? Balik
aku aman.
Tengok aku.
Nah,
dua di gua ya. Aman nggak?
Tuh tengok Joy deh.
Hati guys.
Aman. Balik ya?
Kita aja nih.
Balik, Van.
Alta ketiga.
Ada bismillah bisa.
Dah, aman.
Alta ketiga.
Nih gotan nih 2 orang.
Aku aman ya?
Aku aman.
Aman, Ir.
Aku aman sih.
Aku angkat, Ir.
One, Mas.
Aku aman ya. Bisa ya, nah. Nih ya, dulu dia. Aku boleh bunuh nih dulu dia. Ya, hati-hati jangan mati sana guys, please. Aman kan?
Dulu.
Orang dulu aja guys.
Dah, menang kan ni? Dah menang. Confirm ah. Dah confirm ah. Oh, kena. Nice. Nice sini. Boleh main. Chin. Ready ni. Right. Nasrai boy. Apa? Enggak apa-apa. Aman aja boy.